OK, on va commencer. Bonjour tout le monde. Welcome to this exciting time of the year for everyone. So I'll start with roll call. All members of council are present and accounted for. Adoption of the agenda, motion to approve the agenda as presented, and this is moved by Councillor Armstrong, thank you, and seconded by Councillor Deakin. Call for the vote, all in favor, and passed. All right. Disclosure of pecuniary interest, I see and hear none. And we are going to move into item 4, budget brief. Before we start, I'd like to, first of all, extend Council's appreciation to staff for the diligent work that's been done to this point. There is a lot of work that goes into this year after year, and although we've done this a few times with the team that we have now, it's still a tremendous undertaking. So thank you so much for the due diligence, the work, the effort in trying to take resident concerns as a priority in preparing this budget. So, Monsieur Godin, thank you, and to the whole team, thank you so much for doing that. So this first draft that was presented to us, roughly $55.47 million in operations, $21 million in capital. As we're presented the information and confirm that I'm accurate here, Monsieur Dagenet, we are going to be speaking by department on the operating side and then talking about capital later, or is it all going to be through the departments?
Usually a department goes through his operation and then capital. Okay. Then we go to a next.
Okay, perfect. So just to distinguish, just for anyone watching this, the levy that we discuss or present really has an impact is the operations piece is an important one. Then the capital projects are typically will be funded through either asset management, through debt. And so although they're presented more or less at the same time, the operating side is really what we're looking from this year compared to next year. And then the capital side, those projects are going to be funded. So if we add, let's say, a capital project, we have some requests from residents and council. Those projects may not necessarily impact the levy for this year. They may simply impact our reserves or how they are funded. Is that correct, Monsieur Godin, Monsieur Dagenet? Just to make sure that when we talk about capital project, that we understand that we're not necessarily impacting levy. It's just more impacting the reserves and so on. The initial budget that was presented to us is looking at a municipal levy increase of about 9.8 million, or sorry, 9.8 to 22 million, which is about an 8.4% increase in terms of levy. Sorry, 1.73 million on levy and 820K on growth, so 8.4. That increase, I believe, is primarily driven through our wanting to be responsible with the A&P. Some staffing, some compensation, OPP, the rec complex contributions, corporate IT costs, and so on. In the brief that was presented afterwards, there was also options for council to consider that could technically decrease the levy impact quite substantially. But I would just caution council that as we go through this, that we are being careful not to stack problems or pass them down for future years. And so that's important that we take that into consideration. So I'm looking forward to this process. And on that note, I will pass the microphone to Monsieur Godin to get started.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Maire. And good morning, members of council. So before we dive in, I just want to take a quick moment to tip my hat to our finance team. So Monsieur Dagenet, Madame Bazinet, and their teams for all their work this year. This year they've modernized our internal budget process. They made it more collaborative, transparent, and focused on long-term planning. I also want to sincerely thank all the departments. The teamwork behind this draft it was exceptional. Together, they tackled real challenges and brought forward a budget that's innovative, forward-looking, and grounded in strategy. So it reflects where we're headed, not just in 2026, but over the next decade. And it's a budget built around readiness. So for growth, for renewal, and for delivering services our community can count on. So with that, I'll hand it over to Mr. Dagenet to kick things off.
Bonjour, Monsieur le maire et chers membres du Conseil. Nous sommes réunis aujourd'hui pour amorcer la présentation du budget 2026. Comme à l'habitude, nous passerons en revue le budget ensemble avec la participation de chaque chef de département qui présentera et expliquera sa section respective. L'objectif est d'aborder de façon claire et ciblée les priorités, enjeux et besoins de chaque service, tout en mettant l'accent sur les points stratégiques. Nous avons ajouté beaucoup d'informations dans le budget brief afin de faciliter vos lectures. Donc, à certains moments, nous vous demanderons simplement si vous avez des questions ou des commentaires avant de passer à la section suivante. Si vous souhaitez qu'on approfondisse un point, nous le ferons avec plaisir. Nous concentrerons la rencontre d'aujourd'hui sur le budget brief, qui sert de document de référence principal. Si vous avez des questions liées au budget binder, je vous invite à les poser lorsque nous aborderons le département concerné. L'objectif n'est pas de faire une revue ligne par ligne, mais plutôt de garder une discussion stratégique et globale, à moins qu'une question précise nécessite une explication plus détaillée. Au cours des derniers mois, l'administration a travaillé avec rigueur pour élaborer un budget équilibré et responsable qui reflète notre engagement à maintenir et améliorer la qualité des services municipaux, tout en tenant compte de la croissance continue de notre communauté. Alors que certains départements conserveront leur niveau de service actuel, d'autres verront des ajustements ou bonifications afin de mieux répondre aux besoins de la population. Comme chaque année, nous avons procédé à une analyse approfondie de toutes les demandes budgétaires, incluant les ressources humaines, les projets capitaux et les initiatives stratégiques. Plusieurs rencontres ont lieu entre les chefs de département, la direction et l'équipe de finances pour réviser chaque poste, trouver des compromis et limiter l'impact sur la taxation. Grâce à ces efforts, la hausse initiale anticipée a été réduite de manière importante, tout en préservant les services essentiels et en respectant les orientations du plan de ressources humaines 2023 et 2026 et du plan de gestion des actifs. En résumé, ce budget 2026 est le résultat d'un travail collectif rigoureux, fondé sur la transparence, la prudence et la vision à long terme. Il répond à nos défis financiers, à la croissance rapide de la municipalité et à notre volonté d'assurer une prestation de services durables et de qualité pour nos résidents. Merci à toute l'équipe de direction pour le travail réalisé au cours des dernières semaines et merci aux membres du Conseil pour votre collaboration et votre ouverture tout au long de ce processus.
Merci, M. Dagenet. Alors, on continue.
Oui. Donc, la première section, c'est la section du sondage. Comme j'ai mentionné, là, on a été, je pense qu'on a bien résumé le sondage là, dans la section. Si vous avez des questions, vous pouvez les poser, sinon on va passer à la prochaine section.
Questions, commentaires, membres du Conseil? Non? On peut y aller, M. Dagenet.
Maintenant, cette page, on l'a ajoutée pour donner un sommaire qui justifie l'augmentation de 8,4 % de la taxation à un très haut niveau. Dans l'ensemble, l'augmentation des coûts de service de l'OPP, la stratégie du financement du complexe récréatif, les besoins liés à la réduction du déficit annuel en gestion des actifs, l'ajout des nouveaux postes temps plein, les ajustements de rémunération ainsi que la hausse des coûts d'assurance et de soutien informatique représentent un impact combiné d'environ 2,7 millions de dollars. L'augmentation du tax levy recommandée par l'administration s'élève à environ 2,5 millions de dollars. Bien que cette hausse soit nécessaire pour répondre à ces pressions majeures, il est important de souligner que les mesures d'efficacité mises en place par l'administration et les nouvelles sources de revenus permettent de couvrir l'ensemble des autres ajouts présentés dans ce budget brief qui qui ne font pas partie des augmentations principales mentionnées plus haut. En résumé, l'administration a fait sa part. En travaillant plus efficacement, en innovant et en optimisant nos ressources, nous avons réussi à réduire au minimum l'impact sur la taxation, tout en assurant la poursuite des services et des projets essentiels à la croissance de la municipalité. La prochaine section est sur... cette section présente à haut niveau des stratégies proposées dans le budget brief visant à réduire l'impact du budget 2026 sur la taxation. Oui.
Excusez-moi, M. Dagenet, conseiller Lorrain.
Yeah, sorry, are we supposed to ask questions now? Because I have questions on the previous
Okay.
page.
Yeah,
Yes.
go ahead, Councillor Lorrain.
Sorry.
No problem.
So I just wanted to clarify, if we can go back one slide, if you don't mind. So right there, under the section that says the 8.4% increase, you see the second one that says complex funding. And I just want to make sure I understand this wording here. And again, it could just be wording, but because you have it under the 8.4%, it says the draft budget includes 1% in taxation increase plus an additional 150% contribution for a total of 355, representing 1.7%. If I take that solely on it at its face, I would read that to say it's 1.7 of the 8.4, which is not correct.
No, it's 1.7 of the total tax levy.
Of the total tax levy. So I think that a correction here or an addition needs to be added here, because I would read it, and anybody else I think would read that as my taxes are increasing of the 8.4, 1.7 represents the rec complex, which is not correct.
I get
Right.
your point, but at the same time, if there wouldn't be any growth,
Then there would not be 150,000.
you're
Right?
sure? Well, maybe.
Okay,
We
one
wouldn't
at a
have
time.
put the
Can you-
150?
Pardon me?
If there wouldn't be growth, we wouldn't be putting the 150?
That is correct.
Extra?
That's as per resolution.
Okay.
We put 150,000 of growth. So if there is no growth, then you don't have 150,000. That's why I believe that sentence is misleading with the 1.7%.
Okay,
So I have a concern with that.
well, we can do the change.
Thank you.
But then all the other percentage I guess we'll just rewrite them to show that it's on the total tax levy and not just the extra 8.4%.
Members of council, do you need clarification on this point? All right. Monsieur Dagenet, can you clarify the 150,000? So our strategy for the rec complex was 1% per
Yeah.
year, compounding 1%. The 150,000, can you explain it to council?
Well, we take 150,000 from our new growth revenue, and we put it on top of the 1%.
Yeah, and that was part of a bylaw that came out in terms of preparing to fund for the rec complex when there was a growth to cover that. It was up to a maximum of 150,000.
Yes, it's a maximum of 150,000.
So because growth is there to pay for that, it's essentially part of the growth that's paying for the above and beyond the 1% in terms of our funding plan. And that, Councillor Lauren, if I remember correctly, started in 18 or 19?
No, the 150,000 actually started in 2016, I believe, for the final 2 payments of the sports dome.
And we just kept that
And
on.
then because it was allocated to recreation, it then transferred to the rec complex funding, and then we put it in bylaw when we created the policy on the 1%
1%.
for taxation plus the 150 for growth. So the 150 comes out of the 820,000 of growth, and the 1% comes out of the 8.4.
Councillor Deakin?
Bon matin, tout le monde. I'm just wondering what was the threshold for to hit that 150,000?
There was no threshold
There's
identified.
That the-
So it's 150 no matter what the growth represents year over year?
Correct.
Okay.
Councillor Lalonde?
Thank you. And just to clarify, was that to run concurrent with the 1% strategy to the extent that the 1% is set to expire a couple years from now, as is the case for the 150? Just to clarify.
Monsieur
Yes.
Dagenet?
Yes, it expires in 28. So we have another 3 years.
Councillor Lauren?
Yeah, so just because I was here at the time, the 150 was created first. That was part of the whole planning and financing of the complex. So pay for the recreation of the sports dome, pay for the complex. It was only after that, a few years after that, that we came in with the strategy of 1% for the rec complex for 10 years.
Councillor Armstrong?
Yeah, just to confirm, in my mind, the 1% for the rec complex, the last year is 2028. But in 2029, we will not see a corresponding decrease in our taxation. It's just that the increase will not carry on. It will hold on steady. Do I
That's correct.
understand?
And the idea
Good.
behind it, and correct me if I'm wrong, either Councillor Lauren or Monsieur Godin, the logic behind the 1% was that, one, it would help us to essentially create an amount as a down payment, if you want, and two, to offset what would have otherwise been a major increase for operations on the year that it opens. And so the idea, and that's what part of the beauty of this program, is that it covers those operations. And the idea of council at the time, and I believe Councillor Lauren was a spearhead on that, was to make sure that we were not shocking the residents with this new great facility, and then next year you have to pay $60, $70 more or $100 more per resident. Correct, Monsieur Godin? Yeah. Okay, Councillor Deacon?
I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but since we're on the topic of rec complex financing, on page 10, it says the phased funding strategy continues in 2027, requiring approximately 375. So just want to understand that figure is again a
That's-
1% plus 150.
That's correct. That should be roughly there.
Thank you.
200, yeah,
Yep.
1% is 200 something now.
Yeah, well, right now, the 1% is 206,000.
Yeah.
And we are anticipating that the 1% will be bigger next year. So that's why it's a little bit more.
That's amount. Councillor Lauren?
Yeah, because the question came out now, so that is not over and above our prescribed amount. You're just stating that it's going to require another one next year and another one the year after. It's not another 375,000 that we have to find somewhere.
No.
Is that correct? It's just a
Correct.
regular plan? Okay.
Okay, we're good. We're good to move on. Merci, Monsieur Dagenet. On continue.
Donc, la stratégie pour réduire l'impact du budget 2026 sur la taxation. Cette section présente à haut niveau les stratégies proposées dans le budget brief visant à réduire l'impact du budget 2026. Chacune de ces stratégies est expliquée plus en détail dans sa section respective, mais leur effet combiné pourrait, si le Conseil choisit de les appliquer dans leur totalité, permettre une réduction de taxation d'environ 6 %. Concrètement, cela ferait passer l'augmentation prévue de 8,4 % à environ 2,4 %, tout en maintenant la viabilité financière et la capacité de la municipalité à livrer ses projets et services essentiels. Nous y reviendrons à la fin des discussions budgétaires. Est-ce que vous avez des questions?
Juste un mot de caution, juste pour dire nos résidents qui écoutent, la façon que vous venez de nous l'expliquer, c'est qu'on peut enlever 6 % puis on réussit à tout faire comme il faut, sans problème. Sauf que we would punt problems down the road in terms of our asset management and so on. So just a caution as we present that before we talk about the actual budgets themselves. Right? That makes sense. At the end of the day, if we're reducing something today, we're not necessarily removing it. We're just passing it down to pay more next year or to catch up to it next year. So part of that 6.05% that we're able to reduce from the 8.4 would certainly impact us down the road, correct?
Some strategy, yes. Some
Yes, that's
strategies, no.
correct, yeah. So I just wanted to caution that, because or else we could have just stopped and said, okay, let's just go to 2.4 and we're
We
done.
could.
No. Okay, let's move on.
Could we still have our lunch? La prochaine section, c'est une perspective 2027. Donc, encore pour mettre un peu l'emphase que ce que M. le maire vient d'expliquer. Bien que les stratégies présentées dans le budget 2026 offrent plusieurs options pour réduire l'impact fiscal à court terme, il est important de reconnaître que reporter certaines pressions financières ne les élimine pas. Selon les engagements déjà connus et les prévisions actuelles, plusieurs augmentations de coûts inévitables sont à prévoir pour 2027. Nous avons une liste là, dans le budget brief. Voulez-vous que je passe au travers ou...
Je pense qu'on est correct.
Donc, même en tenant compte d'une croissance de la base de taxation similaire à celle de 2026, générant environ 820 000 de nouveaux revenus, il demeurerait un manque à financer d'environ 1,5 million de dollars l'année prochaine, équivalent à une hausse projetée de 7,4 % de taxation.
Monsieur Dagenet, je pense que le 2026 devrait dire 2025, si je ne me trompe pas.
Non, c'est 2026.
Ah, c'est 2026.
C'est la
Pour l'année,
growth qu'on
ok.
on s'attend pour 26.
Conseiller Lorrain? Lorrain, sorry.
Sorry, we're moving very fast here, and I've got a lot of notes I'm making here, but on the previous page of the realignment of corporate service cost recovery that you probably briefed over there, what is the offset to user fees?
I think we're going to discuss that when we get to the department
Yeah.
itself. It's just there as a placeholder to demonstrate, but I think when we go through the departments, we're going to get right into the options there.
Yeah, it's just a reminder that while you're taking it from one and moving it to the other, it's still coming out as an increase.
I think we'll get that explained in good detail, and I think there is some impact, but there is some aspect to proper financial accounting, if you want, that I think is not necessarily an increase. So I think we can cover that in detail when we get to that, if that's okay with council. Okay, all right, let's move on.
Dans le budget brief, les prochaines sections, c'est des tableaux, des graphiques qu'on présente à chaque année. Est-ce que vous avez des questions au sujet de ces tableaux, ces graphiques-là?
Councilor Lauren?
Yeah, sorry. I have another question about, we talk about phase-in 10-year, 12-year, 15-year. I just want to make sure I understand where we're going with that. Are we talking, because on your rationale page, it talks about a 10-year phase-in. On your strategy page, it talks about a 12 to 15-year. And then on looking ahead, it talks again about a 10-year strategy on the AMP. So I'm just trying to match everything off here.
Yeah, so again, I think these first few pages are demonstrating what the calculations were made, which is 10 years. And then they also have options of potentially lowering the impact on the levy for this year, which is the 12-year. And I think there's also a 15-year look. These are presented right now, but I think we should, when we go through, I think the best way to do this is as we go through the departments, once we finish the overall budget review, I think we should come back and look at these strategies, because that's where they'll make the most sense. At this stage, I think it's a little too early to dig into those. I'd prefer to have the full department presentations first. And the strategies are there to demonstrate options for council to consider. And that's why you're seeing different ones there. Is that correct, Monsieur Dagenet? Does that make sense?
Yes, you're correct. In
Yeah.
the budget 26, we've implemented the 10-year plan. So the 2.8% that was presented during the AMP. But as a strategy, if we want to reduce this increase, we'll be presenting option of a 12-year or a 15-year plan. Or also we could remove some assets, but we'll do a deep dive in that. It's the asset management's at the end after all the departments, but
Okay.
we'll be explaining that.
So you just said 2.8 asset management plan, but it says 3.15.
It's 3.15 because it's 2.8 plus all the requirements of the new assets we're introducing in the year. So because we have different capital projects that we'll be doing in '26, so the plan has always been to add a percentage plus the necessary requirements of the new assets.
So the 10-year plan is 2.8, and then as you add new assets, it increases.
Yeah.
So this year it's 3.15. Is that?
Yeah, that's it. Because we don't want to end up in 10 years and we still have a gap because we haven't budgeted for the assets we've added throughout that 10-year.
Merci. Any other questions at this stage? Okay, let's keep going. That
So any
particular
questions?
slide, in terms of tax increase and levy increase, if you're comparing, is just demonstrating the history there over the last few years. I think we're good. Councillor Lauren?
Yeah, just to show on one of the slides there, we have the second lowest residential rate in the United Counties. But again, we've moved up to the top in terms of total amount because of our average assessment. We have the highest average assessment in the United Counties. So while our rate is the second lowest, our total actual amount is higher.
So that gives us flexibility to go higher.
Mr. Dejeuner, I hope you're not coming in with that attitude, eh? Okay, let's move forward. Everyone comfortable with the rates and the average property assessments? Okay. The real impact.
So, the real impact, this is a new add-on for this year. So it represents the real impact of the 25 taxation increase. We can't give you this for the 26 because we don't know at this point how much the education levy is gonna be and how much the county levy is gonna be. But for 25, when we were presenting a 7.1 taxation increase, the real impact on our resident taxation bill was 4.89%. So that 7.1% is separated between the OPP levy that was 1.63%. So the rest was increase for the rest of the departments of the township. And then the county levy was 3.5%, and the education levy was 0%. So all these taxation increase combined brings us to a 4.89% increase.
And that's an important consideration to make, because often the number that comes out of here is the number that residents believe their full taxes are impacted, and that's not the case because of the county and the schools. And I think it's important that we also differentiate the OPP levy because it is completely out of our control. We are now being told it's limited to that 11%, which we'll talk to, but I think it's important to demonstrate that those we have no control as a council over. Any
No,
questions on this? No? Okay.
Next slide. It's the history of tax increase versus consumer price index. So again, it's pretty well explained in the budget brief. Do you have any questions on that?
Councillor Armstrong?
No, just a comment, and it's key here to, when I talk to people, to understand that the consumer price index that they see on the news and whatever at 1.7% is just on those consumer products that as a municipality, we consume very little of.
The
Okay?
basket of goods.
A basket of goods. So if I
Yeah.
go to the grocery store and it goes up 1.7%, that doesn't mean, you know, asphalt for paving a road or whatever goes up for 1.7%. People don't seem to understand that there are other indexes, and the last time I checked the non-residential construction index, it went up 1.6% last quarter alone.
Yeah, that's
So-
the building,
Yeah, so that's
Construction.
part of the building consumer price index, and that's important for people to understand, that we're subject to a different inflation rate.
I think it's a good item to highlight, Councillor Armstrong, thank you. HR.
En février 2023, le Conseil a approuvé le plan d'action en ressources humaines qui constitue un cadre stratégique visant à anticiper les besoins futurs en main-d'œuvre et à soutenir une prise de décision éclairée dans un contexte de croissance continue de la municipalité. L'année 2026 marquera la dernière année du plan de ressources humaines actuel. Après, un nouveau plan 2026 à 2029 sera élaboré afin de guider la stratégie en matière de ressources humaines pour le prochain mandat. Ce futur plan établira une feuille de route structurée et progressive visant à renforcer la capacité organisationnelle, à assurer la conformité législative et à favoriser l'engagement des employés. Dans le tableau présenté dans le budget brief, les postes ajoutés au budget 2026 sont indiqués en rouge, tandis que les nouvelles propositions qui ne faisaient pas partie du plan RH 2023-2026 apparaissent en vert. Pour le budget 2026, un ajustement au coût de la vie, le COLA, de 1,8 % avait initialement été appliqué pour tous les employés et les membres du Conseil. Cependant, nous venons d'apprendre que le taux réel sera de 2,1 %, ce qui nécessitera un ajustement budgétaire représentant un impact additionnel d'environ 50 000 $. Pour ce 50 000 $, la moitié qui va aller dans les user fees, puis l'autre moitié va être à peu près la taxation, give or take. On va devoir faire les calculs pour le budget final.
Juste une question de clarification, M. Dagenet. Pour le COLA, ça a été résolu par le Conseil de suivre, de faire un COLA chaque année, according to inflation, c'est ça?
C'est ça.
Oui, merci.
Puis à chaque année, on va de... c'est de septembre octobre à septembre. Fait que c'est pour ça que quand on a créé le budget, puis on a créé le draft, ben on s'attendait à 1,8 %, mais là, on a fait ça le mois passé. Fait que c'est pour ça que là, on vient d'apprendre là, que ça va être 2,1.
Et le 2,1 vient des Stats Canada, c'est ça?
Oui.
Oui, OK.
Oui.
C'est vérifiable pour nos résidents s'ils veulent vérifier.
Oui, c'est vérifiable. On
Merci.
peut le partager.
Merci.
Aussi, nous recommandons la mise en place d'une stratégie de remboursement structurée pour les repas et le millage qui vise à simplifier et uniformiser le processus des membres du Conseil et des employés. Inspiré du modèle déjà utilisé pour les augmentations salariales, qui est le COLA, cette approche permettrait d'ajuster automatiquement les taux de remboursement chaque année selon les barèmes établis par l'Agence du revenu du Canada. Les nouveaux montants seraient intégrés au processus budgétaire annuellement et entreraient en vigueur dès la première période de paye de la nouvelle année, assurant ainsi une gestion cohérente, équitable et conforme aux pratiques.
Merci. Councillor Lauren?
Yeah, so I'm going to talk about that first, the last part you just talked about, but then I have a couple questions on the chart that we've already just gone by. So I understand the meal allowance and the mileage stuff. My question to you is, whenever somebody travels, are they automatically allowed? I hate the terminology here, but I hope you understand what I'm saying. When you do a reimbursement, do you reimburse based on these total numbers and say, okay, well, this person gets would get $117 and whatever, regardless of whether they spent $117. That is what they're allowed to have spent, but if they didn't spend it, they still receive the $117.
So by receipt or by per diem?
Yes, if we would go with because the 100 and, sorry, what's the number you were saying, 100?
Well, just the total.
It's
Are we
about 108, it's about 100 and, whatever that number is,
That's our
$125.
current meal allowance?
Pardon me?
But
Is that the current?
No,
or it's
the
CRA?
proposed, so
The
2840, 2740, 5770, and 1150. So if I was a staff member and I went away for 3 days, I just put an expense request in to be reimbursed for all 4 of those fees per day, and I get that money back. I don't have to submit the receipts. I'm just getting that back. So whether I spent the $57 for dinner or not, I'm getting $57.
Yes.
Is that, because that's how the government works, right? And I hate that. Like, why would we not just be reimbursing actuals up to
So-
the maximum of those amounts?
So based on receipts, is what you're saying?
Yes, up to the maximum of these numbers.
Okay. Have we been practicing the per diem unstructured or with receipts in the past? Monsieur Godin?
Merci, Monsieur Mayor. Currently, the way our policy is written, it's like Mr. Desjardins mentioned, you're entitled to claim those amounts. We do, like, there isn't a policy restrictions as far as, like, if meals are provided, you can't claim, like, if you're
100%.
being provided dinner or lunch, you're not gonna be claiming it, right? But you're correct that we're not imposing receipts for those. And it's a balance of the administration of it versus the control of it. That's how it's been applied, well, since I've been here, and it hasn't been we haven't seen any abuse in it,
What-
or need
Just
to
one at a
revise it, but it's always something that we can look at when we're looking at policy.
Yeah, so that would be a policy review. Do we don't have an ability to kind of gauge an impact here at this stage in terms of the budget? No. Okay, I have Councillor Armstrong who had a follow-up, and then Councillor Deakin.
And just a comment, back in 1974, when I joined the Army, the federal government used to do everything based on actuals. And about 15 years later, they went to per diems, simply because the cost of accounting
Administration.
and administration of that was higher. Now, I don't know if that's the case today, because things are done electronically and can be simpler, but I think we'd need some sort of an exercise to determine if it's better off for the township to pay actuals or per diems. I really don't know. And I notice we don't have, probably because we don't travel too far, but we don't have per diems based on geographic area, which
No,
the
that's
government, the
correct.
federal government does have.
If you go up north
So
or- yeah.
that's, makes it easier than the federal government. I don't know what you would say. Somebody would have to sit down and do quite a detailed exercise on that.
Merci. So I'll pass it to you in a second, Councillor Deakin. I think that for the budget, this is a policy discussion, and so we can review that policy. But in terms of budget, we're just going based on current policy, and then we can just add that as a policy requirement to review that. Mr. Godin, does that make sense?
Merci, Mr. Mayor. So I think that makes sense. I mean, for the budget side, if we were to change that practice, I don't know that we would actually change any budget numbers. I wouldn't expect a large impact there. So to your point, for the budget exercise, I don't think we need to hash out too much in details on that question. The question of revising the policy, I mean, we do revise our policy. We try to stay up to date with our policies by revisiting them every 5 years at a maximum. When we do revisit this one, we can definitely look at that question and see, okay, well, is that something we need to consider? Unless council asks to fast track that revision, I don't think it's anticipated to be done this year necessarily. But again, that's up to council.
So just another comment on that. So you're demonstrating both, but you're just demonstrating that you made the budget calculation based on the CRA amount, but it doesn't change our policy just because we accept the budget, correct?
Well, when we did the budget, we increased it with inflation, and by looking at the numbers of the CRA, we think that the inflation of 2% will cover this extra in mileage and in meals.
Okay, but
So-
my point is that regardless of what we approve at a budget, our policy stands at the $80 per day right now, correct?
No, they're asking to increase it as part of the budget. We each incorporated
a
into the
policy.
2026 budget.
The remuneration policy dictates the $80, does it not?
So you're correct, Mr. Mayor. So
Thank you.
when I said we're not looking to update the policy, I meant the actual, like the technical pieces as far as what we're entitled to, what we're allowed. We're simply projecting here to increase the rates, right? The amounts that each meal,
But wouldn't that require a policy update?
it would require for us to bring it back.
So until the policy updates, it doesn't matter how much we put aside in the budget, it's still $80 today.
Oh, today
correct?
is, yeah.
Or today, or after we approve the budget, it's still $80.
Until we update the bylaw, yeah.
That's correct. So it's at the bylaw stage that we can argue or ask for a full report of what's the impact and so on. Correct? Okay, thank you. So Councillor Deakin was waiting, and then I'll get back to you, Councillor Lauren.
I just wanted to ask if the meal allowance covers the entire per diem, or if, I know that there's some places that have a per diem as a separate claimable.
No, I think for staff, the amounts, that's the full amount, correct? Yeah, it's $80 for the day.
Thank you.
Councillor Lauren, follow up?
Yeah, it's $80 for the day because they don't get a per diem because they're being paid for the day while they're gone,
That's correct.
on whatever. But as per this, the reason why it's in here is because you're asking to have it increased. And you have to do that by bylaw after the fact. But the fact is you've included in the budget and you want us to approve it as part of the budget to those rates. So that's why it's in here, right? And yes, we have to then change the remuneration bylaw or whatever the bylaw is for staff to have those rates. But it is part of the budget that you're asking for these increases, which is why it's in here, correct? Yes. Okay.
So just to make sure I understand, if we agree to the budget here, automatically we agree to the policy update?
Correct.
Well, I'm not sure that works that way.
When we bring back a budget for adoption, we always bring a series of bylaws, right? There's the bylaw for remuneration.
Oh, okay,
There's the
those are
bylaws for
bylaw.
payroll, where we have
The user
different-
fee by, okay.
So we include everything in what we're going to be proposing. We include them in the budget and we're presenting them here, so it's transparent.
Okay.
But there are some bylaws that have to be adopted.
All right, so you're asking for going from $80 to $131 for that. Councillor Lauren, I apologize if I misunderstood that.
Yeah, so that's all I was saying. I've done it in both worlds where I had the ability just to spend and be reimbursed, and I've done it this way here. And I can tell you that people, when it's done this way, people will spend the minimum amount on their meals, knowing that they're getting paid extra money just to go on the conference or go travel to here or there. And that's extra taxpayer dollars that they didn't spend on their meal, but we're giving it to them. So that's where I have difficulty. Even when I travel in my job, I get these exact same $131 per day allocation, and I struggle to put my claim in because I didn't spend it. So now, as a taxpayer and someone to sit up here, and we're going to see, and it's going to be minimal impact. I understand that, but it's still the fact that that's extra money that is being given out when people do travel. So that's where my comments come from.
Thank you. Any other comments on this item? Councillor Lauren?
Yeah, so on the page, now can I go back to the page before?
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
in this table that we're doing,
The staffing one?
No, the staffing one.
Yeah. This one,
Okay, the next one down, that one there. I just want to understand this, because the far right column is 2026. And you have, and the top one under rec complex staff, you've got a program manager, a project manager that are showing, included in the 2025 budget?
Yeah, so the hires haven't happened yet. They're happening.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so just to answer that question, so the column 2026 is a comparison to the HR plan that was presented in 2023. So initially, it was planned for 2026. When we did bring the budget for the 2025 budget, did include that program manager and that project manager, which were
Approved.
advanced. Some positions were delayed, some were advanced as we moved through the years. So this is correct, saying included in 2025 budget. We have hired our program manager.
Okay.
And the project manager is due to be hired shortly as well.
So the two requests that you're asking for this year are the one in the orange, the aquatic coordinator and the ice coordinator.
Yeah,
But the
that's
ice
correct.
coordinator was never part of the plan to begin with. It's a new
That's
position.
correct, exactly. And then those are all going to be presented by each department
Okay,
individually as well.
thank you.
Merci. Any other questions, Conseiller Lalonde?
So I just want to go back or forward, I'm not sure which, on the issue of the per diem. So I would have comments to make on that, but I understand that we'll actually defer them to when the budget is presented for approval, that we could have that a further discussion
No,
then.
no, I would encourage you to make your comments now.
All right, well, just to point out, I'll try to be brief. I mean, I spent 33 years traveling in my previous job and lived with that per diem arrangement. My experience over all that time was that often didn't have enough to cover the cost of the meal. I find that even today, it's far worse to go into a restaurant and get a Caesar salad and a Coke, $35. So I would caution us on that. I also used to use my per diem to pay for other people. Often I found myself having a lunch paid for, and I would actually, and I could see, I recognized I was saving some dollars from time to time, and I would use those dollars, depending on the circumstances, to return the favor on a meal. So all I'm trying to say is that I take Councillor Lauren's point that, if I knew someone who used to prepare sandwiches in their hotel room every day, so that they could save that money for their meals, but then they would go out for dinner, and save the daily meal for just the sandwiches and the boiled eggs, so that they had enough money to go out to the dinner, which of course was about 40% more expensive than the luncheon special price. So I just want to go to a voucher-based system is going to entail some accounting and verification, and to go through all that stuff. I'm not sure at the end of the day we come out on top, and the flexibility that it gave me for 33 years came in awful handy quite often. So I just want to leave it at that.
Merci, Conseiller. I guess we'll leave it at that for now, but this will be probably something we'll talk about before the end of the budget sessions. There is a difference of $80 to $131. And I think when we have people that are on the road all the time, the fact that you don't have to have receipts is great, but I don't think we have people that are in that role like that on the road all the time. So it's something worth looking at. Certainly if there was a receipt requirement, the value increase I think is an important one because prices have gone up drastically. But that's something we can discuss later as we get to the nitty-gritties. Thank you. We're good? We're good.
All right, so now we're at we'll be presenting the first department. It's Council, CAO, and Corporate Service. So I'll let our CAO start.
Merci, Mr. Degnan. So before we start, I just want to mention, so we don't have specific times for breaks or anything like that. So if you feel as things have been going along and we need a break, feel free to bring it up. Except for lunch, I guess it might be at a specific time. At noon?
That's
Okay.
noon? Okay.
Okay, so I'll start with, let me just catch up. Just a high level as far as council's budget goes. No significant changes here, except for one. So we have inflation applied to most lines, the 2%. And the other change that you're gonna notice in the council's budget is a $25,000 line, which is specific to be able to respond or to address some of the budget requests from committees of council. So that when we do have recommendations coming from committees to council that require some budget funding, we do have a budget line that has an availability of 25,000. So I think we did speak on that, receiving some of the requests in the previous few meetings. So that's the only real change of significance in the council's budget. So if there was any questions on that.
Councillor Deakin?
So on that topic, that's all committees, including accessibility committee, or is accessibility committee appearing somewhere else?
Monsieur Godin?
The request came, the $25,000 value, I believe, came from the accessibility committee, but the $25,000 in the budget is really open-ended for any committee. It's not specific to the accessibility committee. So it's to have some funding to be able to address those requests that do come in.
Thank you. Follow-up, Conseil Lalonde?
Yeah, I'd just like to clarify on the accessibility. There was an ask of $25,000 several weeks back, but in discussions that I had with Monsieur Dagenet a few days back, the adjustment that I plan to make to that ask, because of being able to identify other areas, for instance, in programs and grants and contributions, that will come down to more so $2,500. So if we're all working on the basis of $25,000 for the accessibility advisory, we should take that into account. It'll be more like $2,500.
Yeah, I think the 25,000 is to address any potential committee requests. Monsieur Godin?
That's correct,
Yeah.
exactly. And just for council's information, the requests that did come in over the last few weeks, they are included in the public and committee requests, budget requests documents. We will be going through either earlier this afternoon or tomorrow.
Councillor Armstrong?
Yeah, just am I visioning this how it will work in my head correctly? It'd be something like our community grants. Will we be establishing certain things set well in advance, such as the 2,500 for the accessibility?
I think
Bring that down and we'll see what we've got, if there are any additional or ad hoc requests that come up.
Monsieur Godin, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that was the intent, is that there is a pot of money, has to go through council approval on any of the expenses around those committees. And then we have a continuous update of it. Monsieur Godin?
Merci, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so there's the specific procedure isn't in place yet, but it would definitely be something like that. We can expect that going through the budget, the committee requests, council might approve some of them today. So from that 25,000, there might be 10,000 already allocated, which will there's going to be a remaining balance throughout the year where if committees do have requests, well, there's a fund, or at least there's an envelope there available to be able to address those requests.
Merci, Councillor Lawrence?
Yeah, I think you answered what my question was going to be, but just to be clear, so right now the request would come from resolution from the committee to council. Council would then make an amendment to the resolution and say money would come from this fund if approved. For today, you're saying that there's money already allocated in the budget or for those requests that are already included in the budget. Are they outside of the 8.4%? And the 25,000 is separate, or are you saying you're going to take those requests and eat into the 25,000?
Monsieur Godin?
That's second option. So
So
what I'm
second
saying is part of the 8.4%, there's a $25,000 in there.
Okay.
Any other questions on this particular department? Yeah, Councillor Deakin?
Thanks. I just had a couple of questions on can I jump into the area that's communication department and things like that, or is that yet to be presented?
No, that's part of this. Monsieur Godin,
Merci, Mr. Masso. No, it's yet to be presented. So right now,
Okay.
I'm only at the council piece. I'll be presenting the CEO department, and then Mr. Dagenet is going to present all the corporate services.
CAO department only, okay.
merci. Any other questions on this item? Just note that Councillor Lalonde left. C'est beau? Okay. No? Okay, moving along. Monsieur Godin, merci.
Merci, Mr. Mayor. So the next section is for the CAO's department, so we're still on that same page. The highlights, I have 3 highlights to present to council for the CAO's office's budget. So basically, the significant one is the addition of a new full-time employee. So I've added in the budget for this year a data and performance management analyst. It's a role that was in the HR plan. It was initially planned for 2014. We didn't see it necessarily as a priority in the last couple of years, but I am seeing now the need to add this position. As far as outcomes, what this is going to bring to the corporation, it's a position really to strengthen our ability to track progress, report on outcomes, and help council and the administration make some data-informed decisions across all departments. So it's a foundational step in building a culture of performance and transparency and accountability. And it's also going to give a bit of administrative support to the CEO's office, to myself, which I'm currently the only employee in that department. So it's to give me also a bit of support on that end. And like I said, to be able to kind of have a structure around our data management.
Councillor Lauren?
Since we're talking FT, I'm going to ask this question now. I'm assuming we've determined around what time of the year we're going to actually hire all of these FTE, which means staggered across. And I read in here somewhere where this is anticipated in Q4, this is anticipated in Q3. Don't know when you're anticipating this one, but can I assume that as part of the FTE increases of 3.93% that were set in the first pages, that the staggered times that they're going to start have been incorporated, or are those additional cost savings that have not been accounted for yet? So in this case, 115,000, are we saying that could be 90,000 because they're not going to start on on January 1st? Has that been taken into account or not?
Monsieur Dagenet?
Right now in the budget 26, they're taking into account how they're going to be presented to council today. So if it's written that it's being implemented in Q3, well, the amount that's in the budget 26 is the cost for that the FTE for Q3 and Q4.
Okay, so this one here is anticipated for when? Because it's saying 115,000.
This one's anticipated for Q1.
Yeah.
So if this goes through and when budget is adopted, I would move forward with the process to hire this one here. There are a few that are staggered, Q2, Q3, or Q4, but this one in particular is for a full year.
So if they're not listed, they're Q1, if it's not listed.
Yeah, I believe if some of them are in different quarters, you have that full price because you are still committing to a full year of salary in future years, but you'll still see the impact of the 2026 budget.
Okay, thank you.
Separately.
Councillor Deacon?
Oh, I was on the whole time. I'm excited to see the data and performance position coming in, and they say what gets measured gets done. I think it's a natural progression for the strategic plan to bring in this role. But I also just wanted to make a comment on things that are evolving, new tools, new potential for the township. And I believe that we haven't yet had a conversation at this council table about artificial intelligence and the township's approach to using artificial intelligence, incorporating it into a strategy around efficiency and service delivery, and to what extent. And I do believe that this falls under the CAO department. And so that's why I'd like to raise that I would like, before the end of this term, for council to have that discussion and to be able to provide administration with some sense of how artificial intelligence strategically, you know, at a high level, what council's thoughts are on these tools and how they can really transform the way that township delivers service and value to residents.
Thank you, Councillor Deakin. I agree. I know of a lot of organizations that are slowly implementing that into their processes, and I think there's a lot of value in taking a much closer look at that. Mr. Gaudin?
Merci, Monsieur Maire. And thank you for the comment, Councillor Deakin. So I think it's a very good one, and I agree. And I'm also looking forward to having a conversation with council on that. There are tools that we are currently using that do use AI, but I think it is important to have that high-level strategy to be able to really be aligned and to move forward with these great technologies. And you'll see in my next highlight, I mean, I do have a few studies in here, and the AI strategy was one of them that we considered, and that I didn't feel necessarily ready to jump into yet, given staffing, given that position that I'm proposing here, which would probably play a key role in some of those conversations, and just things from security on the IT side. But definitely for 2026, for this council term to have a discussion, I would welcome a strategic discussion at one of our council meetings that I could include in one of those meetings to be able to initiate that discussion, and it could speak to any scope or any policy direction that we want to implement moving forward.
Follow up, Councillor Deakin?
Just one more comment. I was at the Ontario East Municipal Conference, and I attended an AI adoption, in local government session, and the presenter was very helpful. It was very informative, but at one point she said, "When your organization decides to start using artificial intelligence," and I found that a little bit naive. I think that generative AI is being used by staff, and the extent to which administration and council is aware of the risks, the benefits, the extent to which it's being used. I think that would be ideal to just rest assured that administration is looking especially at the security and IT side of it for now until that strategic angle comes in. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think from an IT security perspective, the counties oversees that and puts a lot of protection certainly on township-related assets when it comes to IT. And so I think we are covered and continuously looked at regardless at that aspect. But in terms of information and stuff like that, certainly is something worth looking at. Monsieur Gaudin?
Wait, merci, Monsieur Maire. Is there any other questions on that point, or I can move on to the next one?
My only question is pertaining to the data management. So I support that. We've been talking about this, and so I'm excited to see this move forward. I would like to know, when can we expect KPIs around that position to really have a full, wholesome understanding of what added value that will bring? And I know that we've had the discussions, and I'm on the same page where we're going with it, but just for transparency purposes.
Merci, Mr. Maire. So are you asking about KPIs of the specific position, or are you talking about when you can start seeing KPIs and statistics from an organizational point?
Yeah, so it's a kind of a double-edged question. In hiring this new position, we are going to increase the amount of information, data that's going to be available for the public in terms of all aspects of operations here. So to understand what that data is going to be, the KPIs around that data is what I'm looking for, what kind of timeline after that position's created, so that we know that the money being spent there is really, like, this is the value of why we're spending this money.
So thank you for the question. So I would say throughout 2026, you'll have more information. I mean, when I go through the different studies that I'm proposing here as well, one is going to be directly linked with that position. That we currently track a lot of different statistics and have a lot of data through different softwares. If I can give you some high-level KPIs of outcomes that position is going to generate is to produce that data in an organized fashion, right? So we want to bring council more statistical information to be able to better understand our levels of service. And another piece is also to evaluate the efficiency in all our different softwares that we're using. Are we using the right ones? Are we duplicating any efforts with different softwares? Or having kind of that oversight to make sure we're being efficient. I can maybe dive into the studies now so that I can kind of speak to that more. It's about having, we already track a lot of information and a lot of data, but it's about having it in a structured and organized way, and having a framework in place to be able to know, or for council to know what to expect as far as what information is coming their way and how it's going to help make those decisions, specifically with budget, or after year end, there's going to be some like things like that. But throughout the year as well, there could be quarterly reports and whatnot. So so the corporate performance management framework, which was one of the 3 studies that's identified in the CEO's office, is I would like to hire this person before going through that study, because to me the study and the recommendations coming from it is going to kind of drive what the role, how that role is going to be effective, and we'll be able to show council at that point in time maybe more specific KPIs and outcomes from the position. So I'm not sure if that answered your question, or if you're looking for something more specific.
I think, that role for me, I believe, is, the data, providing the information for council decisions, but also provides opportunities for optimization. As you're saying, there's, similar data collected in different departments. Can they be cross-tabulated or cross-related? I think there's a lot of value, so I look forward to seeing that, and I look forward to the opportunity of seeing this was a good investment because of that data. So hopefully before the end of this term, we can see that, because I believe that, as Councillor Deakin mentioned, that data is such an important aspect to it, and what gets measured gets done.
Yeah, and I think the data management and presentation is going to keep improving every year. It's not going to be a certain date we're going to be at a point where, okay, great, now we have a perfect framework, but it is our intentions to have this, and the reasoning why I put a January 1st hire for this position as well, is I want to get it going early, because I would love to have some data to, when we enter into our strategic planning for the next term, I would love for that new council to have a baseline, right? Know where we are now, what our I think there's a general understanding or a general perception of our services, but it's mostly there's a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? Not narrative, but having that data to support and to quantify all of those services, I think, is going to be important and helpful for council to understand where we are and where there might be gaps and where we need to maybe invest, have further investment to improve our
I
services.
believe, as Councillor Deakin would say, it's like to be able to build the story behind why we're doing certain things and so on, correct? Yeah. Okay, that's awesome. Thank you very much. Any other questions on this particular item? Okay.
So the second highlight for the CEO's office was the 3 different studies. So I've spoken to the corporate performance management framework. So like I said, this is really to have structure behind our data collection and presentation. So I've spoken on that one, to increase accountability and transparency, essentially, and help council make an informed decision. The other 2 studies that I have listed are an office space needs analysis, which might be a year overdue, in the sense that we've been adding a lot of staff to the organization, and currently we have staff that's moving from office to office, because we're at a maximum as far as capacity to really house our staff. We have a lot of potential. We own a lot of assets that have potential, and there are areas where we don't necessarily need to build an expansion to the town hall, for example. There might be some spaces where that can be used or maximized. So the idea here is really to have a step back and an overview of all our assets and make sure we're maximizing them and looking at all different options as well. Do we need more offices? Is there different working models where we have more and more working from home arrangements? So is there some shared spaces? Things like that. It's really where it's to take that step back and look at that, ask ourselves that question, and have an organized plan to make sure that we're making the investments at the right place, and that we're forward-looking as well, knowing that we're going to keep on having growth and we're going to keep on adding staff. So we want to make sure we're organized and ready for those staff to come
Thank
to
you.
work.
Councillor Deakin?
Being so close to Ottawa, we're seeing play out in real time what happens when there are sudden shifts in policy in terms of work from home, return to office. I'd like to understand from administration's perspective if there's anything that is needed from council to ensure that that study is able to reasonably predict what the need is going to be. And I have to say I've seen this in the city of Ottawa as well recently, and wanting to be really clear on the lines in terms of where the decision is made for those work from home arrangements in particular.
Monsieur Godin, comments on that?
Merci, Monsieur Maire. So right now we have some administrative, we have public policies, we have administrative policies, right? So we have a work from home policy, and we have and so to answer your question right now, I don't think anything is necessarily required from council as far as to keep implementing that and to keep that program in place. It's been going well. We're reviewing, right? It's something that was new after COVID, but and it's evolved. And if we identify any issues, we're able to adjust, and then we have that flexibility. So I think, I don't know if that answers your question, but I think for now we're good as far as needing any council support. But if council has any questions about those policies, we're happy to respond to those as well.
Thank you. Follow up, Councillor Deakin, then Councillor Lauren.
Thank you. Yes, it's my perspective that that would be an administrative decision.
Thank you. Mr. Godin?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So that's my perspective as well, until that ever impacts service levels to residents, right? So we wouldn't want to close the office for a day, for example. But as long as we're not, like, the guidelines internally is if we have a policy in place and it doesn't impact the residents as far as being able to respond and deliver services required, I agree with you that it's an internal policy.
Councillor Lauren?
I would probably believe that this new data management person or whatever they're called, data and performance management analyst will be able to review performance of staff as well and see that there has been no downward shift based on working from home, and therefore no change should be required if that's what it shows. It's been a directive from the federal government, the provincial government. Other municipalities have come out and brought it to council to make a decision on things like this. I don't disagree that administration, as long as you're seeing the results, should be able to maintain the policy, but any changes to the policy would require council's endorsement, I would assume. So.
Monsieur Godin?
No, yeah, that makes sense.
Any other comments on this item? Councillor Armstrong?
Just in the long-term office needs analysis, as we keep growing, obviously we're going to grow in staff, but that may also require some capital investment into some significant office space, and that would have to be into our long-term, and I would hope to see it probably not till 2027, some sort of a plan for that. And not only just how much space, but where the space is, because we have space out behind, but that's valuable commercial space. Should it be somewhere else that may be less valuable, but still effective? And that's all something that I have to get back to Councillor. Data performance management analyst would be looking into, I would think, sometime.
I think that particular study is going to look at current and future needs, and so that's a good basis to start having those discussions if they're there. Monsieur Godin?
Oui, merci, Mr. Maire. So yeah, that study will look at current and future, and have a big emphasis on future, because we want to be organized, and because there will definitely be some significant capital investments required, most likely. We want to make sure we're doing that with foresight of what's coming in, not just the next 3 years, but beyond that. Definitely. And the third study in my highlights is for the 2027-2030 strategic plan. As council knows, there's elections in 2026, where we will have a new council in November of 2026. So we'd like to start the legwork as far as preparing the next strategic plan. It's going to be an effort going over 2020. We're not going to finish this in 2026. We're probably going to start in the second half of 2026 to be able to have kind of sorry, I'm just going to go back to my notes. We want to begin doing the legwork, the groundwork, as far as having that data or having a structured approach to strategic planning for 2026 or for the next council, and also maybe begin some stakeholder engagement, which is a piece which wasn't necessarily included in the last round, but we've heard from council it's something that's being looked for. When we went through the public engagement policy or review, it's something that I think we're seeing we can be better at. So we want to incorporate some of that in this round of strategic planning. So that's going to require that we do start in 2026 to be able to be ready for that new council and to move forward with that important phase of implementation of a new council to have a strategic plan early or mid 27.
Absolutely. And that's been typical, right? We, every time a new council comes in, within the first 6 months, we have that strategic plan that gives direction for the coming term, right?
Yeah, ever since I've been here, so at least since 2014, we've always had a strategic plan, and every council term we renew it based on council's vision.
And it certainly helps guide, every priority and so on.
Exactly. It ensures alignment between the administration and council. I think it's a really key plan.
Key. Councillor Deacon?
Thanks. I'd also, bringing in this data and performance role before that new strategic plan is kicked off, seeing what the previous strategic plan was able to accomplish. I've really appreciated the periodic updates from the CAO on where the strategic plan is at, what's on track, what's lagging, what are challenges that are coming up, and opportunities. And just thinking ahead to the end of this term, which is right around the corner, being able to understand what was the township able to accomplish and deliver for folks. It's just important, I believe, to backcast in order to move forward as well and incorporate that into the planning process.
I think, thank you, Councillor Deegan. I think that was mentioned, you had mentioned this before, and I 100% agree. So, moving forward, the strategic plan is not just looking forward, but also looking back, what worked, what didn't work, and where, any shortfalls and so on. So I think that's a very important one, especially with a new council coming on board. Thank you. Any other comments on this particular report item? No. Okay, moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to circle back on those 3 studies, so they're mainly funded through reserves. These are they're one-time expenses that as we call them. We're not going to increase taxes for a specific reserve that we need this year to reduce in next year. So with the exception of a $25,000, that's going to help with strategic planning. The rest is all coming from council, not from council, from reserves.
Just a quick question. On the office space needs analysis, because it's related to growth, is that something that comes from DCs? No, right? Because it's operational?
Yeah.
It's admin, okay.
So it does not come from DCs, but it does come from our growth management reserve, which is funded through when we have more tax revenues that we had anticipated because there was additional growth. So there is that relation there. It's not coming from that reserve isn't funded by an increase in taxation rate. It is funded from growth, but just not development charges.
Excellent. Thank you.
And I have one
Sorry.
final. Oh, sorry.
Pause for the cause? Yeah, okay.
One final quick highlight is just, so most of the GL lines in the CO's office didn't go beyond inflationary increases, with the exception of legal fees, which you'll see has increased from 40 to 60,000. What that GL line covers legal fees for the entire corporation, not just for the CEO's office. We wanted to have that one central line in the budget. Given that we never know which department is going to have additional legal fees because it's not necessarily something we're planning for. I've increased it from 40 to 60 just to reflect the 4-year average last 4 years.
Thank you, that's sound. Okay, so we're going to move to the clerk's department. Before we do so, let's take a 10-minute pause for the cause. Thank you. OK. Merci beaucoup. Alors, on est de retour et je pense qu'on s'en va au Clerk's Department. Madame Camille-Laflamme? Monsieur
Oui.
Dagenet? Oui.
Oui, je vais faire une introduction, puis Madame Laflamme va pouvoir prendre le flambeau. Donc, avant de présenter les ajouts au département de services corporatifs, j'aimerais vous parler un peu de notre vision pour le département du département. C'est un département qui, depuis plusieurs années, a beaucoup donné pour soutenir la croissance de la municipalité. Pendant que nos services et notre population augmentaient, nos ressources, elles, sont demeurées pratiquement les mêmes dans certains de nos départements, comme les ressources humaines, communication et le service de la greffe. On a continué à livrer la marchandise, mais aujourd'hui, on a atteint nos limites. Nos systèmes sont désuets, plusieurs processus sont encore manuels et trop d'heures sont consacrées à des tâches administratives qui pourraient être automatisées. Pendant qu'un département comme infrastructure peut suivre en temps réel la quantité d'eau dans nos tours d'eau, nous, en finance, nous ne pouvons pas savoir en tout temps combien d'argent se trouve dans nos réserves. Ça démontre clairement le besoin d'évoluer. Les services corporatifs sont les piliers de toute l'organisation. Chaque département dépend de la qualité de nos services, que ce soit pour les finances, les ressources humaines, les communications ou le département de la greffe. Investir dans Corporate Service, c'est investir dans tous les autres départements. Notre objectif, avec les ajouts proposés cette année, c'est de moderniser nos façons de faire, réduire le travail manuel et donner à notre équipe les outils et les ressources nécessaires pour livrer un service à la hauteur de la croissance de la municipalité. Ce n'est pas une dépense, c'est un investissement pour rattraper le retard accumulé et bâtir une base solide pour l'avenir. Nous allons commencer avec le département de la greffe. Donc, c'est un service au cœur de la transparence et de la gouvernance municipale. Il assure la conformité avec la loi sur la municipalité, la gestion des procès-verbaux, l'accès à l'information, les règlements, les licences et plusieurs autres obligations légales. Le volume de demandes citoyennes a beaucoup augmenté au cours des dernières années, sans ajout de personnel depuis 2021. Le poste d'assistant administratif proposé vient donc offrir un soutien essentiel pour les procès-verbaux, la gestion des accès à l'information et à la conformité légale, tout en permettant au personnel actuel de se concentrer sur les responsabilités législatives plutôt que sur des tâches administratives répétitif. On propose aussi l'ajout d'un logiciel de gestion des demandes d'accès à l'information. Le suivi manuel devient de plus en plus difficile et cet outil permettra de mieux respecter les délais légaux et d'assurer une gestion plus efficace des dossiers. En somme, ces ajouts permettront à la greffe et à son équipe de maintenir la qualité du service, de renforcer la conformité et de moderniser ses façons de faire pour soutenir l'ensemble de l'organisation.
Merci. Conseiller Laurent?
Yeah, sorry. I probably, as we get into it, I see, the clerk's highlight, the first thing is going to be a staff. And so the question that I have, and I probably should have asked this from the beginning of the day, when we are allocating a dollar amount here for any new staff, any new FTE, last one under Mr. Gadet, 115,000, this one 90,000, are these fully loaded amounts? And are they top of band plus salary and benefits? Or is it, what does that encompass? I just want to make sure.
Yeah, last year we
you.
decided to go with the top grid strategy. So from now on, when we present a new EFT, it's the top grid plus all benefits.
Salaries and benefits,
Yeah.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just wanted to be clear on that.
Donc, est-ce que vous avez d'autres questions ou est-ce que
Pas
Mme
présent, non?
Camiri voulait rajouter?
Non, vous avez très bien expliqué. Merci.
Questions, comments on this item? How does the add-on position in terms of our HR plan? Was this position accounted for?
Yes, there was a position last year that got pushed to 226.
Thank you. Councillor Deacon?
In terms of level of service, I saw that this individual role would be placed at the reception desk. Would there also still be reception staff?
Thank you, Councillor Deakin. Monsieur Dagenet, Madame Camille-Laflamme.
Okay. Yes, we'll still have a receptionist like we have right now. It's because a lot of the times we have resident that comes in and they don't have an appointment and they need something from the department of the clerk. So by having someone at the reception, we'll be able to help these residents live instead of having to do a meeting or an appointment or call up, have an employee that's already doing something needs to stop, come down and help that resident. So it's, we think it's going to be an added bonus for everyone.
Thank you. Any follow-up on this item? Merci. On continue.
Département des communications. Le département des communications est un service essentiel pour assurer la transparence, la confiance et la responsabilisation entre la municipalité et les résidents. Le rôle du département n'est plus seulement d'informer, mais d'engager la population. Avec une communauté qui ne cesse d'augmenter, la demande pour une communication claire, bilingue et accessible ne fera qu'augmenter. Le poste en communication proposé cette année permettra de renforcer la capacité du service à adopter une approche plus proactive que réactive. Ce poste soutiendra la gestion des communications, les médias sociaux et de la transparence publique, tout en répondant aux besoins grandissants des départements, du conseil, des résidents et des grands projets municipaux tels que le complexe récréatif et toutes les consultations publiques. L'ajout de cette ressource aura également un effet positif sur le département des technologies et de l'information. En effet, un employé présentement consacre actuellement 50% de son temps aux communications. Avec la création de son nouveau poste, cette ressource pourra désormais consacrer la totalité de son temps, consacrer 50% de son temps au département de IT. À titre d'exemple, lorsqu'un employé ou un conseiller éprouve un problème avec son iPad, il doit actuellement s'adresser avec la gestionnaire administrative. Ce n'est pas idéal, puisqu'elle devrait pouvoir se concentrer sur ses projets prioritaires plutôt que de résoudre des problèmes techniques. Cette situation illustre clairement la nécessité d'ajouter une ressource dédiée à la gestion des besoins en IT. L'ajout d'une nouvelle plateforme de participation citoyenne sur notre futur site Web est aussi une étape importante. Cet outil recommandé par notre étude sur l'engagement public permettra aux résidents de participer plus facilement aux consultations et de s'impliquer activement dans les décisions municipales. Finalement, des formations spécialisées comme la certification IAP2 et la formation en langage clair permettront à l'équipe de continuer à améliorer la qualité et l'accessibilité de nos communications. En résumé, ces investissements visent à moderniser nos outils, renforcer la communication avec la communauté et assurer un dialogue plus transparent et inclusif avec nos citoyens. Est-ce que vous avez des questions?
Councillor Deakin.
Merci. En tant que le Public Engagement Platform, and I appreciate and I see the training from the IAP too as well, which will play into improving public engagement from that particular team. I'm just wondering, we saw more recommendations come back, I believe, in the action plan. And so I'd like to understand if we're likely to see more coming forward or if these were specific budget-related parts of the action plan. And there are other things happening on the administration, operational side.
Monsieur Dagenet, Monsieur Godin.
We still plan on bringing an action plan and present it to council. It will be done in November. But for the monetary needs, they're part of this budget, the 26 budget.
Follow-up, Councillor Deakin?
Just one more thing on that, thank you. For the platform in particular, I've heard mixed reviews from a couple of smaller municipalities. I'm interested, especially, you know, coupling it with the website, to see the engagement platform launched, and also in a couple of years as tools evolve and new opportunities for engagement arise, I'm sure for council to be able to understand the value of that over, you know, a pilot, so to speak, in a couple of years, because that is quite a hefty operational budget requirement year over year. I believe it was 20,000 or more. So excited to see that come on, and as well down the road for council to understand the value sort of through that testing in the first couple of years.
Thank you, Councillor Deakin. Any other questions or comments on this? Conseiller Lalonde?
Yeah, just a clarification, that position, the new full-time FTE, am I mistaken? I don't see it in the previous slide for the HR status plan. What would, is there a reason why it's not there
Monsieur
in the
Desjardins?
previous slide?
It was part of the HR plan that was approved in 23. I was going to get to
If we go back to
slide.
that,
Yeah, it's there.
yeah, in there, I don't see it. Oh,
It's under
I
the
see it now.
CO office.
thank you so much.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So that just represents about a 58% increase in the salary costs for that particular department once you add everything to it. So something to keep in mind. Okay. Any other questions? Moving along.
Département de développement économique et communautaire. L'année 2026 marque le début de la mise en œuvre du nouveau plan d'action quinquennal adopté à la suite du plan stratégique du département qui vise à stimuler la croissance économique, la vitalité communautaire et la préparation à l'investissement. Concrètement, plusieurs initiatives prévues cette année soutiennent directement les priorités de l'étude. La relance des événements communautaires comme le Meet Me on Main Street et le Rendez-vous des saveurs locales, le marketing du parc industriel, l'ajout d'outils d'intelligence économique pour appuyer nos efforts d'attraction d'investissement et le développement d'un hub interactif sur notre nouveau site Web qui servira de vitrine pour les entreprises et les organismes locaux. Nous investissons aussi dans des projets structurants comme l'étude stratégique des terrains industriels qui rentrera la prochaine phase d'expansion du parc industriel et le CIP sur le logement abordable et la densité pour appuyer les promoteurs qui souhaitent répondre aux besoins réels du marché. En parallèle, le département continuera de renforcer les liens entre les employeurs, les écoles, les jeunes, d'encourager l'achat local et d'améliorer la qualité de vie dans nos noyaux urbains et des travaux d'embellissement et de reconnaissance communautaire. En somme, le budget 2026 du développement économique et communautaire met la table pour bâtir une communauté dynamique, attractive et prête à accueillir la croissance des prochaines années. Est-ce que vous avez des questions?
Questions, commentaires. Alors, je vais commencer avec conseiller Lalonde.
Yeah, thanks for that. Maybe the question is to explain a little more of what is meant on the language used for development of affordable housing in the 30,000. Do we have something specifically in mind on that front? What does that mean? Development of affordable housing. Thanks.
Monsieur Desjardins.
Well, right now there's different municipalities that offer a CIP for affordable housing. So we, after a lot of discussion this year, talking with different entities. We've realized that if we could bring a CIP like that into our township, we could help these projects go forward. And we're bringing a little, I don't want to say a spin, but we also want to help out the density. So by also talking with different developers, we've realized that sometimes they need a little bit of help to be able to go the extra level. So if they're thinking of building a 2-story high building, what can we do to help them go to a 3-story high? So that's why we're gonna do the study, and we're gonna be working on this CIP. We're not sure where we're gonna end up, but if there's something we can do to help that, we'll definitely be able, we definitely wanna help, because we know we only have a certain amount of land, so we must start helping the density in our township.
Merci, Monsieur Dagenet. Follow-up, Councillor Lalonde?
Yeah, thanks for that. And I know from the ROD, the Rural Ontario Development Program, that the thrust of that program is directed mostly at economic development more than anything else. And I'm just wondering whether there might be other grants more pointed towards affordable housing issues particularly that you might be looking at also. Thanks.
Monsieur Dagenet?
Well, the ROD has different, what's the term? I guess phase. So the phase 1, yes, was more economic development, but the phase 2 is open for these types of projects.
Merci. Conseillère Deacon?
The beginning of this section talks about township adopted a new strategic plan. I believe that's in Monday night's council agenda, asking for adoption. So I'd just like to understand procedurally if we're making decisions on this tonight and have today or tonight or tomorrow, and we have not yet adopted that strategic plan. Is there any concern in terms of critical path?
Yeah, Monsieur Dagenet?
Well, the way I see it is we're going to be presenting this next week, and the budget will only be adopted later on in November, so you will have seen the strat plan.
Okay.
Councillor Armstrong?
Yeah, I am key on the physician attraction and health center development aspect with our growth, and we're getting a lot of people from not just Ottawa, but some other areas of Ontario, and they, of course, have to leave their physicians behind when they move here. So I've heard a lot of talk about a need for physicians in the area. But what I want to combine that with is what we've previously discussed in other council meetings, the need also for daycare facilities. And we'll discuss the daycare, of course, later on in this meeting. But bring that all together with a strategic plan for what we're going to do with some of our lands that will become surplus, if you want to call them that, when our recreation complex becomes available. These are some things I'd like to ensure are being considered in physician attraction, health center development, and we'll be talking about daycare needs, et cetera, in throughout this entire plan. Is it all integrated?
Monsieur Dagenet? Monsieur Godin?
Well, if I can start, if we will be doing a study on what we'll be doing with those assets, so definitely.
That'll be part of the discussion.
It'll be part.
Yeah. Comfortable with that? Any other questions? Councillor Deacon?
I'm interested to see that CIP, what administration brings forward and recommends in terms of how it's structured and what sorts of projects it's meant to support. Certainly from the the Affordable Housing Committee, we saw that one of the greatest needs and the hardest things to mobilize in a community such as ours is deeply affordable housing, and not just workforce housing or further density. That actually a lot of the growth in housing across Canada and locally is in more dense housing, reacting to market pressures. It's really that deeply affordable housing aspect that is not available currently in our community, and that could benefit most from local government support. Similar to the question that I had about the Public Engagement Action Plan, just looking for an update on the Affordable Housing Action Plan and wanting to understand what other elements of that action plan are being mobilized, and if they're simply not mentioned here because they don't have direct budgetary implications.
Monsieur Dagenet?
Well, part of our business plan was to take the year of 25 and to really analyze the situation. So we're still doing this, but we'll definitely come back with a report on this at the start of 27. So just to show what we're planning to do, an action plan on that.
Start at 26 or 27?
Sorry, 27. 26.
26, okay.
Yeah.
Are there potential budgetary implications that we are now not seeing because of that report? Are there concerns around that?
Right now, we only had the CIP in the 26 budget.
Okay. Councillor Lalonde.
Yeah, I'll be looking forward to that. You know, with Councillor Deacon talks about deeply affordable, and we also talk about purpose-built. You know, we have examples now quite exciting with Maison Interlude about to get going, and being able to offer accommodation for not just people escaping intimate partner violence, but also adults with developmental disabilities being housed in that facility. And then I think of Foyer Saint-Jacques that is sitting there empty, not being used, and the other needs that we would have, that I'm hoping that in that plan or that analysis that things like what the current day's government has actually talked about itself, which is, you know, waiving or reducing or eliminating DC charges or permit fees or site plan analysis fees, and speeding up that process for groups like that will be captured in that analysis to see what it is as a municipality that we can do where we're not necessarily giving up land for free, but we're certainly coming up with opportunities to reduce or eliminate fees in cases like that. So I hope that's going to be a part of that analysis. Thanks.
Merci. Any comments, Monsieur Dagenet?
Well, part of this CIP, well, in a CIP, sometimes you can offer special rates for building permits and decrease the DC fees and all that. So definitely that will be part of this study.
Thank you. Councillor Lauren?
One of the things that I've heard over the years, and I'm sure council has all heard this as well, is one of the biggest things that we have an issue with in our municipality is the fact that we have no hotel space, right? Yes, we have one. There's one place down at the Vars Industrial, but that's it. There's a few bed and breakfasts around, but that's very limited. With the recreation complex coming, I know I thought we had done some sort of a study for hotel engagement and whatnot, especially with some additional land that we have over by the rec complex or lands down by the 417. Is that part of our economic development plan that we're working on, and when should we hear more about that? Because obviously with tournaments and people coming to the community, the growth, people need places to stay. What is that going to look like?
I think did we not update the feasibility study this year?
For
Did-
hotel,
yeah,
that was
did-
done in 24.
Last year?
Yeah.
So,
And we have shared this study with
yeah.
3 or 4 different investors. So people are looking. So we're definitely working on that. But in the one of the recommendation from that study is they were suggesting that we should almost redo it after the rec complex is
Yeah,
built.
once you have
So,
demonstrated
yeah,
numbers.
so
Because it's still very much forecast-based and so on. Get chicken and egg, as Councillor Deacon just mentioned. But we have had that study, and that study's been updated year over year. And I could tell you, as someone who used to teach making studies like that, the numbers are still very low here. And so unless the rec complexing brings in major difference, it'll be a challenge. The growth of the industrial park, though, it does make it interesting. So definitely worth looking at, keeping up to date. Okay. Any additional questions on EcoDev, Community Dev? Non? Je pense qu'on est bon, on continue.
Parfait. Maintenant que le département de finances. C'est un service central qui assure la gestion du budget municipal, de la planification financière à long terme, des réserves, du financement de la gestion des actifs et des rapports financiers. À mesure que la municipalité grandit, le département doit moderniser ses outils et ses processus afin de maintenir le niveau de service attendu, de respecter les exigences réglementaires et de soutenir une prise de décision éclairée à travers tous les départements. Le budget 2026 inclut deux initiatives clés pour amorcer cette transition. D'abord, la mise en place d'une stratégie de financement sur 3 ans pour moderniser notre logiciel financier principal. Le système actuel, Diamond, ne sera plus supporté après 2028 et les nouvelles plateformes se situent désormais entre 100 000 à 125 000 par année, comparativement à 65 000 Plutôt que d'absorber cette hausse d'un seul coup, on propose une augmentation graduelle de 20 000 par année sur 3 ans afin d'équilibrer l'impact sur la taxation. Ensuite, une étude opérationnelle du département des finances voudrait être lancée en 2026 afin d'analyser la structure, les rôles et les responsabilités de l'équipe ainsi que les technologies utilisées. Plusieurs processus reposent encore sur des outils style Excel ou sur des suivis manuels. Cette étude permettra de déterminer comment les nouvelles technologies peuvent améliorer l'efficacité du département et réduire la pression sur les ressources humaines. En résumé, cette initiative vise à moderniser nos outils financiers, à accroître l'efficacité opérationnelle et à préparer la municipalité à une gestion durable et performante pour les années à venir.
Merci, Monsieur Dagenet. Councillor Lawrence?
I got to tell you, it's very, nothing for the administration, but it's very disappointing that we've invested significantly in this Diamond software over the years to get better at what we were doing from the time when I first started, and Madame Bezinet has been here that whole time, and we sat in this room and did all this stuff, and it was very manual based, and then we started, implementing all these Diamond programs, and year after year, we're getting better, and then all of a sudden now we're going to be told, well, they're no longer going to support it, and we have to change software, and we have to change this. So it's very frustrating sitting up here hearing that after the thousands and thousands of dollars of investment that we did as a municipality to that program. So, but I mean, obviously, we don't want to go backwards. So we need a proper software and whatnot to do that. So, but I can tell you, reading this was very disappointing.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Merci. Councillor Armstrong.
Financial software modernization, but other software modernizations have come to my mind in this last week. I read about Amazon providing cloud storage and having their cloud storage go down, and it caused some significant concerns in many businesses. My question becomes, what do we have for data protection? Is it included in this to ensure that we have recovery if one of these apparently now very few cloud service providers in the world do go down?
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Monsieur Dagenet?
I'll try to answer that question the best as I can, but Diamond is on our hard drive, so it's not a cloud.
It's local.
Server base. It's not a cloud base, but definitely where we're going, it's going to be cloud based. So we'll definitely need to
Build in redundancy.
yeah, and our IT department at
Counties.
the county will help us with that, and we're not the only township in the county that's affected with this. Like I'm sure other municipalities in the township are using Diamond, so they'll have to switch too. So we'll go through an RFP for that. That'll be done in the future, but yeah, we've already started looking around, and it's more expensive than what it used to be.
Merci, Councillor Deacon, then Councillor. Oh, Councillor Laurie?
Yeah, it's just, I mean, we built all the different components over the years, and now you get to a place, and now it's like, well, now I got to replace that whole place, not just the components as you go along. So it's a tough pill to swallow. So yeah, I like the phased-in approach, obviously.
Yes, and by talking with this couple of different sales rep, they're talking about an implementation of a year to replace a software like Diamond. So it's definitely something we need to plan ahead, because it's not a 2-3 month thing. It's going to add a lot of work on the financial team.
Thank you. Follow-up, Councillor Laurie?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the positive is we still have 26, 27 that is going to be fully supported, and 28, obviously, 28. So we have the time to match off system to system so that we don't get in a situation where all of a sudden we're rushing to implement it and have that other system go down or not supported anymore. So, you know, we've seen that happen in other levels of government, and it was just a disaster. So I'm assuming we're going to get that implemented and have at least a full year's worth of side-by-side comparison in software. So,
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on this item? No?
I was just thinking of Phoenix.
I didn't want to say it.
Don't say that.
All right, moving on to more serious items.
All right. Département des ressources humaines. Le département, c'est un service essentiel qui soutient l'ensemble des initiatives de la municipalité en favorisant une main-d'œuvre diversifiée, un recrutement efficace et un engagement constant du personnel. Le département est responsable de la paye, de l'administration des avantages sociaux, de l'intégration des nouveaux employés, ainsi que du développement et de la mise à jour des politiques internes. Depuis quelques années, le rôle du département des ressources humaines a considérablement évolué. Les exigences liées à la conformité, au soutien aux gestionnaires et à la culture organisationnelle se sont multipliées, alors que l'équipe demeure la même taille. Le budget 2026 prévoit donc l'ajout d'un poste à temps plein qui viendra remplacer le poste saisonnier prévu dans les budgets antérieurs. Cette nouvelle ressource permettra de mieux répondre à la demande croissante des services en RH, de soutenir les initiatives stratégiques en matière de main-d'œuvre et d'intensifier les efforts de mobilisation et du développement organisationnel. Le budget introduit également une stratégie de financement sur 4 ans à raison de 25 000 $ par année afin d'assurer une planification plus stable et prévisible. Cette approche permettra d'appuyer plusieurs volets essentiels, dont la mise à jour des descriptions de postes, la révision des grilles salariales, les études comparatives de rémunération et la modernisation des politiques en ressources humaines pour maintenir l'équité interne et la conformité législative. En résumé, ces investissements permettront à l'équipe des ressources humaines de moderniser ses pratiques, de mieux soutenir nos employés et nos gestionnaires et d'assurer la pérennité de notre capacité organisationnelle dans un contexte de croissance continue. Est-ce que vous avez des questions?
Merci, M. Dagenet. Questions, commentaires là-dessus, membres du Conseil? On peut continuer. M. Dagenet, merci.
Maintenant, on arrive à nos projets capitaux. Donc, un des plus gros projets présentement que le département de Corporate Service a, c'est la modernisation de cette salle-ci, la salle Gaston-Patnaud. Donc, en 2025, nous avions déjà commencé, nous avions inclus un budget de 60 000 pour faire des upgrades sur audio, vidéo et nos systèmes nos systèmes d'écran. Donc, pour pouvoir continuer dans cette optique, puis vu qu'on on a reçu des factures présentement, ou des estimés, je devrais dire, pour pouvoir faire ce projet-là, mais les montants sont plus hauts qu'on pensait. Fait que là, il va falloir faire un RFP. Fait qu'on va, pour pouvoir passer du RFP, on s'attend à un budget, on a besoin d'un budget d'à peu près 150 000 pour tout faire ce qu'on veut faire ici. Fait que c'est pour ça qu'on veut augmenter le budget qui passe de 60 000 à 150 000. Puis dans le budget brief, on explique un peu là, notre vision avec ça.
Merci. Fait qu'on rajoute 90 000 aux 60 000 qui a déjà été mis de côté l'année passée.
C'est ça.
OK. Questions, commentaires, Councilor Warren?
Yes, I fully support this item. I think you've heard me talk about it, especially when we get to the planning committee and having a full room and the screens aren't working because we're shifting from computer to computer because different people are presenting and they're flickering and they're not working properly, the sound and all that. So I'm very much in support and happy that we're finally getting to this, and hopefully we can have this implemented sooner rather than later.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments? Councillor Deakin?
Are we looking at the entire capital projects list right now, or just that
So
first?
far, just this item.
Okay, thanks. Nothing from me.
Monsieur Dagenet, on peut continuer.
Now for the other, I'll talk about the website redesign, and then if you have questions on other, you could go ahead. But for the website redesign, we've learned that we no longer have support from our current supplier in June 26. So we went through an RFP in the last month to get quotes to go ahead and change our website. So right now we're waiting for council approval to go ahead and allocate our the bid to the winner. But we're looking at a budget of $75,000 for the website redesign.
Councillor Deakin?
In terms of the level of service for the website, I do hear from residents who struggle with, findability, discoverability on the website and just the user experience not quite being up to snuff. I'm wondering, I mean, I guess this will come when the RFP comes through. I'll just say I hope that the process of website redesign would include some input from users or data showing where users are struggling to fulfill their tasks on the website.
Monsieur Dagenet?
Well, during the Meet Me, we actually had a survey and we've asked residents what they wanted us to upgrade on our website. And we also had discussion internally with the staff. So these were part of the RFP. And what we're seeing, it'll be a great upgrade on what we actually have, so.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Lalonde?
Thank you. I'm looking at the price tag for that review, and if we can get it done for that amount of money, that'll be quite something. I think in the circumstances there, and in talking with our group at the Accessibility Advisory Committee, they're looking forward to some meaningful changes there too, along the lines of accessible use. I've had my own number of challenges using the site, which I've shared with the CAO in the past, about getting from one place to another in documents. And I guess just a question, I don't know that I've asked it before, but do we subscribe to a web analysis service in that, to the extent that we know who's going to what page and staying how long and all that kind of good data that helps to drive web-based services? Do we have a web analysis service to go along with ours currently?
Merci, conseiller. Monsieur Dagenet?
I know it's part of the new website, but do we have it right now? I can ask.
I do believe that we track traffic on certain pages,
I'm-
but that's the extent of it.
I'm pretty sure, but I'll ask.
Follow-up,
I
conseiller
can
Lalonde?
come back.
Yeah, I guess at the end of the day, as long as we have something robust, because that's such a great place to go get data, who's going where, staying how long, how many repeat visits. We used to use that back in the day, and I think it would be extremely valuable to have the 2026 version of web analysis tools at our disposal. Thanks.
Follow-up, Councillor Lauren? Or, sorry, question, Councillor.
Yeah, question. So as we talk about all the increased responsibilities going through the clerk's office and, requests for information, will the new website allow for the ability for people to grab a copy of our bylaws and policies that are usually publicly available, but when we did this most recent update to the website, they no longer were available for whatever reason? Will those then become available in the new system and try to alleviate and make some efficiencies on the clerk's office?
I think they became unavailable because of accessibility issues.
Yes.
And so, to answer Councillor Lauren's question,
So actually, I just received the answer for your question, Monsieur Lalonde, and yes, we have Google Analytics right now. And yeah, the reason they were removed, it was for accessibility. So will they all be there again? I'll have to look at that. I'll look into it and I can get back to
Yeah.
you with an answer.
so I think last year, I think it was, Councillor Deacon had brought that to my attention about some of the key bylaws that residents typically go to, and to ensure that they were there. I believe, Mr. Gadin, we talked about that, and we made sure that those are there. And so any of the, as we move along, any of the additional ones that are frontline required should be on there for sure.
Well, the major ones are online, and correct me if I'm wrong, Madame Camiri, but I think the most popular ones are added.
As we go, yeah.
As we go. Like the ones you receive the most inquiry.
Yeah,
Yes, that's correct.
thank you. Okay, moving forward. Any other questions? Any last questions on this, on the project list here? Okay. Funding strategy.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, one more question, Councillor Deacon.
I think this is the right time to ask it. I'm under the notable project list where it mentions asset management fleet replacement. Can I just get clarification on why that appears here and not under each department's fleet requirements?
Monsieur Dagenet? Or Monsieur Godin?
Well, asset management is under finance, but actually the asset management fleet replacement is under infrastructure. So because we're financing these assets, that's why it's all in that section of the brief.
Follow-up?
Yeah, just for my education, this doesn't reflect the full spectrum of the asset management plan, right? So I just don't understand yet why this specific fleet aspect is here, but not the full.
That's a fair
The
question.
full plan. And I understand that this is a highlight list as well, but
Monsieur Dagenet?
Well, we can review that.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a fair comment because we're seeing just a part of those. Monsieur Godin?
Merci, Monsieur Mayor. The reason they were, I think this is a change that was done 2 or 3 years ago, is it followed the adoption of our fleet management policy, which is a process for our fleet and vehicle replacements that's more centralized, rather than the budget requests coming from individual departments. The requests are coming from the fleet management team, and the financing as well is coming from that kind of funding structure there is behind that. So that's why they're appearing here. We can separate them, but it's that's what explains that change that happened.
The assets are listed within their departments and the changes or increases or changes in terms of capitals are still within that department listed in terms of the budget here, no?
No, but if you look at the capital projects,
They're within their
they're
departments.
within the asset management
Okay.
portion of the
Okay.
capital list. So
Okay.
that's why they appear here.
Councillor Lauren?
Yeah, we won't see the replacement of the 1999 GMC Heavy Rescue in the fire department capital projects because it's listed here. Right?
Okay. Any additional questions on this? So the comment is taken note of and I guess it's a process that it's here and that's it. Okay, moving into the funding strategy.
Okay, so new funding strategy. Currently, the corporate service department is funded approximately 85% through taxation and 15% through user fee, even though it provides administrative, communication, financial, IT, and legislative support to all municipal service, including those entirely funded by user fee. Based on the nature of service delivered and their usage across departments, a more accurate and equitable split would be 75% funded by taxation and 35% by user fee. 65 by taxation and 35 by user fee. The current structure places an unfair burden on tax-supported service, which are covering a disproportionate share of corporate support costs. Beginning in 26, the township is proposing a proportional cost allocation model based on each department's share of the total municipal operating budget. For example, if the water department represents 15% of the total expenditure, it would contribute 15% of the corporate service costs. However, while this strategy will have a positive impact on tax rate, it will also require adjustment to certain user fees, as department funded through fees will begin paying their fair share of corporate service costs. So now we're showing a tableau that shows right now how much those departments are funding the corporate service department. So for example, sewer, right now they're funding $123,049 of the corporate service budget. If we go with this new way of this new mentality, we should bring this funding to $202,000. So that means that there's an extra 79,416 that will have to be paid through user fee to fund the corporate service. As shown in the table above, this new funding strategy generates an additional 700, that's a mistake, it should be 714 minus the library. I have it written. The update was not done.
We can put some elevator music on right now if you
Mhm.
want. So as you're looking for that, Monsieur Dagenet, maybe Monsieur Godin, you can correct me if my assumption is wrong. So the logic behind it is essentially saying that the costs are split based on the portion of expense each of these areas is. So there's a logical mathematical approach that's sound from a finance perspective in terms of a logic. So next year we can follow that logic all the way through.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. So it's basically reallocation of costs based on the usage of corporate services being spread to.
Yeah, and why
Used
wasn't that
departments.
done before?
So, and I'll let Mr. Dudley speak more to it, but it was always done on the payroll side. There was distributions for
Based on
to
payroll
different departments.
percentage.
But that excluded all the corporate services operational costs, so that's the major factor here. But I'll let Mr. Dejeuner continue his presentation.
So sorry for that. So it's 635,441 instead of 714. Because we can't put the amount for the library is really, it's already the taxation that pays for
Yeah.
that department. So it's not like we can say a new revenue. The additional revenue will come from user fee supported departments based on their proportional share of the township total operating expenditure. The next table illustrates the financial impact on each user fee department depending on whether the adjustment is applied entirely in 26 or phased in over 2 or 3 years. For the childcare, building, and 400 industrial park department, the distribution was calculating using percentage rather than per user rates. 100% in year 1, 50% over 2 years, and 33% over 3 years. So this table shows the direct impact of this strategy on each department or on each user. So let's say for sewer again, if we would go ahead with this strategy, the user would see an increase of $11.48 if we want to recuperate this amount in 1 year. But if we go with a 3-year phase-in approach, he would see an increase of $3.83 per year for 3 years. As shown in the next table, the annual tax savings vary depending on the cost distribution option selected. If council choose the 2-year option, the user fee department would absorb the financial impact over 2 years, and the overall tax increase would be reduced by 1.55%. Under this scenario, water users, for example, would see an increase of $8.45 per year for the next 2 years. Administration has recommended the hybrid 2 years or 3 years option. This approach uses reserve to ensure that taxation benefits fully from the strategy starting in '26, while phasing in the user fee impact over 2 or 3 years. This method avoids placing a significant increase on users in a single year and allows the township to rebalance the cost of corporate service between taxation and user fee department beginning in '26. Any questions?
So to clarify, the hybrid option that you're proposing, either 2 or 3 years, is going to reserves to fund that gap.
Yes.
Is that correct? And so both hybrid 2 and hybrid 3 still offer the perceived tax savings of 3.09 on the 8.4.
Exactly.
So like a fair, like relative difference, right? Or absolute difference, I should say. So, and just for my understanding as well, if I look at the yearly impact on user fee table, the table before that, those are annual impacts. And so if I look, for example, at a daycare at Saint-Jean, there's 120,000 that will have to be paid more each year from that particular department, if you want,
Yes.
to cover that expense, which is technically the fair share of that expense that was not accounted for before.
Exactly.
And so the impact, although interesting from a perceived tax savings here, going from 8.4 to whatever minus 3.09, is excellent, but really we're changing 4 quarters for $1. We're just reallocating to user fees as opposed to full taxation to pay for it, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, questions, comments on this initiative? Councillor Armstrong.
Just confirm, and the daycare Saint-Jean is an excellent example. At the moment, the reality is that taxation is somewhat supporting that daycare in that these corporate costs are paid by taxation and they are not recovered by user fees in an activity that was supposed to be 100% user fee funded. Am I correct?
Yes.
I agree with your strategy, and the sooner the better.
Just another follow-up question. For the daycare impacts, is it fair to say that part of that impact, it's not fully going to be felt by the users because there is a SPAJ in there? Is that grant impacting? Are we going to see a potential increase on the grant because of the cost? Madame Guittard, I gather?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. The SPAJ grant is only eligible for the 0 to 6 years, and we had to prove that the money spent on any of our expenses is related to that age group. So if it's for salaries, maybe we could have a certain percentage deducted, but that would mean a lot of justification to be able to recoup some of that money through the SPAJ.
Councillor Deakin?
Are we talking about QUELC here and how operational costs are static under QUELC? Is that?
I'm not sure what you mean.
The $10 a day, is that
Oh.
what is keeping, is that what we're talking about when we talk about stage? Is QUELC?
Oh,
Yeah, it's
oh,
QUELC,
sorry.
yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, SPAJ, yeah. Sorry, I just know it under
SPAJ.
SPAJ. That's the name, c'est pas le nom du... Wait,
In French.
yeah.
In English,
okay,
it's
an
SPAJ.
excuse.
Excuse-moi.
Yeah.
Acronyms or
Yeah.
bilingual.
It's an
yeah.
acronym
Okay.
in French.
Councillor Deakin.
I agree with this strategy in principle, the fairness, as well as the positioning of corporate services internally, giving it its full value, that across the board, all departments are really appreciating the value of the service that they're receiving from those internal teams. I just want to note that when we're talking about user fee departments, I don't consider the library or the aspect of this related to the 417 park as coming from user departments. Those are two aspects in this strategy that I just believe it's worth mentioning, that those are not user fee departments in my mind. And the only aspect of this strategy that I'm hesitant on is waste collection and waste disposal. I would prefer that we not include those two aspects this year because those user fees are seeing quite a bit of turbulence this year with changes to the program. So just to pause on that, that would be my preference until those other operational changes are made.
I think the hybrid proposition addresses that. Monsieur Dagenet, Monsieur Godin?
Yes, we would be, the impact, let's say we take the hybrid, 3 years. Well, the impact on the user fee for waste collection would be $5 per year. But because we have a reserve, we could, the extra $10 would be supplied by the reserve. And then in year 2, that $5 would then become $10, so the reserve would only supply $5 into taxation, and then in year 3, we would be fully, the $15 would be fully transferred to the end user.
Councillor Deakin?
But
I see, I didn't get that when I was reading through. So there's talk in the report about a cushion for the daycare and water and sewer, I believe, based on reserves. And now I'm understanding that there's a reserve that can cushion waste disposal and collection as well.
Monsieur Dagenet, Monsieur Godin, Monsieur Bourgon?
Je suis désolé, je porte attention à quelque chose d'autre. Vous pouvez répéter la question?
C'est juste pour dire que the hybrid version of distributing these costs that there is currently a reserve to cover 2 years worth of, to level off the impact in waste disposal and waste collection. There is currently a reserve that allows us to do that.
Yeah, that's correct.
So again, just to clarify, using the hybrid approach over 3 years, essentially we're using reserve dollars to cushion the impact on user fees for those until year 4. All right. So essentially, while the money's there, it's collected, we're allowed to use the reserves for that. Okay, so we're not passing the buck, we're paying it out of reserves, and just to level the amount. Councillor Lauren.
So under that scenario, we're reducing the impact on taxation by 1.03% from the 8.4. Is that the expectation in that circumstance?
That's not using reserves. That's just splitting it over 3 years.
Yeah, if we go with the hybrid 3 years, we would be saving 3.09% out of the 8.4, so we would be down to 5.04%.
But Councillor Lauren is talking about the 3-year version, no hybrid.
Oh, no hybrid, sorry. Yeah, then the no hybrid, the 3 years is 1.03%.
And so no hybrid simply means that we're not using reserves, we're simply putting on the amount on those individual departments. But we do have reserves, and it makes sense to use those reserves in that particular case. Does that impact our AMP reserves at all? These are operational reserves,
Yes.
and so it's money that's sitting in the bank. Councillor Lauren, follow up.
The amount that's showing in the 3 year, the 504, the 0.68, those are the numbers that would increase this year, or 2026, on top of what is already being proposed in the budget, correct?
If we use the 3-year,
Yeah,
not the
if we-
hybrid.
No, but the hybrid, there's still going to be an increase.
No.
There's zero increase with hybrid?
No, there is an increase with hybrid, but it's, if we go with the hybrid 3 years.
Yes.
The increase is what you see in the second table, the 3 year. So for sewer, the impact would be $3.83. For water, it would be $5.65.
Right, that's what I was saying. So it'd be this per person, plus what the
But-
increase you're already asking for in the budget.
Yes, but we can discuss this right now. Oui. Okay.
Well, since we're, sorry, true, Mr. Mayor, since we're mentioning water and sewer, there's savings in the budget. So even if council approve that strategy to increase by the $3 for sewer and the $5 for water, we're able to maintain the rates as it's presented later on in the documentation.
Through a reserve.
To reserve, yeah, and then adjustment from savings that we had, so we're able to maintain the rates as it's presented currently.
But
So
so,
Sorry.
but so what you're saying is that if we take the hybrid 2 or 3, the impact, so let's say I just talk about water here, it should go up 565. You're saying would not go up 565 per year, would not, because we would, like our rates would not change. But next year, they would be impacted by this change.
Yeah, so it would be for the total amount of transfer, so
Attends, tu peux-tu m'expliquer ça? Si on prend juste l'eau, on utilise l'eau comme exemple, OK? Le user fees pour l'eau.
Ben, c'est que présentement, pour l'eau, on se fait tout le temps avec le passé. Fait que dans le passé, on avait une perte d'eau d'autour de 30 %. Fait que quand on a établi nos rates pour 2026, on a mis cette perte d'eau. Mais présentement, avec les efficacités puis les recherches que l'équipe d'infrastructure ont faites, on voit plus du 25-26 % de perte d'eau. Fait qu'avec
Il y a des économies.
cette économie-là, on peut être capable de prendre cet impact-là de ce transfert d'argent. Fait que c'est comme ça, le end user ne va pas voir aucun ajustement. Puis aussi, on a plus d'utilisateurs qu'on pensait.
Oui,
Tu sais,
parce qu'on grossit. Ouais.
parce que quand on a fait ce module-là, là, 5-6 ans, on s'est mis une moyenne de 200 utilisateurs par année. Mais là, avec le growth qu'on connaît, on est plus autour du 250 à 300. Donc ça aussi, ça l'apporte des économies futures. Fait que c'est pour ça qu'on est capable de faire ça.
Alors, ce que moi j'ai des questions, c'est que sur le tableau que vous démontrez ici sur 3 ans, on a des augmentations. Mais là, vous me dites qu'il n'y a pas d'augmentation sur certains de ces éléments-là. Lesquels exactement?
C'est water puis sewer, puis on l'explique plus bas dans le... quand que M. Bourgon va parler du département d'infrastructure.
Fait que le 383 et le 565,
Pourrait être
cette
zéro.
année, serait zéro.
Ce serait zéro pour les trois années.
Pour les 3 années,
Oui.
on n'aurait pas de changement. Puis, quand on parle du waste collection, waste disposal, c'est-tu la même histoire? Ou
Non.
Parce que ça, ils ont augmenté quand même de beaucoup l'année passée, là. Fait que ce que vous me dites, c'est que ça serait 5,04 cette année, là, sur le waste collection.
C'est ça. Si on va de l'avant.
Pour l'année.
Pour
Sur
l'année.
l'année. OK. Si on pourrait juste clarifier, juste pour donner un exemple, and I'll get to you, Councillor, in a second. Le waste collection, les tarifs que les résidents payent en ce moment par année, puis par mois, M. Bourgon, c'est combien? Juste pour prendre l'exemple au
ben,
complet. Là.
pour l'année 2026, les frais vont être augmentés à 311 $.
OK. Puis ça, c'était supposé être stable après ça, right?
Exactement.
OK. Fait que le 311 si on prend ça, ça augmente de 5,04 $ en 2027.
Si la stratégie du 3 ans est adoptée.
Ouais.
Exactement.
Mais pas en 2026. En 2026, on reste à 311
C'est 311 plus le 5 $
et 4 sous.
ben, ça serait et 72. 5 $ et 72. Parce qu'on
Ah,
va
le
additionner,
waste,
on va
waste.
additionner
Oui,
les deux
OK.
variables.
Oui, c'est vrai. First of all, Councillor Lauren, and I'll come back to you.
So just to be clear on that, if we're talking garbage right now, I'll go back to water in a second, but we're talking garbage. So garbage is going up by $26, right? the collection
As
and,
part of the
and
planned
and
increase,
disposal is going up $26 to $311. So it's already an increase of $26. Plus now $572 under this strategy plan, right? So for a total of $31.12 will be the increase per
Units.
units
For the year.
for the year and going forward, right? Am I there? Now, on the water side, you're talking a $7 increase on the flat rate in the budget, right? But then here, there's also $11.48 and $16.94 that needs to be recovered. You're saying if we go with the 3-year hybrid, those two numbers will be zero, the increase would be zero, plus the 20 on the sewer, if we're talking sewer as well, because I've added those two numbers. So 20 and that, they would be zero for years 1, 2, and 3. But in year 4, would we not have to recover the 1148 and the 1694 somewhere? Plus any other increases?
Monsieur Bourgon?
Or would that have phased itself in?
Monsieur Dagenet,
It
Monsieur
would have
Bourgon?
phased itself in because we're adding more users. So that's
Every year, more
every year
users.
and
Okay.
like, now, if our water loss goes back up, then we would need then to adjust, but because now we're seeing going down, then we can do.
Okay, so under the corporate service plan for the strategy that we're talking about, the increase to water and sewer under the hybrid is zero because it's all coming from reserves, and by year 4, it will be funding itself going forward. So no impact to water and sewer users from an increase perspective if we adopt that. Is that
Monsieur
accurate?
Dagenet, Monsieur Bourgon?
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Deacon?
Similar to Councillor Lorrain, I just want to be crystal clear on something. When we're sitting up here, we're thinking about the immediate impact to residents, and we're thinking about, you know, the financial stability and long-term planning for the township as well. So in this conversation, I'm kind of hearing both getting a little bit muddled. Just so that we're clear, these strategies that are being recommended by administration will have no impact this year on taxation or user fees for residents or members of the public, property owners, with regard to waste collection, waste disposal, daycare, water, and sewer.
On user fees, but taxation will go down. Well, like our increase requirement.
Yes, sorry,
Tax-
user fees, let's be specific,
Taxation
user
will
fee.
go down.
Because there are cushion reserves to
Not-
absorb that impact this year.
But not for waste, because waste, it will increase, if you decide that 3 years, it will increase from 572
This year.
this year.
And again, circling back, that's what I don't want to see happen because there is already such an impact and as I said, turbulence happening with user fees around waste this year. And the reason why I'm thinking longer term about this is that there are other departments in township that, you know, I'm looking at Madame Guitard, that are significantly funded by user fees that are not included in this strategy. So I'm assuming that down the road, we're going to be looking at perhaps rolling out this strategy across other departments that are a bit more diverse in their revenues. So I would like, again, with the understanding that I have now that there would be an impact on user fees for waste collection and waste disposal, I want to defer that, again, trying to minimize the user fee impact there and with the understanding that it would be revisited in future years.
Thank you, Councillor Deacon. Comments on that, Monsieur Dagenet?
Yes, well, if we see council likes this new strategy, we'll definitely, in 26, we'll do the same analysis for other departments. So a department like the arena that is right now financed through user fee and taxation, we could
Look
we
at the
could
split
see
there.
what's the impact on it. So it is part of our plan to look into that, so every department pays their fair share.
Okay,
But
go,
we started this year with the way I see it is the departments that are fully financed by other than taxation. And so,
so we had an 85-15 split before this, and now we're just changing it to reflect a percentage of overall expenses, correct? And so for the arenas and everything else, is there such a split already? No.
well, the departments are paying at
Oh, they are.
some point an amount of the payroll staff. So there are currently paying for some of the service from corporate service. But the whole overhead of corporate service, like, so
That'll
But-
be something to explore. Just going back to going back to the garbage piece, so we would see in 2026 an increase of $5.72, so from 311 to 316.72, if I do the math correctly. But that would be stable till 2031. Because that was the original plan for the garbage, we were stable till 2031, we had a contract.
Well, the increase would see over the 3 years, so your 572 would be year 1, 2, and 3.
And then after,
And after that, it's stable.
572
The
per year.
The full collection program
That's
remains
right.
stable.
so, okay, so I'm sorry, I'm gonna ask one more time just to be sure I understand. So the 311 goes to 316.72 in year one, so in year two, it would take 316.72 plus another 572 and so on and so on. It stacks.
In order to make up what's identified in year 1, the 15 and the $2. So it just spread out over 3 years.
Okay, so really what we're saying, but this is, but I thought that the hybrid version was taking costs, well, there's still costs that come back reoccurring every year. So we're just hiding those well, not hiding, we're just using reserves temporarily to dampen the.
the reserve can
increase.
help temper.
So that $15 change, in this case, where we had a 311 static amount until 2031, with the exception of inflation, would now have $15 more added to it by year 3. Okay, I understand it. Councillor Armstrong?
Yeah, a couple things. First, I reiterate, the sooner we do implement this plan, the better, in my view. But are we looking at the ability to pick and choose each one of these line items and implement them in a different manner? So some of these things perhaps we can implement year one, and some of these in hybrid. The ones that we do in hybrid, we're going to draw down reserves to pay for those. Is there a strategy to build the reserves back up afterwards?
That's a good question. Thank you. Monsieur Dagenet.
No, there's no strategy right now to build the reserve back up. And for your first question, you guys have the power, so if you can decide if
Yeah.
you want to remove a
We can
certain
hybrid a
item,
hybrid.
And
Yeah.
we presented 5 scenarios. We could have presented 15 or like.
Okay. So the one that's presented over 3 years, the hybrid 3 and the hybrid 2, represents an impact of 3.09. Any other questions, Councillor Deacon?
Yeah, just to follow up on Councillor Armstrong's question and the response from Monsieur Dagenet, I would like to see the waste collection and waste disposal deferred to next year's budget to look at. Understanding that there isn't a cushion, a full cushion for it in the reserves this year.
So if I understand correctly, Councillor Deacon, what you're saying is that not to apply the 572 this year, but next year to apply well, it was supposed to be 1144, would be technically the 1144 plus the 572, so like a $16 impact next year instead of a $5.72 impact this year and 1144 impact next year.
No, I actually don't think we need to make that decision yet. Deferring this to next year allows us to look at it again in a year where there isn't such a substantial increase to user fees for other changes that are happening to that service.
So excluding this,
Deferring this, in my view, does not kick costs down the road for
no, not in this case, I agree.
the taxpayer.
It just, we're not moving all of that cost.
Mhm. And since we're going to be looking at other department user fees as well, I think it's okay to take an item like that out to look at again next year.
So it'd be interesting during lunch, and not saying that you shouldn't keep working during lunch, but maybe to have an idea with the impact. Don't we have AI
Well,
to do that?
No, well, I'm doing some quick maths here, and it's 95,000 that we would be removing from the strategy, so that's 0.5%.
So 3.09 to 2.69, 59, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's worth considering. I had Councillor Lauren, I'll come back to you. Councillor Lauren? No? Okay. Councillor Deacon?
Yeah, the only other thing, because there was an adjustment made by Monsieur Dagenet on the 714,065 in looking at
for the library.
the revenue, I just want to make sure that all of the numbers we've been talking about in terms of percentage already reflected what you changed earlier, or if we're going to see a shift
That's a great point.
at the end of the day change.
No, we won't
in
see a
percentage.
shift because if you look at my second table and the third table, the library has no value. So it's just
For
when
this
I was
project.
presenting the saving of,
Just didn't want that lost in translation.
Merci,
didn't mean
merci,
that.
c'est bon.
Okay, I'm just writing myself a note. So if we remove waste collection disposal, we're talking about from 3.09 in the hybrid version to a 2.59. Correct? Okay. So we are 5 minutes. Yeah, so we're 5 minutes away from our lunch break. I think that completes this part of the presentation. Are there any questions moving through this? And we'll start the next, I think the fire department, fire services is coming up next. I don't think we have enough time in 4 minutes to go through, unless everyone wants to just put a stamp on it. So are there any questions, comments, anything else related to process, to what we've done so far this morning? You know, maybe some commentary on what you're seeing so far, council. You know, I know it's still early in the process. We have this 3 minutes to kill, or if you want to sing or whatever. Councillor Deacon.
I can fill the time. Something that I wanted to mention earlier was just an appreciation for administration in incorporating some real data in terms of demands of service into the report. I really appreciated seeing that. And the other thing I've already forgotten, so just thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your chairmanship today.
All right, anything else, members of council? Thank you so much for your time and your input so far, members of staff. Thank you so much. So we are going to adjourn for lunch, and we will be back at 1 o'clock. À 1 heure. OK, on se revoit tous à 1 heure. Je pense que le dîner vient... Are we live? Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, alors, we're back. I hope everyone had a good lunch break, and we are now going to move to the Fire Services presentation, Fire Services and Building Department presentation. Monsieur Dagenet, Chief, la parole est à vous.
Excellent. Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. So today I'm going to present to you the operational budget. I'll start with the operational budget for the fire services. So as you can see from the slides, the operating budget for the fire services is at 2.9 million approximately, compared to 2.6 in 2025. At the last council meeting on October 14th, we provided an action plan that presented some recommendations from the fire department organizational review. A portion of this action plan was to hire 2 additional full-time firefighting staff, and we also included a modified vacant administrative position to include firefighting duties for that position. Our current 2023-2026 corporate HR plan had included a fire prevention officer already in the 2026 plan, and it also included 8 volunteer firefighters in that HR plan. 4 of them were in 2024, which were postponed, and 4 of them were for 2026 in that current HR plan. In our current budget draft here, it's an increase of 498,000 for the 2 full-time positions, the modified portion of the current administrative assistant, and the 8 additional volunteer firefighters. The fire prevention officer position would be the same as the current fire prevention officer. They'd be responsible for fire code enforcement, inspections, public education, and development and implementation of our municipal inspection program. This position would be also, it was included in our fire master plan from 2024. It was recommended at that time to have a second prevention officer. And also there was recommendations in our fire service community risk assessment. This position, currently we're doing inspections upon request or complaint. That's how we're dealing with it right now. The recommendations from the documents that we have, our fire master plan, the community risk assessment, and the fire department organizational review suggested having a proactive fire inspection program, meaning performing inspections on industrial occupancy, commercial occupancies, and so forth. So with this additional position, we would be able to come back with council with a fire prevention policy to include a mandatory inspection program of specific occupancies based on our risk. So we plan on doing that in 2027. The second position we would be looking at would be a maintenance slash firefighter. This position is not in the HR plan that we had approved, the 23 to 26 plan. This would be a new position. They would look after scheduling and organizing and coordinating our contractors who are coming to our facilities, our vehicles going out for service, and so forth. The work presently is being done by a current volunteer. My deputy chief or myself are dealing with these responsibilities at this time. For example, they would also maintain our facilities. We currently have a cleaning contract where our stations are being cleaned once a week. Obviously, the stations are getting busier now with full-time staff, so I've even found myself washing floors and washrooms in between those service contracts, so that person would also assist with that. In our current budget, 2025 budget, there was 780 volunteer hours, paid hours, that we were paying for a part-time maintenance person. So those hours and that monies was considered in the financial strategy that finance had worked on. Also indicate, as we provided back on February 14th, we currently have a volunteer auxiliary firefighter. God bless him, he's going on to 40 years with us. He would like to retire next year, and he actually volunteers 500 hours approximately a year doing our maintenance work in our stations and coordinating and scheduling and so forth. So with him leaving and retiring, we have 500 volunteer hours that we have to find. Either we have to pay another volunteer to do that, or this would go to this maintenance person. There is a strategy that's been provided in our document that Finance has created for a 4-year strategy for the two new positions, the current vacant position with the additional responsibilities of firefighting and those 8 additional firefighters. So the strategy, how we were looking at the strategy was providing the 4 positions now in 2026, staggered throughout 2026, and the 2 volunteers for 26. So there'd be 2 volunteers per year over the 4 years to get us to the 8-year, but all full positions now. And if we did this strategy, it would be a 0.58% tax rate for that. And obviously, I'll let Mr. Dagenet speak a lot more to the financial number than myself. So we decided to do this strategy to have those positions now. By having all of them in the same year, instead of staggering, 1 full-time position this year, another one next year, and so forth, what that would do then is it would improve our daytime response from Monday to Friday between 7 and 5 p.m., 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. It would ensure I have a minimum staff on that truck to get the truck out, and it would aid with on-scene staffing. I have 4 staff on scene. Until the other remaining volunteers obviously show up for the incident. And it would also reduce a burden on the volunteers for that Monday to Friday as our call volumes are increasing. This model that we were doing from the action plan is the option 1, and we were calling it a modified, and I know there's a question last time about this modified. And I'm going to correct myself on my response for that. I did make an error. So the modified portion of option 1 is not the weekend volunteer crew, and that's how I was wording it, so I apologize for that. The modified option 1 in the plan was not providing the daytime duty crew Monday to Friday. So option 1 was daytime duty crew Monday to Friday at $63,000. So we would not provide that in 26, we would push that to 27 as we're staggering all these full-time positions. And to continue with the weekend duty crew to get more stats to make sure that we can implement it effectively for that Monday to Friday. So as we were at that council meeting also on the 14th of October, was asked to come back with a model, daytime model for the duty crew. So a daytime model, the duty crew would be from 7 to 1700 hours or to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. 4 firefighters per station, volunteer firefighters. Those volunteer firefighters would get an honorarium to be available to respond. And we would have that 52 weeks out of the year. So not just the summertime and so forth. So it'd be 52 weeks a year. And that was the cost of $63,000 in option 1. So that is not in the 26 budget, this $63,000. We would hold that duty crew, and we would keep our current model and still respond out the complete station to respond to incidents Monday to Friday until we can get that complement of staffing to have that first truck available. So currently right now we have 50 volunteer firefighters on the roster. We are permitted up to 52, but we had 2 people leave this year, so we're going to backfill those positions. But that's already in the actual budget, so there's no additional for that. So out of our 50 volunteers, I guess, just to put context, 20 of our volunteers are actually shift workers. So that's where we're relying on our shift workers who are not Monday to Friday workers out of town or in town. Our shift workers are where we're picking up potential response for the daytime. So as we look at that volunteer sign-up model for the home duty crew, similar to what happened this past summer, we found that Station 11 in Embrun we were not able to fill the 4 spots consistently throughout the whole summer. So that's where 57% of the shifts, we were short firefighters in Embrun throughout the summer. So either we were missing 1 firefighter on a shift of 4, 2, 3, some shifts were not even filled. We couldn't get 4 firefighters to sign up for that home duty crew. So in comparison to Station 12, there was about 21% of the shifts not able to get completely filled up. So, you know, as we look at our stats, how would that equate over this, Monday to Friday? I guess we could use that same analogy that possibly, 30 to 50% of the shifts may not be able to get completed where we have a guarantee of 4 people say that they could respond to the station. So what we'd like to do is continue that weekend to see, because it was the first year of it, will it, see if it improves again for next year, and then report back to council on the successes or challenges that we were having with that duty crew. Also, as a follow-up to last council meeting, we were asked about concurrent incidents happening, and just as an example, I think I said at the time it's hard to judge and when it happens. Just last week, last Wednesday, we had a single-family dwelling fire in Embrun, and during that same time frame, we had a grass fire on St. Pierre. So we had to split up our crews to respond to the grass fire. Also, at the same time, in that same time period, that 3-hour time period, Castleman had a structure fire, and they also had to ask for the assistance of Limoges. So, I think I said we can't say when it happens, and then all of a sudden we have one the week later. So it is quite possible that concurrent incidents happen. So far this year, looking back on our data, 12 times this year we've had concurrent incidences just within Russell Township, meaning 2 calls within the same time frame. So that's 12 times, so it's happening where we are getting incidents responses within that same time frame. So having said that, I will stop before I move on to the next operational highlight, but to see if there's any questions or comments from council on this initiative.
Thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate all the work that's gone into that. I got a couple of clarifying questions before we get started. So in doing the research for the budget, in terms of, and I know we had the organizational review that was presented in May, and quite a bit of documentation that's gone through to justify. But in doing this, my research yesterday, I just want to make sure that I understand correctly. But under Ontario Reg 37818, decisions around staffing for fire protection, public education, and fire prevention are guided by the community risk assessment. Is that correct?
Guided in the sense that the regulation for the community risk assessment, yes, in the sense that look at your risks, what do you need for your risks? Suppression is not technically it is in there indirectly, but it's like, okay, the risk assessment is looking at the risk of your buildings, how do you mitigate those risks in your buildings? So yes, your fail-safe is response, but how can you educate the public? How can you do your inspections to make those buildings safe, to help alleviate the pressures of first response or fire response as the fail-safe issue? So when we're looking at that community risk assessment, there was recommendations about, okay, I think at the time in 2022, for example, that we had maybe 1 water incident, rescue incident. In 23, we had 3 water rescue incidents. We haven't had any since. So does the fire service provide that service or not? So what is the risk in that? And then motor vehicle collisions, why do you go to every motor vehicle collision? Well, we don't. We're triaged by EMS if there's injuries or fluids or something like that we get responded. So that's why you don't see us on every motor vehicle accident. So yes, that regulation indirectly affects it with the fire master plan, with any other reports that we have. So if that answers your question.
Yeah, so what I'm getting to is we did that in 2022, and there was some deficiencies noted there around prevention and inspection capacities, and I think those are being addressed with the additional staffing requirements. It did say, from my understanding, if I remember correctly, it talked about how the suppression piece, there was nothing outstanding in terms of issues around that for our particular department at the time in 2022. And it also states that typically the CRA is updated 4 to 5 years. So when is our next CRA planned for?
Yeah, so the regulation, when it came out, it was a new regulation in 18. So we had to have this risk assessment completed by 2024, and we had it done early in 22. So when I came on board in 23, I've been reviewing it annually. That's a requirement that the fire chief has to review the risk assessment and update it accordingly. And then 5 years thereafter, we have to come back with a new risk assessment. So it's either that'll be in 27 would be the new risk assessment. So based on whatever changes we've implemented, we have an action plan with these recommendations on the books that we're looking at, and how are we addressing the recommendations of the report. So hopefully within that 5-year time frame, we'll come back with a new CRA, community risk assessment for the fire service, and then there should be changes. But then also during that 5 years, our risks have changed also. So then we have to reevaluate our risks,
absolutely.
our building stock, and so forth that's in the community.
So that CRA that has been updated concludes that Russell's overall risk level is moderate and stable. Is that accurate still?
We're still at the moderate level. Yeah.
Okay. So a couple of other aspects, and I guess I'll share this for council's perspective as well. In April, there was a service discussion review at the county level, and the fire services were discussed. It's a public meeting. They were discussed and looking at opportunities for certainly some parts of the capacity required by the individual municipalities to be shared. And then eventually other, around that discussions, for example, the education piece, the inspection piece, can that be done regionally? And so I believe those are just initial discussions at this time, but there is an appetite, I believe, at the county level to further explore that. So that's not taken into account here, obviously, at this stage, correct?
Indirectly not, but as we look at our neighbors, we work with our neighbors all the time through mutual aid and so forth. And as you look at the different services that we provide, public education, we meet, our teams meet regionally. We host a public education meeting where all the public educators, volunteer and full-time meet. So we've been hosting that for the last 2 years. The fire inspectors do meet and talk, so they call call a friend, if they have a question or something like that. The training officers speak amongst themselves and share information. So that sharing of information and working together is happening currently. So indirectly, yes, we're doing that, looking at our budget, and however that service level looks at in the future at the counties. I would see us as a partner in assisting other municipalities with that, with our full-time staffing, similar to Clarence Rockland has full-time, and so does Hawkesbury, right? So.
Okay, before I pass it on, I'll just give you my thoughts. I think the part-time, the on-duty, home duty, approach and kind of spreading it out over 4 years. So rather than hiring 8 on the spot, it would be 2 plus 2 every year. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Worship, yes.
So I think that's a reasonable approach to our fiscal position. I'm struggling with the maintenance and the addition of suppression full-time hours related to that new position that wasn't in the plan. I'm struggling with that, so I'm going to be looking to council for some kind of, their thoughts on that. That particular increase, the value of that one particular position, I know is there to in some ways replace an existing position, right? Whoever was doing the maintenance will not be there anymore, so there would be a requirement. The home duty positions, they're not on site, right? They're at home, and so they're not paid a regular salary on those days that they're home duty, right?
They would be paid an honorarium. How we have it set at right now, it's at $3 an hour as like a standby pay
Okay.
to remain at home or within your district, right? Able to respond and be available to respond
So that's
within the
the,
5 minutes.
so the staggering of the home positions at $3 a day has what kind of impact for us? Because that doesn't sound like it should be a big deal for us.
That's the
to-
63,000
That's
if we
the
were
63.
doing it 52 weeks out of the year.
Okay,
So it's covered already in the budget for the weekend, but it would, if we had to do it throughout the week, it would be 63,000 in addition.
and in terms of the support, be it maintenance or cleaning, as you said, is there any opportunity to optimize our existing staff, like within the municipality, to do that? So we have obviously fleet management going on and with infrastructure. We obviously have some maintenance that's going on. I mean, we're all under the same roof. Monsieur Godet?
Merci, Mr. Mayor. The simple answer to that, I would say, is no. Right now, our staff is pretty much up to capacity, and we even have some buildings where we contract the cleaning. So we don't have any additional staff ready to be allocated to cleaning. And like Chief McBain said, I think he does a portion of it himself, which is something I'm looking forward to relieving him from.
And what about the maintenance piece? Are we talking specific equipment type maintenance
This is,
or just,
Yes, Your Worship. So this
Yeah.
would be specific maintenance for fire equipment
okay,
and the trucks, the equipment on the trucks and so forth, where we're subcontracting that out. A lot of it could, some of it, maintenance could be done internally with the right training and so forth. And that individual also would be able to respond out of the station onto the truck, right? So to help with
Yeah.
that.
all right, that concludes my questions. Councillor Deacon?
So I have a handful of questions. So we're looking at moving to full-time firefighting for that critical number to get the trucks out of the station and reduce significantly the response time, rather than the Monday to Friday duty crew. Like those are options that we are looking at?
Correct. So there's
Okay.
the option.
It's one or the other?
It's for this budget, through your worship, is the full-time staff to get the first truck out in the recommended guidelines of 90 seconds versus the 5 minutes where the volunteers are responding to the station. So that will assist us to get the first truck out the door and on scene. In the action plan, we were talking about a 14-minute response time within the municipality. So that truck would be able to get into that 14-minute response time as the first arriving truck until the volunteers start showing up to complement them.
And if that option were pursued, then the home duty crew Monday to Friday would not be part of that?
For 2026.
For
We would like
2026.
to complement that in 2027 to have that guaranteed response, to ensure that we have 8 people coming at least. You know, we know for sure. For example, right now, we have an app where we ask firefighters, you know, every day, are you available, and so forth. And right now, we have 18 people saying that they could respond right now if we had an incident, right? So that's variable all the time, right? So even though someone says they're available, they could be working from home, but maybe they're on a conference call that they can't get out of at that time, right? So we're estimating, but at least hopefully with the 8 people, we're 8 people on top of the 4 or 5 that we have that gets us to the 14 mark.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to make sure I understood that before I asked a couple of more questions. What I'm wondering what the chief meant when he said permitted up to 52 volunteers, that 52 volunteers are permitted currently?
So our roster is normally 52, but technically we could have more. There's not a limitation, but we're budgeted for 52 volunteer firefighters, correct?
Correct, Your Worship, Councillor Deacon. It's 26 firefighters per station. That's in our bylaw for volunteer firefighters.
Okay. And how much is, what, we're looking at that almost 500K around HR in this recommendation. How much is it per year per volunteer? I'm looking at those 8 volunteer positions in particular and just wondering how that factors in, like how much of the what does that represent as a proportion of the 500K?
Well, so just a clarification, the volunteers you're referring to, are they just a regular volunteer, or you're talking about the home duty?
Yeah, just your regular volunteer. I mean, how much of that 500K is the 8 volunteers that the department's looking to expand?
Chief?
Yeah, great question, thank you. So we budget a new volunteer position at around the 20 to 21,000, so it's at 21.5, I think it is, to bring a new person on. But then that depends if the person is trained or not, because we don't know if they're going to be trained. So that includes the cost of training them to bring them up to the regulation to be certified for training. If someone has the training, it lowers it to like $10,000, because it costs us just over $10,000. It's almost $11,000 to train a firefighter to the requirements of a firefighter. The home duty crew, that's all the volunteers. So the 52 volunteers would be the ones we're using for that home duty crew to pick from. So we're not specifically hiring for a home duty crew Monday to Friday. We're adding to the roster to have, so if we do hire 2 more volunteers this year, that'd be another 1 volunteer per station for 2026.
Thank you. Follow-up?
Thanks for all this. This is very helpful. And I just want to say that the chief has provided a lot of information even during this past week to staff, to council, I should say, answering our questions and being very available, which I appreciate. So in the HR plan originally, where we're looking at 8 volunteer firefighters, and then with the one option to go with full-time, daytime response, there would be adding 2. So if I understand, it's following the HR plan still by bringing on those 8, but also adding another 2. So I'm just wondering, what's the rationale from the operational perspective on if there were the 2 full-timers added during the day, why not decrease the number of volunteers by 2 to offset?
I think the full-timers are Monday to Friday, the volunteers are weekends as well, correct?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Yeah.
So evenings, weekends, right? So the goal when we started with the 23-26 HR plan was to get up to 30 volunteers per station to have that availability of more individual who potentially could respond, right? This financial strategy or this hiring process or this budget, so it would be the fire prevention officer that was in the plan originally from 2023 to 26, that was slated for 26. The maintenance position is the new position that is not in the original plan. The administrative assistant is in the plan, but not with firefighting duties. So that's where I have to change the job description, and then the salary grid changes with the firefighting duties.
Just
Councillor Deacon?
one more thing, if I may. So what I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, the challenge for response right now is getting out of the garage quickly with that minimum number Monday to Friday. And this HR action plan that was developed or devised in 2023 or kicking off in 2023 was not considering that there would be 2 additional firefighting capacities in the station on Monday to Friday. So I think you're getting probably where I'm going with this, that adding full-timers Monday to Friday could address what I understand is a concern being raised around response Monday to Friday, but that 8 volunteer positions in addition is not factoring in that added capacity during a time which is critical. So I'm looking, I mean, this could go a number of ways, and I'm interested to hear more from other members of council, but to me, that's the one that I'm grappling with the most, is if we, it's a big moment for the department in terms of fish or cut bait, like either we're improving that response on Monday to Friday or not, but also if that is moving forward, I don't understand the rationale to stick with 8 volunteer firefighters in addition to those 2 extra daytime capacity positions. And I do understand that that the 8 firefighters volunteers would be brought in over 4 years. I do understand that.
So just to clarify what's been approved at previous budgets, the fire prevention officer, the additional home
Duty crew.
duty, thank you, crew.
Summertime,
Summertime was there, the four of them, correct?
4 per station,
Yeah,
yes.
and then there was one other additional full-time fire. So the addition that was not part of the previous budgets is one full-time firefighter slash maintenance person
Correct.
and some additional administrative support
The modified administrative support with
slash
firefighting duties.
suppression
Correct.
capabilities.
So we do have the administrative position currently, which is vacant.
Yeah, that administration position is exclusively for your role in the capacity of both fire chief and
Building,
building,
correct.
and it's split accordingly, correct?
It's 100% fire
And why
at
would
this,
that
at
be?
this time. Because we've been using the permit clerk on the building side for the administrative side for that portion. But until we get the position filled, depending on the person's capabilities, it's quite possible by the 2027 budget, we'd be reallocating some of their salary to the building department. But not at this time, because I don't know the person's capabilities.
Okay. Councillor Lorne.
Thank you very much. So today, you have yourself, full-time, Mr. Corvo, full-time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Who else is full-time?
We have a full-time, your worship, full-time training officer
Training, okay?
and a full-time fire prevention officer,
Fire prevention.
and the vacant administrative position.
Yeah, I have that one. And do you also have other admin people that are allocated to fire and building that you're using from other departments?
No, I have a shared position with bylaw,
Yeah.
an office coordinator, which is 50% fire
So you
and
have,
50% bylaw.
so you have two, or is that one person?
It's one person
One
split,
position.
salary split 50%.
Okay. So are you looking to remove that 50% from that bylaw person with the admin person you already have in your budget from 2025? Are they taking over those responsibilities?
Not at this time. So what we're looking at, speaking to Madame Moldo, is probably by 2027, we'll be reducing that admin position for fire, probably because of the responsibilities that are happening on the bylaw, the police services board and so forth that individual's working on. They're going to need more time that they won't be able to keep up with the fire demand of the administration side.
Okay, and the administration one that's vacant today is was in the 2025 budget, which is being carried forward to 2026. So zero impact on taxation for 2026 for that position, other than if you have to increase the job grade based on the fact that you want to add the firefighting capabilities. So that small piece of the grid change would be what would be an impact in this 2026 budget, correct?
For that
I'm saying
position.
yes and deferring to Mr. Dajna, yes.
And is that cost part of the 1.75%?
Yes,
It is,
yes.
okay? So when I look at this where it says impact on budget, impact on 26, impact on whatever, that's not an increase to those budgets, that's just the actual amount reflected for that position in those fiscal years, correct?
Monsieur
Correct.
Dagenet,
Okay. All right.
can you clarify what you just stated?
Me?
Mr. Lawrence?
Yeah, so when I look at this, I look at the chart.
Yeah, the
It
table.
says impacts on each year, and when you get to year 4, you see an impact on taxation of $500,000. But that doesn't mean you're gonna require $500,000 of new taxation in 2029.
This year, if we don't mitigate, it's 498,000. If we take all of it on, this year it's 498,000. This is just demonstrating how it could be smoothed.
Well,
Smoother.
Got it.
Monsieur Dagenet?
the impact on the 26 budget, if we keep all these position in, is 1.75%. So it's around 350,000. Because there's already the administrative position that's
That's already
already in approved
Right.
at a certain like, and there's also a budget for the maintenance that's already in the budget. So that's the difference between the 498 and the 350,000.
Right. So these people will all make up 500,000 come 2029, but that is not an increase in 2029, is where I'm going with that.
Yes.
Okay. That's good. So I would assume with the budget, should we approve the 8 new volunteer firefighters as part of this plan, you would have to also come back with a bylaw to change your staffing eligibility from 26 per station to 30 per station, to reflect the fact that over the next 4 years, you're going to go from 52 to 60, just slowly.
Yeah, Your
Correct?
Worship, that is correct. So I have to review the bylaw every year, and if there's changes, I have to bring it. The fire department organizational review did suggest some changes. We've had some contract automatic aid agreements signed, and that's why I have to bring the bylaw back to update it for those purposes. And if approved by council, yes, the staffing org chart would be adjusted accordingly.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt. The home program doesn't necessarily require additional volunteers, correct?
That's
So,
correct, Your Worship.
Councillor Lauren is saying that you're going from 26 to 30 because of the volunteer firefighters that you're adding into the program, like 2 per year, but that's not accurate.
So Your Worship, the current model is 26 per station. That's
Yep.
what we have. So we hope that if there's an incident right now, I have 26 per station. We know that's not possible, that I'm going to get 26 people from a station because of everybody's work schedule. So by increasing the volunteer contingency, it would be 4 people over 4 years per station to get us to the 30, to have additional potential resources for incidents on the volunteer side, to complement the full-time,
Yeah.
who
You're-
also would participate in the home duty crew program
Okay.
and so forth.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
They're not specific to the home duty crew, you're just adding 8 people,
Correct.
8 volunteers
Yeah.
across the board.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll be honest, I share some concerns over one of the, one or even 2 of the full-time positions right now for this year. The admin adding the additional duties and filling that position would get you 5 people to 5 full-time people to be able to respond during the day, plus any of your duty crew that you would have on standby. Understanding that those 5 people, but then the other 15 minutes or whatever, 14 minutes, I think you said, to have everyone else round up and get to that location. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, through your worship. Yeah, so having the full-time staff as myself, it's hard to guarantee myself because 50% of my time's with building, so it's possible that I won't be available to respond. Staff are on a 4-day work week, so 4 10-hour shifts. So that's where we need that extra position to ensure that I still have that coverage on the schedule every day.
But there's also, I mean, I would look at it as well as there's administrative ways to fix that if needed. You can go 5 8-hour days. You could, organizationally, you could look at, why are you taking 50% of your time in building? Should it be 75% of your time in fire rather than 50? Could that be moved somewhere else at some point in time down the line to ensure your full-time fire chief status as 100%? So there's other mechanisms in play that could be done administratively to fix that problem of having that one person not available.
For sure.
One person. So I struggle with the full-time still. Adding the volunteer staffing at, 2 per year. I mean, if that's all you think you need, in my opinion, I would staff up quicker than that if possible, but I know it's always a struggle to even just fill your current vacancies that you have up to the 52. So, to get more people in is probably challenging, so I would say staff that as quickly as possible, in my opinion. But the full-time is where I'm being challenged right now. So I'm just being completely honest.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, I'll go to Councillor Armstrong, come back. Councillor Armstrong?
I'm going to get back into something just a little more basic in the community risk assessment. With a growing township, and I think of our recent land sales to mega holdings for warehousing and whatever in our industrial park, how do we know what activities go on in those buildings and what the risk is so that we can have a better idea of what our response should be in the event of a fire or any other incident, just a hazard material spill, whatever, in those facilities? How do we do that?
But that is the CRA that addresses that, is it not?
Your worship, yeah, so that's where the CRA was talking, speaking to mandatory inspections, doing inspections of those occupancies so that we know what's in the occupancies and we can, they call it pre-plan in advance of the building, but we can't pre-plan a building until we do the inspection to know what's in there. So without a mandatory inspection program, I don't know what's in buildings until if someone calls to complain, or we get an emergency response to that building, then we know what's in the building or that unit.
So the fire inspection position is pretty much a hard requirement if we're going to maintain an up-to-date community risk assessment. Is that correct?
That's why we did project that second fire prevention position for 2026, and it's up to council if that's what you want us to do as a mandatory inspection program to ensure we're addressing those risks, to ensure they're at that moderate level and not higher.
So I think the CRA in 21 and in 22 does identify the inspection piece as an area for improvement and education as well. So just to clarify, I had Councillor Deakin, then Councillor Lund.
Yeah, another consideration in the Monday to Friday, I think, is looking at emergency response as a whole and understanding the key role that Public Safety Department plays in planning response, as well as staffing in that department that would be able to respond during the daytime. So I just out of curiosity would like to know how often do bylaw officers respond and support fire services in responding to calls? And just a reminder that we do have one FTE proposed as well for public safety, and I'm not quite sure exactly, the type of shift that officer would be offering, if it would also be during the day. I just want to get the full picture, in a sense, to understand the collaborations that happen, especially when you have bylaw on staff.
Chief?
Your worship, yeah, I'll start and then I'll pass it to Madame Bordeaux. So how we have it right now is when bylaw services are working, they get notified of our incident. They have pagers and our app, so they know the incident is happening. So they do respond to the scene to assist us. So, for example, a motor vehicle collision, they'll come and help us with traffic control so that I don't have to assign 2 firefighters to do traffic control. Say a medical response, they do attend also. 3 or 4 of I think most of their staff now are trained medically the same as us as a first responder, and they have DFibs and medical kits, so they're able to assist us with that also. So yes, our collaboration that was identified in the risk assessment has grown, that we're working collaboratively together, but I'll let Madame Bordeaux maybe address it.
Yes, as indicated by our fire chief, we do participate in the response of incidents. Our shifts, to answer Madame Deakin's question, is usually between 7 in the morning until 10 at night, right now, with 4-day work weeks. We've had some struggles keeping up those shifts because of holidays and sick leave and That's why, and I can explain when I do my presentation, the stats for supporting the extra FTE for 2026. We also support OPP when they do have incidents, accidents, crime scene, whatever calls that OPP will give to us. So we do support emergency services in scene protection, traffic protection, and those areas. I don't know if there's anything else.
Follow up, Councillor Deacon?
Yeah, not to ask you to get into too much detail or through you, Mr. Mayor, but that I would like to know for this discussion if the new FTE, the net new position in public safety would be more likely to be covering, bolstering Monday to Friday daytime or evenings and weekends?
So preemptively, Madame Bordeaux, are you able to answer that question before your presentation?
Yes,
that-
of course
yeah.
I can answer that question. The FTE would be to provide services. We do have a schedule and everybody covers the shifts. So this might mean that instead of having one officer on weekends, maybe we'd have two. Maybe we could extend the hours. It's not all predetermined, but it is, of course, to give a better service and provide extra hours. We are also on call 24/7, so this is to alleviate the amount of time the present officers are on call. So.
Perfect, thank you. Any additional comments, Councillor Lauren?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I confirm something with Mr. Dagenet. So when we talk about the fire service staffing phase-in plan, we talk about going from 1.75 to 0.58, right, which is a reduction of about 1.2%. But yet on the phased-in funding for new fire service positions, this doesn't take in, where we're talking now, doesn't take into account the use of the reserves? Is that why the number is 1.82% reduction on page 298 versus the 1.2 here?
Exactly.
Councillor Dagenet?
Because on year one, we're taking 81,000 from the reserve to compensate. So we can only have a 0.58 increase per year.
Okay, so if we were to phase in all of this, do an entire phase-in plan, right, for maximum of everybody that they're asking for, there could be a reduction to the 8.4% that was presented by 1.82%.
Yeah.
Based on the phased-in at 0.58 plus the reserve allocation. Is
That's
that
it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Conseiller Lalonde?
Thanks for all that. It's been quite educational. I just have a couple of points for clarification. Earlier, the chief mentioned that there's been a period of time where the duties that you were sharing in the building department, in fact, you did not have the time to do, and that the staff member responsible for permits was taking on the building side of things as well, since you were, if I understood correct, having to devote 100% of your time to fire for a time? Did I hear right when you made that comment before?
Chief?
Your Worship, Councillor Lalonde, no, so the building permit clerk has always been doing those duties. It's just my duties as the director now supporting all that staff, and then that has increased where I didn't have that before. I had the building department duties.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief.
Sorry, just the other part was, again, just to clarify that the position, the full-time position that's being considered, you were saying would involve in part doing some maintenance work with vehicles and cleaning duties as well, where required. Is that my understanding? Is that the case?
Yeah, Your Worship. So right now, we have a volunteer firefighter from each station cleaning the stations once a week. So that's being done right now under the current budgets, and that's been happening like that for several years. This new position, maintenance, what we're looking at is building maintenance, fixing anything similar to the maintenance person here at this building. Scheduling trucks to go out. They have to get their annual inspections done. It takes two of us to take a truck to the garage, so we're going to the garage, or the other full-time staff with somebody to deliver the truck, come back. Maintenance person to do errands, to go pick up something or supplies, take our PPE to go, our personal protective equipment to go get fixed and inspected and so forth. We have like contractors coming into the building, inspecting the doors, inspecting the fire systems, all the building systems. So that's us coordinating that right now and making sure we're there at 7 in the morning to let the person in the building and so forth. So those responsibilities would be going to that maintenance person, so that we can still focus on the strategic side of the business. Also, looking at maintenance, we have to, the trucks get tested every year, so ladders get tested, all hoses get tested, so that person would be assisting with all that maintenance stuff also with the other contractors that come in and do that work. And about the cleaning portion, yeah, we have staff sometimes that come and do meetings and training at the fire station as another location in the corporation to have as a meeting room. So then, they leave, and then, I'm having like a fire chief come into the station for a meeting, so then, okay, I better do a quick little clean or sweep and mop and so forth in between that main weekly cleaning and so forth. Like, it's just part of the job to get done, right? So.
Follow up?
So does that mean that if that person is hired, the other two firefighters, one at each station, who is doing cleaning and what have you, will no longer be doing that task? This one full-time will be operating between both stations for that purpose?
Chief?
Your Worship, the volunteer staff, they get paid 3 hours a week to do the cleaning in the stations. They would still do that. They do that like on a Sunday night before the week starts. So this person would do the in-between cleaning that's needed before the next clean.
I guess I'm just trying to appreciate that, you hear that expression, jack of all trades. You've got someone who's going to do a variety of different tasks, from helping with building maintenance to helping with vehicle maintenance, maybe not directly, but in a supporting role, to cleaning floors, to all sorts of things. So that's to me, it's quite a unique sort of catch-all position of sorts when you lay out the duties, and that's what you have in mind here.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Deakin?
When we say cleaning, are we talking about special bunker gear, laundering and such, or is this literally just like a cleaning contract that a regular cleaning company could take on?
Thank you, Chief.
Your Worship, Councillor Deakin. So this cleaning contract that I'm speaking about, 3 hours a week, is a volunteer firefighter coming into the station, washing the floors, washing the bathrooms, dusting, cleaning, to keep the station at a proper, and that's happening at both stations right now.
Thank you. Councillor Deakin?
I think I'll just put out what I'm thinking, really appreciating all of
Appreciate
the
that.
details. My thinking at this time is that there are ways to mitigate some of these costs, that we can take a baby step forward, bring a home duty crew, if I'm not mistaken, bring a home duty crew Monday to Friday, proceed with the admin position being modified to a firefighter position, for down the road increase in capacity, and And I'm hearing that that's kind of a baby step option. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, deferring to the chief on that one. I do echo Monsieur Gaudin's comment. I would also like to see the chief not mopping floors, not because I don't think he'd be really good at it, but also because I don't think it's an efficient use of his skills and expertise. And the other option is to go all in, by the sounds of it, or go all in on the Monday to Friday and perhaps reduce the volunteer hiring plan by 2, with the understanding that we would be increasing that critical daytime capacity to up the response times and levels there. So that's a few different ways that I see proceeding. Generally, I like to do things with as much data as possible. I like to test things and iterate. So I like the idea of at least taking a baby step this year and getting good data on it. I look forward to hearing from other members of council whether they feel strongly about taking one of the other 2 options, which would to me signify a bit of a bigger leap.
Monsieur Gaudin?
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. Puis merci, cher membre du Conseil, pour la discussion. I was very looking forward, well, still am, looking forward to the continuation of the discussion. And I appreciate all the comments and questions from council. They're all good questions. I think we're focusing a lot on the how of delivering that service, where I'm hoping we can probably elaborate more on a strategic direction, because the whole basis of the recommendation is based on that, the org review study that was presented showing levels of service and the cost to get there. But I haven't yet heard about, is that where we want to go? So I guess I'm kind of hoping, what I'm gathering from council's comments is, do we want to ease into that level of service, or is council not interested in going to that level of service? Because I can assure you that Chief Armstrong, or sorry, second time I do that, Chief McBain and Deputy Chief Corville have put a lot of time into analyzing all of the options and putting this together, right? There's multiple plans, there's that org study that was done, and even from there, they've looked into it and brainstorm on how to improve it. So I'd be really appreciative if we can have that strategic discussion as well, to know where we want to go.
So I understand, Monsieur Gaudin. I think what you're getting a bit of a pulse here for is some concerns about the amount of investment that's being put into the fire, or that's being requested into the firefighting service. And if I can, I'll speak to my own opinion. I'll pass it on to Councillor Lauren after. But I think the prevention inspection piece is 100%. I agree with 100%. I'm struggling myself with the maintenance firefighter position. That provides internal support, but is not tied at all to any risk service level shortfall that's been identified. And so I'm struggling with that a little bit. So I'm okay in looking at that in the future, but I'm struggling in supporting that particular add-on of that full-time position at this stage. Not to say that means it's not important. Obviously, it's important, and there must be other ways. On the volunteer recruitment piece, and I know we didn't talk about capital investments, but the record management software and so on, I think that's on the planning. But the volunteer recruitment piece, I think Councillor Lauren alluded to it a little bit before. I mean, let's make sure that we have enough people there trained, and if that means going a little faster at it, that's fine too. But on the full-time maintenance, I'm struggling with. So, Councillor Lauren?
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'll give my opinion on that, and then take it from a strategy perspective if you want at that point. But obviously, I think I'm in agreement of adding the responsibilities to the admin position. So increase that, add it, fill it. That way you have your full-time admin / firefighter for daytime, Monday to Friday services. That position's already in the budget from last year, and we just need the added increase. Correct? So we're good. Okay. The inspector prevention. Absolutely. Let's go with, I would agree to that one as well, as it was identified previously. So that's an incremental position. The plan for the 8 new volunteers, yes, I agree that we need to ensure that we have proper staffing for our fire services, and if we phase that in over 4 years, that's fine, 2 per year, that's fine, I'm fine with that. Again, the maintenance technician firefighter FT for 2026, I'm not in favor of adding that one this year. But I also want to make sure that we're using the phased-in approach, but removing that one FTE, right? So it's not going to go down 1.89, it'll probably go down 1.6, whatever, from the phased-in approach, based on the cost of that salary for this year, when it was supposed to be filled in Q2. So whatever that difference of dollar value is. So I'd like to see what that number might look like. Because if we went all positions and everything was 1.89 reduction on the or 1.82 on the phased-in approach, now remove one position from that. That's what I would propose, and I think that's similar to what the mayor was suggesting at the same time. And then, I would like to see that maybe that position come back in 2027 for the maintenance technician as part of the plan for full staffing of the fire services.
Just a clarification, Councillor Lauren, when you say see it back in 27, that means it will come back at budget in 27?
Correct.
And not us agreeing to it now?
Correct.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. Councillor Armstrong?
Yeah, I'm thinking of somewhat along the same lines, except for the hiring the fire inspector prevention officer in Q4. I would move that up and to perhaps even Q2 as something that we really need, and would give you the ability to ensure that you have a proper community risk assessment plan done in 2007, because you'll have a year to gather the baseline data for that plan. But I think you just may need that, and I would move that position forward. Perhaps even just replacing what you had in your financial strategy plan. Go down to the table in the next, in the sheet. Okay, just replace the one you have in Q2 and Q3 and Q4, perhaps just replacing those there, and moving the maintenance technician to consideration for the 27 budget.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other points? Councillor Deakin?
I'm going to try and just say that I'm in favor of easing in, as the CAO was asking, and I think that we're putting on the table a lot of different creative ways that we're interpreting that might happen. The maintenance technician, if that weren't to be brought on this year, my understanding is that the probability of hitting a 90-second shoot time versus a 4-5 minute would still be improved dependent on the chief's availability to jump on the truck and respond. I just want to say if that maintenance technician, which I understand would be expected to do cleaning, if that were to be taken out, I would hope to see a cleaning contract made so that, again, that cleaning, those cleaning duties are taken off of the plate of folks that are more, whose skills should be elsewhere, invested on our behalf.
Thank you, Councillor. Just to clarify, the maintenance or the cleaning piece as a contract technically already exists with the 3 hours per week that's given to a volunteer firefighter to do a full cleaning. It's just the on-the-spot of having someone full-time available during the day that would be removed, and that would be there. That's the reality of it. Anything else to add? Councillor Deakin?
I guess I'd just like to know if there's enough direction for administration.
Yeah, Monsieur Godin? It sounds pretty clear to me, but
I think I'm hearing that we want to remove the maintenance position for this 2026 budget.
That's correct.
And reconsider it in 2027.
That's correct.
And where I'm not clear, and I don't need to be clear tonight, but when we bring it back in 27, is council expecting more information, or is it just to reconsider in 2027?
I think it'll be for reconsidering, looking at the improvements in response times and looking at opportunities or whether it's there. Personally, myself, I would like to see the requirement in an updated CRA, but I know that's not coming till 27. And so that's what I would use to guide myself. So bringing it back for 27 for next year's budget as a discussion piece, but I'm probably going to still be at the same crossroads in terms of wanting to see it on the CRA. That's my piece. Conseiller Lalonde?
I guess you'll have to wait to see who the next council is
There you go.
to deal with that item.
Councillor Lauren?
Yeah, just, I mean, and a reminder for the next council that does come in, the budget actually gets pushed to, was it later, is it December, January
January.
timeframe? So you're gonna get more data there as well that you're gonna be able to utilize over that time period, so.
Councillor Deacon?
I just want to circle back to one really important point that the chief made, and that is to acknowledge the work of that auxiliary member. And I hope that there is something being planned and in the works to really recognize the years of service that this person has given to the fire services and to our community.
I think that is a traditional approach
Yeah.
that's always been done and continues to be done and will continue to be done. Chief, correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct, Your Worship,
Yeah.
yeah.
It strikes me as just an exceptional level of service.
So I can tell you it gets done at the municipal level and at the county level. Those
That's
types
correct.
of recognitions, yeah. Conseiller Lalonde?
Just circling back to comments made a little earlier by the chief, you were alluding to the fact that the administrative support you were getting through a sharing of bylaws, staff, that in the case where bylaw expected to get busier, that you might not be able to avail yourself of that support, that administrative support, maybe into the future? Do you see a need down the road in the not-too-distant future for a resource for that purpose that you were up to now able to share or borrow from bylaw?
I think that will be slightly addressed as part of the bylaw presentation. But Chief, go ahead if you want to.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, Councillor Lalonde. Hard to say what the future is gonna bring us, right? Right now, it's working fine. The shared position is also going to help with the other administrative assistant that we would, the one that we're going to fill, replacing them on vacation, but to be in the station while they're on vacation, so forth. However, that's still not that position is not a responding firefighter, but at least I would have an admin assistant still in the station covering those duties during vacation time and so forth. Down the road, as we keep evaluating every year, or, I'm looking at numbers every day, right, our stats. So yeah, things, as we keep increasing, it's possible that we may need a bit more admin staff. I can't say that right now, but right now it's working fine. Once we get the backfilled position, because Deputy and I are covering that admin stuff right now, right? So once we get that current admin vacant filled, that will definitely help us taking that off of us also. And Your Worship, if I may, so if I understand, just to recap, I'll work with finance to redo the numbers without the maintenance position. Having said that, we would have to put the money back in from the maintenance position that we had, the part-time position, so those monies have to get back in. And then I'd have to forecast probably those 500 hours, part-time hours back into well, that was never in the budget, the 500 hours there, but we'd have to work on those numbers to give you another strategy, updated strategy.
Yeah, so if I base myself on previous budget days, as we've done in the past, typically when we're going through these types of iterations, they'll come back to council tomorrow with some clarity in terms of what those represent. Does that make sense still? We're okay with that?
Well, we can come back with a high-level estimate tomorrow.
Well,
We'll break down the
exactly.
numbers, and with the second draft in November, we'll be able to
Get into
demonstrate the
detail.
differences.
Yeah, I think that's
Um,
fair, yeah.
And so what I understood though is, and just to clarify this, because I didn't clarify it earlier, removal of the maintenance technician firefighter. There was a mention, and I don't know if that was consensus or just a comment about,
Flipping the queue?
no, the 8 new volunteer firefighters, not doing the 2 per year, but having that faster in year 1 or 2 or 4
Sure.
per year, or I don't know what.
Council, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we did land on the 2 per year. And we also agreed on the timing of the inspector prevention officer from Q4 to Q2 or to Q3? To Q3, because it's flipping with the other one. Mr. Godin, is that good?
That's clear enough for us, and to keep a 4-year phase-in, so
Yes.
to average that out over
Yeah.
4 years.
Thank you. On that note, Chief, the capital projects?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I will, before I go to capital, though, I will just touch on the building.
Okay.
So the highlights for the building side, we only have one. This past summer, we hired a summer student to assist in the building department. And we've moved that to a part-time role. So we would like to continue that into 2025. And that would be an additional 12,400 for the part-time building staff. Any questions on that?
Yeah, can you just clarify the role of that position?
Yeah, absolutely, Your Worship. So this position we have archived files that are all paper copy, and that was part of our plan to digitize the files to get them all scanned. There's like almost 5,000 property files to scan. We did put a dent into that this summer. And then also, they're assisting also the permit clerk during busy times with permit applications and so forth. So in the part-time position, they're going to continue doing that at 16 hours a week, so no more than 2 days a week.
Excellent, thank you. Questions, comments? No, thank you, Chief.
On the capital side, the projects are just on the fire side, not on the building side. With the future growth of the community, we've been looking to purchase land around the fire station for potential future growth. We've put in a capital project of, we're expecting around 300,000 to purchase the land. So once that's comes time, then we'll be returning to council with a report for that. We're looking at purchasing a self-contained breathing apparatus decontamination machine. So basically, we joke and we say it's an industrial dishwasher, but what it does, it cleans our breathing apparatus, gets all the contaminants off of it. That is also part of the Minister of Labor firefighter cancer prevention checklist that we have to follow. We put that into the budget. And we use that project. There's an Ontario Fire Protection Grant through the province. So we have to have a project related to firefighter health and safety in order to apply for the grant. Last year, we did get almost just over 16,000 with that grant. So we're projecting the same amount also this year. So if we do get the grant, it would reduce that project by 16,000. So we're hopeful for that. Every year we have to buy bunker gear and update our bunker gear and personal protective equipment. So we used to call this project bunker gear purchase, but really it's more than just bunker gear. It's personal protective equipment, helmet, boot, gloves, coveralls, all the personal protective equipment that a firefighter needs that has to get rotated out. And for any new hires, so we have the capital project for that. As we were looking at one of the recommendations from the fire department organizational review was to bring all the full-time staff into one building. Right now, we're spread out between the two fire stations just because we don't have the space. So we'd be looking at office renovations in the Emblem station to bring everybody into that building so that the truck, everybody would get, the firefighters would be on the one truck. This would include like taking walls down and so forth and buying new office equipment, cubicle style instead of just individual offices and desks. So we're projecting a $45,000 capital project to do that work. This year, council approved the purchase of a new fire truck, a pump rescue. We projected certain equipment on the truck. As we get closer to the end of the project, the truck's going to be delivered by the end of the year. There is some equipment that we're still missing that we would put into 2026. So we're putting in an extra $35,000 for specific equipment to go on that truck, new equipment. We did also apply for a grant to Firehouse Subs, who's given us grants previously. So we're hopeful that one of those grants will also come in to help us reduce that cost. As we look at future expansion of the fire station and growth over the years to come, we're starting to look at, okay, what would the fire stations look like to accommodate this growth? Obviously, just by hiring more volunteers, I need space to put personal protective equipment hanging in the station and so forth. Several recommendations from the Minister of Labor Fire Cancer Prevention checklist is you need a clean room to store the gear in, firefighters need a specific area to change and so forth, and the decontamination room for the contaminated equipment and so forth. So we're going to start looking at what will this look like for the fire stations in the future. We've been fortunate with our neighbors at the City of Ottawa. They recently built a couple new fire stations for what we call composite, full-time and volunteer firefighters. So they've shared their floor plans with us, so that gives us some ideas on the size and what we need. So we're just penciling and scratching it right now, but what would that design construction look like? So that's why we have a project for that. In addition, we've also a project to purchase a fire extinguisher training prop. This prop teaches people how to extinguish a fire. So we've been borrowing one from Castleman over the last 3 years, and we're borrowing it an awful lot. So we feel that we would like to purchase one ourselves, and we would like to offer the service to the community and businesses and industry that we can provide them with fire extinguisher training. So the full-time staff would take that responsibility on, either the prevention officer, training officers, or myself or deputy, depending on the schedules. We'd go out and train people on how to extinguish a fire safely. So that's the last of the capital projects, but I would like to just to go back to, I had skipped over first aid and CPR, if I may. So last year we started an agreement with the Canadian Red Cross, so we're an authorized service provider. We've trained internal staff over the past year for first aid CPR. What we would like to do is we asked the Red Cross if we can offer this to the public. So they've granted us access or permission that we can go outside of the township staff. So we would like to start offering first aid CPR classes to the public going forward and to industry or businesses. And with that, we updated the user fee schedule, Schedule A5, with those costs associated with first aid training, CPR, or the fire extinguisher training also. So we updated that to reflect that user fee.
Excellent. That's great news. That's great news for the community too. So, questions, Councillor Deakin?
Yeah, just on that last point, when I first saw that, I thought this is a wonderful opportunity, and I know that in the Parks and Recreation promotion and programming, there are often trainings that are mentioned in there. So I would love to see that promoted widely, perhaps through that as a vehicle, so that as many folks in our community get that training as possible.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments on this? Councillor Armstrong?
Just one thing, the purchase of personal protective equipment, that's the replacement of the ones that have timed out. Are they part of our asset management in any way, or you just do that all on your own?
Chief?
Your worship, that would be just under fire, it's not under asset management if I.
It doesn't matter if you
it's a
do it
constant,
at,
The funds come out of the
yeah,
capital.
it's just, how do we budget for it? If we budget in the fire or in the asset management is
It-
essentially my question.
Monsieur Dagenet?
Yeah,
It's finance with asset
Asset
management.
management, yeah.
under asset.
Yeah, they're
management,
assets,
yeah.
they're capital purchases.
But it's just not, it's also new equipment
Yes.
for new staff also, right? So, yeah, and the 10-year expiry date. Thank you.
Excellent. Any other questions, comments on this? I noted the office renovations and centralizing the full-time staff there. Obviously, even though with the removal of one position this year, that's not going to impact that amount. I think it's a sound direction to go down, adjusting that space.
Yeah, so what we're doing is, Your Worship, is we currently have 2 offices. We're going to take a wall down, and we're going to put 4 cubicles
Yeah.
in the office.
Excellent.
So,
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And I think the $300,000 investment on the space is a prudent one. I think given the future growth and the location of that particular station, I think it's a sound investment. So that's excellent. Anyone else before we move on? Councillor Lalonde?
Yeah, maybe to your point, Mr. Mayor, just that the idea of getting that land and the idea of in this current year's budget or next year's budget, also looking at design drawings for what that could look like. I mean, to remind me of the importance of doing that sooner rather than later is the idea that, and maybe this is in a report that I didn't read properly, but it's the idea that what is the idea indeed of when we think we're going to actually need to start expanding? Is it 3 years from now? Is it 4? Is it 5? What exactly is the timeline for when we think we need to be expanding that fire hall?
I think there's a couple of points, and I'll let Chief jump in on it, but I think because of the projected growth in that area, reserving that space was the #1 priority. So it may be way down the road, but if that space has got homes on it, we can't do anything. And so I think that was priority #1. In terms of other timeline, Chief, I don't think we've looked at those yet. But
Your Worship, we're looking at them. We did put times in the DC study for that expansion. We're looking at 2028, 2030. Even if we bring on the full-time staff and bringing on volunteers, we're still at a space capacity. The stations were designed as volunteer stations. So as we look towards the future, we need that additional space. Looking at the Minister of Labor fire prevention cancer checklist, the equipment, we have to take the bunker gear off of the fire trucks. Some of them are on the fire trucks. We have to put them in the station, but there's no room in the station to take them off the truck and have a dedicated room for them and ventilated. So that's why we're probably looking at the 2028 to 2030 range as some sort of expansion.
okay, thank you very much. Follow-up?
So this is a bit of a wider question, but the mention of earlier of at the county's level that the possibility or the idea of consolidation or collaboration is to wonder whether we should buy more land or will we take over another fire department station as part of a rethinking of regional service delivery? Or is that way too soon to incorporate what you spoke about earlier into this concept?
I think it's too soon at this stage. There are discussions, but I think I think it's safe to assume that should we ever move to a regional positioning, that Emblem one is a central one, and so certainly the one that would require investment. But at this point, I don't think that's on the table for discussions, but something that will likely come up in the next 12 to 24 months, given the discussions coming at county, I would assume. Anything else? on this item. So members of council, staff team, I just wanted to check in terms of our timing. And so we're at 2:30. We're probably getting close to a break. I was wondering if I look at the remaining 3 presentations, am I accurate in saying 3 presentations, Ms. 4? Oh, the one at the end? But we have library infrastructure and park, oh, bylaw, that's right. What would you recommend that we take a short one, like take a break now, or do a shorter presentation before we take a break and then go into infrastructure? I just wanted you to get involved here a little bit.
We could do infrastructure in 5 minutes. Oh, we can maybe take a break.
Okay, let's go for a pause for the cause, 10 minutes, okay with everyone? So at 22, let's get back to it. En passant, si quelqu'un écoutait ça. Là. Alors, on est de retour. Il est 3h moins 20. Monsieur Godin, à quelle heure à quelle heure qu'on a la pause pour souper?
Je crois que c'est à 5 heures. Oui, à
C'est à
5 heures.
5 heures. Ah, OK. Alors, on fonce de l'avant. Monsieur Dagenet m'a confirmé qu'il pense qu'on va aller tard dans la soirée. À minuit. Ah, ça n'aurait pas été la première fois.
What's for supper?
We have a planned supper. I'm not sure, but
We can have our evening snack, too.
yeah.
Ouais.
Monsieur Godin.
OK. Non, mais je pense qu'on devrait continuer jusqu'à 5 heures. Peut-être qu'on va avoir le temps de finir le brief, peut-être pas, mais je pense qu'à 5 heures, ça serait la pause du souper, puis on pourrait digérer toute l'information qu'on a appris aujourd'hui, puis continuer demain matin.
Mais j'aimerais réviser ça, rendu à 5 heures. Ça serait intéressant d'être capable de finir les présentations aujourd'hui pour que demain, on puisse discuter des demandes des résidents, des conseils, puis regarder les plans.
Ouais.
Puis vraiment faire un focus là-dessus. Mais on will take a pulse from council and staff and see how everyone's doing at that time.
That's
That's okay with
yeah.
you? All right. Okay, so on that note, moving to infrastructure and planning departments. Monsieur Bourgon, la parole est à vous.
Merci, Monsieur le maire. Donc, sur une note générale, le département d'infrastructure et planning, la grosse augmentation, c'est en fait de refléter le transfert pour la réserve des avoirs. Donc, en suivant notre plan d'asset management, that's the overall main focus of the entire department. If we dive into the water and sewer division, we've discussed the user fee earlier today. I want to point out that in the brief, the percentage doesn't reflect the reality. Donc, the sewer rates should be 5.4 and the water rates, it's 2%. So to replace the 5.4 and the 17%. That will be modified into the final document.
So the water is at
2%,
2%.
and the sewer flat fee, it's at 5.4.
Thank you.
So in terms of the user fees for water and sewer, well, we've discussed the strategy for the corporate that because of the adjustment and savings, there would be if council move forward with that strategy, there would be no impact on the rates. The impact that we see, the $20 increase, it's to establish a reserve to fund the proposed new wastewater treatment plant. So the idea is to start with a $20 and to increase, so next year to increase another 10% to do that for over several years to build up a fund to have a payment at the beginning, and then we have the debt repayment established in our fees. So it's a similar strategy of what council approved for the rec complex. So then here, instead of using a percentage of taxation, we're proposing a $20 per unit to build up the reserve.
Yeah, so just to clarify, the rec complex strategy was a 1%, but that was across the entire community, whereas this, based on user fees, will represent around a 5.7%, the $20 from the 350 plus 20, right? Or
Yes.
that 350 includes the 20?
Well, then it would create a reserve like this year of $138,000.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I said water, but I meant sewer. Okay. Councilor Lauren?
I mean, ultimately, 1% of taxation, like, for the rec complex, is about $22.30, I think it is, and you're asking for $20 here, so it's almost the equivalent of a 1% amount strategy, if I'm reading that correctly.
Yeah, it's correct. And for this year, we're proposing the $20. Obviously, to add another $10 would need to be approved in the 27 budget, but that's what we're forecasting right now, is to start building that reserve for the implementation of that new mechanical plan as identified in our wastewater master plan.
And again, those are stacked savings, so $20 continues next year, but with another 10, so, and so on and so forth,
That's
correct? Okay. Councilor Deacon, I thought you had your hand up. Am I wrong?
On the wastewater, is it fair to say that we're taking our first steps into moving towards the mechanical plant in that sense?
Putting money aside for,
Yeah, so, true, Mr. Mayor. So from the ratepayers' perspective, yes, that's the first step in that direction. We also have the development charge study that will see that new component be included in that study. So basically, both source of financing being implemented for 2026.
and as we move the planning further into that, we're also moving in the direction of getting grants for that purpose, as well as we have more defined project scope and so on, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Councillor Laurie?
Yeah, so this strategy that you want to implement for the next 10 years, that would be existing user portion of that project, while the DC charge would be for future growth aspect of that plant. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Okay. I just don't want existing residents to pay for future needs.
No, so again, true, Mr. Mayor, so it's really to finance the benefit to existing. The same
correct.
approach that was taken by council 15 years ago or so when we implement the water source from Ottawa.
Yeah, and the other interesting aspect on this is is DCs will help support wastewater development, but existing users will help support development of wastewater, but growth pays for all supply expense increases, right?
That's correct.
That's right, yeah. Councillor Armstrong?
I agree with the $20 this year. I'm not certain that the annual increase of $10 would be sufficient, even though there is because there's a significant benefit to existing expected in the new wastewater treatment plant. And I would look personally to increasing that $10 every year to even perhaps as much as maintaining the $20 increase every year from the users to ensure that we have sufficient funds. And the other reason why I ask for that, state that, is that I remember the rate that the projected costs for our rec complex increased. They over doubled in a matter of about 4 years. And I'm worried that we may find ourselves caught in a similar situation. So, be prepared.
Just a clarification, when you're talking about the rec complex, you're talking about the cost of the project, how it increased? Okay. I
Yeah,
understand.
that's what I'm,
Okay.
because I think we went from,
89.
oh no, at one time I think it was 55 when 2018 or 2017
Scope
or something.
changed and.
And
all
whatever,
kinds of stuff
but
happened,
those are the things that can happen on us.
Yes, I
you know.
agree. And so that'll be looked at every year, I'm sure, but just to clarify that this particular approach is really to help us set a pot of money that will help address, it's not meant to eliminate the entire need, it's almost like our down payment for our mortgage kind of thing. That's exactly. Okay. Perfect. Monsieur Godin?
Merci, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to mention, just to support what Councillor Armstrong was saying, this is really a starting point. And we're not saying here by increasing $20 today and $10 for 10 years, that we'll have all we need to build that. Because there's still a lot of unknown factors. We still have to go through the EA and design, and different options will be verified in different scopes. But this is a good starting point.
Excellent. And we're also going to work very closely with government to get lots of money. Councillor Deakin?
I'm struggling with this one a bit in terms of the existing users and understanding the benefit. I think folks that have been in our community for a long time are happy with, flushing the toilet or taking a shower and knowing that it goes to the lagoon. And so I'm curious if Councillor Armstrong would indulge me, or maybe members of administration. How are you seeing the benefit to existing users switching to a mechanical plant beyond responding to increased need for capacity, which is associated with growth?
Yeah, and maybe administration can
Yeah.
correct me, as my understanding is, it's like a switch. We flipped over a switch. We now have to go from lagoons to a wastewater treatment plant. But because certain of that capacity of the new wastewater treatment plant will be used by existing has to pay for that, that capacity. So if the capacity of the wastewater treatment plant is double our current users in terms of population or houses, then the existing portion has to pay for 50% of that. It doesn't seem fair, but it's the way I read the development, or the Planning Act and the Development Charges Act.
Monsieur Bourgon?
Merci, Mr. Mayor. So Councillor Armstrong is correct in the sense, like, because we're switching that way, that the existing users still need to pay towards a new
Their
facility.
share.
It's this, as I mentioned earlier, it's the same thing when we did the switch to Ottawa user, the Ottawa Water. So the existing user on wells did pay their share of the debt through payment for that new infrastructure.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Lauren, then I'll come back to you, Councillor Deacon.
Yeah, that's where I was going with my comment, was the people that were on the municipal well system, not to confuse the people on well, but the people in the municipal well system, some of them said, we like this. We don't want to change. Why should we have to pay? But it was, we were turning this off and we were turning this on. So I guess that's the similar here, is we're turning off the lagoon aspect, although a lot of people will say, well, we're happy with that. Yeah, but we're not using that anymore. Now we're using this, so the cost to transition from there to there for the existing users is X, and that's what we're trying to plan for over a period of time, so that we smooth out any cost increase to the resident, instead of going, today it's zero, tomorrow it's $200. Today it's $20, and for 10 years it'll be $10, so it's $120 instead of $200 at the end of the day. I'm faking numbers there, but it's similar. It's apples to apples in that circumstance, I think, from water to sewer. That's the way I see it, so.
So again,
Or understand it.
just from a layman's terms perspective, can you explain to me why we would shut down our lagoons and go to mechanical?
Well, there's the component of growth. So we're going to run out of capacity.
Yeah.
2, it's treatment. As much as lagoon do work, with the regulation being harder on us, it's going to be hard to meet the requirement of the province. So the treatment aspect of things will need a mechanical plant.
Thank you. Councillor Deegan?
I have a couple of questions on that. So are we seeing regulations becoming more stringent in a way that whether we were growing or not, we may eventually have to face the music and go to a mechanical plant anyways?
Monsieur Bourgon?
Yes. So even without growth, we may be in a position that we have to go to a mechanical plant regardless, even without growth.
That is very good for me to know, because I don't like this. I don't like telling people that are existing users that they need to invest in something that, like I said, already works for them in their day-to-day in that perspective. So understanding that the regulations are moving to more stringent requirements, and that the lagoon would not meet that requirement in X number of years is very prudent. I have a question, but I don't like it, just for the record, but it needs to be done. Like, I'm finally getting that, so I really appreciate that. If we're turning on a mechanical plant, we're starting to talk about turning off a lagoon system, the lagoon systems. What funds are being set aside to properly shut those down? And as I understand, perhaps the lagoons are not in the asset management plan. That concerns me a little bit if that's the case.
Monsieur Bourgon?
At this point, the first step, we are putting aside that $20 per unit for that mechanical plant. So for us, the decommissioning of our other facility should be included in that full transition. It's too early to say how much it would cost exactly for the decommissioning. As for the asset part, the lagoon itself, it's land. So it's in that part that it's not necessarily captured in the asset management because it's only property, it's only land. So you don't need to replace that facility. You need to maintain them though. So you do have a large
Operation.
maintenance operation cost. So that's where like we're still spending lots of money, just the desludging, just to maintain your lagoon clear. Well, we need to spend lots of money on a regular basis.
Whether it's closed or not, and that would continue
Well,
as
let's say if it's
operation.
still operational.
Yeah,
Once we stop using them, well, maybe a portion of, as an example, the Embrun facility may be used as a complement to our mechanical plant. So there's potential benefit. All that to say that our first step will be our EA. So we need to do all our homework to determine and to answer those questions of decommissioning, what can be used, how can they become decommissioned. So as of our 2026 budget, the first steps is to start building that reserve to fund the existing user share. And with the new DC bylaw, well, we'll start collecting money from our DC charge towards that project.
so still a lot of unknown around it, but we're starting to put money aside
Correct.
as this takes shape. Councillor Deakin?
I'm just wondering to myself if it does make sense to start, at least in the way that we talk about it, considering the current lagoon as an asset, and specifically something like the liner, right? That will not be there for all of the cells for perpetuity, that will need to be decommissioned in some way, shape, or form, as I understand. I would like to ask that be considered by administration to provide clarity around what the contribution is for exactly, especially as it becomes more clear through the EA process. And if again, the recommendation is to keep that out of asset management, in my mind, I see that getting quite blurry for myself down the road.
Thank you. So maybe in terms of the value of adding it to asset management, because there is a certain amount of physical aspect to it outside of land, what's the argument for or against that, Monsieur Godin or Monsieur Bourgon?
Merci, Monsieur Maire. I think it's a question of planning for those costs, I guess, is what you're getting to. And I think to echo Monsieur Bourgon's comments, if we're looking at it as the decommissioning is going to be a result of the transfer to the wastewater treatment plant, right? So I think it does make sense that when we're planning to build that we plan the decommissioning costs within that project. Whereas for asset management, I get your point on asset management too. I would say if we were building a lagoon today, and we would be aware of estimates for those decommissioning costs, they should probably be part of that asset management plan to know that after 30, 40, or 50 years, whatever it is, we'll have to decommission that. But I think that if we're looking at it from a planning perspective, a financial planning perspective, I think it makes sense that it'd be part of that total cost for the project. Does that mean it goes from 100 million to 101 or 2? I have no clue, but I think as we go through the EA, it's a good idea that we keep that in mind.
One other point to make on the wastewater mechanical, we are exploring this in collaboration with Nation, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So is it fair to assume that they are on their side also putting money aside?
At this point, it's
Fair
true,
assumption.
we don't know how they're planning financially, but the facility, we're working with them closely to establish a plan that would be more of a regional facility than just for our own needs.
As I can tell you from my discussions at the provincial level, there is a big push to see collaboration between municipalities to offset costs, to make them more efficient. So I'm glad that we're moving in that direction. I think that's really important. Conseiller Lalonde?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate or not reiterate, but support some of the earlier comments by Councillor Deacon. This is the first time today that I hear that, and I'm glad to hear that there's going to be a push, or there is a push already for us on the part of the province to move towards mechanical. I haven't heard those comments before, because it does change things. I was prepared to argue a little over this $20 as well. I didn't quite see it in the same light as water coming to the township. That was more an issue back in the day with concerns over how much ground source water supply we had left, and that they weren't going to allow us to dig any more ground source wells for communal water systems. In this case, it was really, for me, up to this point anyway, a growth-related issue. If we didn't have the amount of growth we've experienced in the last 10 years, we wouldn't have to be talking about this now. So, and what was ingrained in my head when I joined council is, oh no, growth pays for growth. You know, that's, and yet now we're going to put on top of whatever we collect through DCs, we're going to put another $20 in. And it's really only because of Monsieur Bourgon's statements now about how Ministry of the Environment is pushing us in that direction anyway, that I'm going to go along with the philosophy here.
Merci, conseiller. Anything to add on that, Monsieur Bourgon, or we move forward?
On that specific topic today, no. There's lots, well, I guess I can touch base on one of our capital project is to start DEA. So we've put an amount in 2026 to start the process. It's going to be a long process for DEA, so we want to make sure that we're planning ahead of time for those studies. For the water system, in 2026 we'll start replacing our water meters as a preventive maintenance program. So our goal next year is to change 500 meters, and that's something that we will need to be doing for annually. Those meters are in place since the beginning, so I don't remember the exact date, but I want to say 27, 28 in that time frame. So we need to start doing that preventive maintenance of the replacing the full unit.
Councillor Lauren.
Yeah, just hoping that some of that cost is also going to be attributed to communication plan to affected residents, so that they're aware that we were going to have people coming out and replacing, you know, a blind knock on the door saying, I need to come down to your basement and change something is obviously a concern in this day and age. So a very good communication plan should be put in place as well.
Mr. Bourgon.
True, Mr. Mayor. So, and our goal is we'll have to establish an appointment process. So it's preventive maintenance, so it's part of our asset management plan. We want to make sure that the system still works for the corporation and the homeowner. And also, we'll be checking at the same time the water valve at property line. We want to make sure that it still works properly. So again, for any emergency for the homeowner or for the corporation side, make sure that everything works properly.
Makes
So we'll
sense.
be working, be using the first subdivision that we're implemented. We'll try to do like one region, and the next year we just move on throughout both towns.
Fantastic. Councillor Armstrong?
Are all our water meters operable at the moment, or are some defective?
Monsieur.
Merci, Mr. Mayor. They're all working properly. Obviously, there's some that we changed a few here and there, it happens, but the entirety of our system works properly now.
All the ones we know are working well. But I mean, how many are we talking about here?
Well, we want to start 500 per year, but in total, we're about at 6,500-ish
Yeah,
in total
so-
right now. So
Excellent.
obviously, the ones that were put in the last couple of years will be able to wait. We're really focusing the core that were put in at the beginning.
What was the beginning? 2000?
I want to say 2008,
Oh, I
but
see,
I could be
7,
off by a
yeah.
few years.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Deegan, I see a hand.
Yeah, going back to the water model that we were looking at the last meeting, I saw that there's a 30% loss in the model, and I'm reading, just like when you Googled it before seeing the doctor, I'm reading that that's considered high. So I just want to understand, the water meters, I believe, is a step towards reducing the loss. I'd just like to hear more from the administration on what measures are being taken, if there's anything else that we should be investing in as a township, because to me, waste, which is essentially is often more costly than putting in more upfront investments to help reduce the impact on the users.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Bourgon?
So yes, you're right, the model for 2026 was put in with 30% water loss, and that's based on the value from last year. This year, we did have money or a budget to help us doing some leak detection. Over the last year, we've found a few leaks here and there throughout towns. We did some repairs. Water meter could be a source of potential if like the older ones, maybe not as tracking as currently as they should be. So the program could assist, but we are constantly looking, try to find leaks or the problem. It's minimal everywhere. As an example, a road valve could be dripping. Well, you got water dripping at that location. Same thing further on, so it's to try to find all those locations. Right now, the water loss is better than it was last year. We did find lots of leaks over the years. So in the model, when we'll reconvene for our budget next year, we'll be able to, we're looking into it quarterly. So we'll be able to see, okay, we've done better. We'll be able to adjust our model accordingly.
Thank you. Follow-up?
And it sounds like there are many minor things that you're coming up, just from a council budgetary perspective. Operationally, the department has whatever they need to address those as they come up.
Mr. Bourgon?
Yeah, that's correct. It's really part of the operational, try to find those. And as an example, we're doing Notre Dame right now. Well, we're changing all the mechanical structure of our water main right now, hydrants and joints or valves. So right there, we're potentially addressing a few percent through it, since it's our oldest infrastructure in the water system.
Thank you. Je vous laisse continuer.
Next one would be the waste program. Apart from the strategy that we've discussed this morning, the rates are presented at 311, and that's what was presented to council about a year ago. The adjustment from 25 to 26, it's now the organic program. It's now being established for year-round instead of the 9-month that it was for 25. So that's the main difference in between the two. So that's where we see that small increase. A point to say that as of 26, the recycling collection will be completed by Miller Waste. So it's now officially out of township control. We were involved of some sort in the last few years, but starting in January 1st, where it's entirely another contract, so we're not involved at all in that collection.
Are we still going to address user concerns or issues from our perspective?
Yes, by only providing the phone number.
Okay.
So
And that's province-wide, right?
province-wide, exactly.
Okay. Councillor Lauren?
So again, as part of that communication piece, I'm sure that we're going to go with an education program or something, whether that's on our calendar. Please note, all recycling should go to XYZ number or whatnot.
And it will be in the newsletter as well, which we're working on for the winter edition. So
Absolutely, and I would concur that calendar piece is something that I know is on my fridge in my garage, because that's when I know when the garbage. So there's a lot of key detail that should be on there from the get-go, including our recycling on all the holidays and everything else, and the tree pickup stuff and everything, so.
Staff met with Miller Waste a few weeks ago, and they confirmed they're following the same dates, same
Excellent.
day collection for our waste and organic.
Beautiful, thank you. Councillor Lauren?
Yeah, so my one question is, we've got the increase to 311. Does that include the transition to the new bin for regular waste?
Monsieur Bourgon?
Merci. So the
Yeah,
transition to the waste bin was included in our 2025 budget as a one-time.
So new residents.
So moving forward in '26, existing resident will only see the 311. A new occupancy or new home will have a one-time fee for both bins.
For both organic and
Yeah,
waste.
exactly.
Okay, so we charge the
The balance.
the balance from, I don't know if it was $125 for the bin, we had a reserve for 100 and we charged the 26 already?
That was already
It's already paid for.
paid for or
Wow.
billed to resident in '25.
Okay, and do we know, have we purchased any of the upsize bins? And do we know what the upcharge will be for the upsize bins if they return their other bin?
Monsieur Bourgon?
At this time, no. We focus our purchase and delivery of the regular size. We're now looking into oversized ones, so we yet have the price. But in our user fee bylaw, we've put in as the cost recovery for the homeowner.
Okay, so that'll come back then from a user fee perspective?
Well, it's true, Mr. Mayor. So it was already established in our user fee bylaw. So now it's a matter of communicating to the resident that information.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, will the resident be able to return their current bin and just pay the difference of the bin, or they have to purchase, they're getting this one and they have to buy completely the other one?
Monsieur Bourgon?
At this point, still have to buy the new one.
Okay, thank you.
Madame Bourdon, on le baisse, hein? Ouais, il fait chaud en Titi. Il commence à faire chaud ici. On l'a, OK. On continue.
Now, if I'm moving towards a highlight for our stormwater system or budget, the main difference that well, obviously there's the asset requirement, and we also put money in our budget to start a stormwater master plan. So the idea or the purpose, now we know we've done our condition assessment. We know which area needs to oversize for climate change. Which one do we do first? So that's essentially, we want to bring our plan in line with the paving plan and to be able to build the financial plan over the next 10 and 20 years to which one are more critical. We know we have tricky locations, so we want to make sure we can establish a proper plan. With that, to be able to establish a proper user fee framework after that. In terms of FTE, we're adding a 0.5 employee for the Public Works group. We already had a part-time employee for the wintertime, so we're asking council to change that part-time to now a full employee. And in order to save on our budget, we did cut or remove one of our student that we had for summertime in lieu of having that full-time employee. So the impact to our budget, it's about 0.6 FTE that in total.
And was that part of the HR plan, the original HR plan?
Well, the HR plan calls for a full employee, knowing all the ask that the department's making, mostly in our asset requirement. We propose to just change that part-time position to a full-time and not to add a full employee.
Thank you.
For the planning group, in terms of operation, is just to maintain the same level of service as we're currently offering. For the capital projects, we have the paving plan, or the paving list, or I should say. So from the past year, it did increase. We're proposing to council to increase by $200,000. Again, that's in the same line. We're following our paving plan, same line as our asset management plan that's being increasing. So we're following that same trend, which allow us to include more roads. So over the last 10 years, we increased by like almost double the paving plan.
Monsieur Bourgon, est-ce que je peux vous demander, ça représente combien en distance, le paving plan, comme il est présenté en ce moment?
C'est une bonne question. Je n'ai pas l'information avec moi, mais certainement une information que je pourrais partager au conseil d'ici sur la fin de la journée là, ou en début de journée demain.
As we know,
Il faudrait juste que je fasse le calcul.
the paving is always an issue, is always a challenge, and so I think it's important that we communicate that with our community to demonstrate how much, I mean, the 2.4 million to me is already a great amount to show, but also to demonstrate that what that represents, so residents can understand the costs associated with those repaving as well. Councillor Deakin?
Yeah, I was excited to see some of the streets there. I know that many happy residents who will be delighted to see their streets on there, and others who won't be because they'll be punted back. But I just wanted to ask on that note, there were a few that I thought in the paving plan had an asterisk related to storm sewer projects. So Bordeaux comes to mind, Bowles, Drentex. Are those all good to go? They're on the list this year,
Yeah.
so.
Monsieur Bourgon, comme Bordeaux, c'est un bon exemple, oui. Vas-y.
Donc, on a fait nos investigations cette année. Donc, il y a des réparations requises, mais c'est mineur. Those repairs can be done part of our operational budget and done by our staff, being minor. So it's a good news that we're able to now include those road segments in our plan and
Ce que vous dites, c'est que si on prend Bordeaux comme exemple, c'est qu'on va quand même faire les améliorations requises dans l'infrastructure, mais on va aussi le repaver.
On va repaver, puis les interventions sont mineures.
Ils sont dans le
donc, il
regular
reste que-
operating budget.
Exactement. Donc, on est capable de pouvoir faire, de jumeler ces réparations-là avec le pavage.
Formidable. C'est bon? Oui. Conseiller Lalonde?
Yeah, I arm wrestled with the Director of Infrastructure an hour ago over just one road. I think the selection, the menu for this coming year is a good one. The people on Bowles and Drentex, my gosh, I mean, they'll be great to, happy to hear this. My only, maybe it's an ask, but the section of Church Street east of Concession all the way up to Sujac is in very poor condition and falling apart. And I would have loved to have seen that on the list, and I remember we arm wrestled a few years ago to get North Russell Road paved, which I think was a very good thing for this council to have supported, even though it wasn't on the list at the time. I don't know where we end up with our budget deliberations, but if I thought there was any room to get Church Street in north of, when they saw all of the work done on the south side of Church or south side of Concession all the way down Church to the new Melanie subdivision, everyone got excited about thinking the east side would get done as well, but it didn't. So maybe if the Director of Infrastructure has a comment on the state of Church Street east of Concession as to why it didn't make the list this year, I'd be grateful.
I think we can certainly add that to the council requests to be looked at tomorrow. Monsieur Bourgon, do you have anything else to add on that?
Simply that we're following the plan that was presented to council last year.
Yeah, the 2024 plan, like paving plan, yeah. So it's just, it takes away a lot of, it's like based on a full analysis of, and it's never enough. And so we're trying to, do what we can with what we got. But having said that, we can add that one for the council member requests, and we can look at that tomorrow. Councillor Deakin?
Just picking up, you said it's never enough, but we do have an asset management plan that if we pursued it and stayed
That's right. So in 12
loyal
years
to
or
it,
10
that
years, it'll be
it
enough.
could be enough
Yeah,
someday
That's correct.
if we're so bold.
That's good. That's very good. Councillor Lauren?
Yeah, so it's funny that Councillor Lolo mentioned the east side. Was the west side done up to McDonald Road?
Mr. Bourgon?
Yes, part of the storm sewer installation a few years ago.
Right from Concession?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Because I had somebody come to me last year asking about it, and I didn't resonate that was all gonna be done part of that project, and now Bowles and Gentrix, so that's good to finish off that section.
Yeah, and again, just for staff direction, I think we do it, but at the end, when the budget is approved and we do have communication, I would love to see the kilometers and costs associated so that residents could see and maybe put that as a comparison year to year what we do. Because I don't think people realize the cost associated with that, so. OK, on continue.
The next project, it's la continuité du projet de la reconstruction de la rue Notre-Dame. On continue à investir dans le projet pour le remplacement des égouts pluviales. We did receive the funding from the province in that project, which now that we have that money, there's a portion that we received to replace and upgrade our water main, which that variable was not part of our original scope when we started doing the design last year. So now we're adding that component to part of the project. So that adds some complexity. So all that to say that the project will be extending in 2027 construction season, and likely finishing off in 28 with landscaping and all the finishing touches. We also have more component for intersection improvement that the counties wants to do as part of the full construction. So basically, we want to make sure that we do address everything that needs to be done on Notre-Dame once we're done the project.
Monsieur Bourgon, si je peux vous demander de clarifier, le projet comme tel, quand on l'a commencé, était à 10,7 millions?
Environ. Puis, quand on a soumis notre demande de financement à la province, on a inclus le water main qui était un autre 3 millions. Mais dans notre master plan, on avait option 1 qui était utiliser la Notre-Dame pour cette mise à jour-là, ou d'utiliser le corridor de Saint-Guillaume, route 300. Puisque maintenant on a du financement, on va aller avec l'option de la rue Notre-Dame, donc c'est le bon temps là, de l'ajouter dans les travaux.
Alors, le 9,6 millions qu'on a reçu du provincial, qui allait avoir un impact sur le 10,7, dans le fond, ça a un impact sur un projet de mettons, 14 millions.
Environ, oui, exactement.
OK. Et puis, encore une fois, si on regarde ça, les comtés payent juste eux autres ne touchent pas l'infrastructure, ils ne supportent pas sur l'infrastructure.
Les comtés financent 50% du remplacement de l'égout pluvial.
OK.
Puis financent le pavage, l'amélioration des intersections en majeure partie.
OK, merci.
So we will be going out on tender shortly for the next summer construction part. So when I'll bring the contract for approval to council, I'll be including in my report all the details of the upcoming construction season. We'll be doing a couple of open house for business owners, one for the residents, since there's going to be lots going on again next summer.
Thank you.
We're adding $250,000 for the repairs and cleaning of our water tower. There's an ongoing project right now, so that amount it's to top up, make sure we can address all the urgent repairs. On a side note for the water repair, and I'll brief council a bit more on Monday night, but next week we will be shutting down the Emblem water tower. So I'll be issuing a water restriction for no outdoor usage of water while we're doing the interior inspection of the Emblem water tower.
And that'll be clearly communicated as to
It
why
will
we're
be,
doing it.
and I'll be able to speak about it on Monday night during the announcements. Just a little FYI that council will receive more info on that topic.
Quand on parle du 2,8 millions pour water, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one, 250,000 water tower cleaning and repairs. That is for one specific water tower or for our
It's
water?
we'll be addressing some urgent repairs on the 3 towers.
Okay, okay.
And we know that in the short to medium term, we'll have to do major, like we did in Emblem a few years ago, like the sandblasting, painting, that will have to be done in Russell over the next few years.
OK.
Le prochain projet, c'est la construction du rond-point à l'intersection Saint-Guillaume et la route 300. Ceci est la première intersection avec notre projet de la route 300. Donc, on a reçu encore une fois du financement de la province. Donc, l'année prochaine, on va de l'avant avec la construction de la première intersection. Donc, encore, ce projet-là va être financé par les comtés unis, notre octroi et les frais de développement.
Fantastique, merci. Puis encore une fois, ça, ça va être important de communiquer ça quand le projet arrive, parce que je pense que they're good news stories. I'm sure that some residents are really happy to see those roundabouts, but are tired of seeing the constructions of them, and we're just getting started. So, okay, thank you.
Le prochain projet, c'est l'expansion du réservoir d'eau, puis l'amélioration d'une conduite d'eau. So we are in design right now to expand our water reservoir. So we're starting construction. We're planning to start construction next year. With that, we'll bring another water main to the village of Embrun. Right now, there's a single feed from the reservoir to the village. So with that project, we'll be adding a second pipe for redundancy and for future growth as well.
Can I ask a silly question? How do you increase capacity in the water reservoir? Like, how do you?
We're using the same type of infrastructure as you can see in Limoges. It's like those water, like it's a tank.
A tower?
Well, it's going to be like above ground, but it's those round tanks. So if you drove by in Limoges, you'll notice they have two. So we will be adding
I see.
two behind our existing reservoir.
So we're not expanding the existing one, we're adding a small one.
Exactly. So it's cheaper than just to expand the existing building, but we're adding those two reservoirs in order to have better like reserve capacity. We'll be able to address our fire protection for the future as well. So we're addressing all those variables.
Merci.
J'ai mentionné plus tôt qu'on met de l'argent dans le budget pour commencer l'étude environnementale pour le plan mécanique. On a de l'argent pour des remplacements d'équipements pour notre souffleuse à neige. That's the tool that we use to clear the snow along sidewalks. On doit remplacer notre moulin ou notre tondeuse là, pour le côté des chemins. On a de l'argent pour la réparation du toit du garage municipal. Being a flat roof, it's due as per asset replacement to keep that membrane up to par. Le prochain projet, that's a small parking lot around the train station, the old train station. Since we are going by with the Notre-Dame construction, we are modifying the entranceway. We applied for a grant to revamp the full parking lot, to be able to change the pavement, put curbs, add some lines, just to make it more. And with that, if we receive it, we'll be able to put the bike trail behind the train station. So now the trail goes in the parking lot. So with that work, we want to make sure that we can put the trail separately from the parking lot and then connect to Blais.
Can I just clarify, it's my understanding that the train station had a plan to relocate as well. Is that taking into consideration that?
Yes, so we're working, well, our project manager's working on both files to make sure that there's no duplicates and one project benefit the other.
Okay, fantastic. Councilor Lauren?
Will we then have signs identifying the fact that it's a municipal parking and not a parking for the commercial building to the left? That was always a concern when we approved that site plan back in, I want to say 07, 08 timeframe. Because the parking for the commercial building is on the left. It's on the other side, but everyone just pulls into the municipal parking. So I'm just hoping that that's part of the plan as well.
A lot of our trail users end up going in for that business. So it's
Just
just,
to answer Councillor Lorrain's point, yes, it's part of the project, signage, bike rack, maybe a couple of picnic table, that's all part of the funding that we applied.
Excellent.
to revamp that area.
What about the parklet?
It will have to be moved a little bit to allow for the
Okay.
trail to connect on Blaine.
I was never a fan. Councillor Deegan?
I love the parklet, and my kids got to paint it, but I
Well, the
would love if
painting,
it could
yes.
go under a tree. I did want to say, just for clarity on the planification of the wastewater treatment plant, that 200,000, that's for the EA, and that's funded how? Is that,
Mr. Bogon?
At this point, I think we've put for, I should look in the other document. I think it's all DC for,
like, that's not related to the $20 contribution?
no.
Okay.
I'll have to find I'll get back to Councillor
Merci.
Deakin for the exact financing.
Merci. Vous pouvez continuer.
Puis le dernier projet, encore une fois, on a fait une application pour revitaliser ou améliorer l'espace vert qui est près d'Embrun Ford. So just northwest of the original runabout. So we want to improve, plant trees, add some picnic tables, pave the pathways of that area. So we applied for funding to do so, and that's the reason why it's showing up in our capital projects.
So, this year, we had some challenges around our roundabouts and landscaping on roundabouts. Is your budget now address that, or is that within Parks and Rec as we're growing those roundabouts?
So our operational budget was increased a little bit to reflect that, and our extra staff that we're asking council will be mostly
Allocated
addressing
for that.
that as well.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Deakin?
That landscaping, just in my mind's eye, I'm trying to picture it, is that, in terms of on which side of the roundabout, is that in front of the forklift place, or is that the?
It would be
the
south of the A&W and
That
Starbucks,
place
that
where-
area
okay.
there. Yeah.
And which grant? I'm just curious, which grant came
Mr.
through on
Bogo?
that?
It's through the province. It's accessible.
Oh,
I don't recall the exact acronym, but it's through the province with the accessibility funding.
Merci. Councillor Deakin?
one more, well, I guess a comment. I'm seeing a lot of foot traffic around there now, and definitely getting to those businesses, the A&W, right. I'm just wondering, were there funds as well from those business owners in the end to re-landscape that, or was that not part of the agreement with them?
That's a good question. Monsieur Bogon, I think there was the original developer.
So part of the site plan for the existing 2 phases, there's nothing. There was some talks with council a few years ago when the trees were cut down, that the property owner would finance the maintenance of that area and would also donate $10,000 per year for 5 years. We have yet seen that money.
Councillor Lauren?
I think it's time to follow up on that. If you haven't done recently, and I have no problem making calls as well.
Yeah, so just a clarification, Mr. Bogon, that was on the contract for that, so it's contractual obligation.
I don't believe the contract was signed. Something we will look into, but I don't believe it was signed at the time that council did approve.
I'd like to get to the bottom of that, so can we add that as a report back to, because that's, council had approved this plan, and then it just kind of died off, is that what you're saying? But we still sold the land, allowed the cutting of the trees. Okay, well, so we'll expect something back on that. Merci. Councillor Deakin?
And just another question on the landscaping there, that former portion of the trail that goes through that's loose gravel, is there a plan to pave that?
Monsieur Bogon?
Yes, part of that project highlighted today for
Okay.
next season, yes, that's the intention to pave.
Councillor Deakin?
Can I circle back to something? on the paving side as well, this just came to mind, the Kin storage project, they needed paving to enable the building of that. Is that included in the paving plan, or would that appear somewhere else? Is that
Ma-
moving forward?
Monsieur Bourgon?
It's not included in the paving plan. We need to build ourselves an access for that new water main that will be looping from the reservoir to Emblem. So that access road will become the access for the King Club property.
But that is budgeted somewhere here to build that out. It's part of
Yes.
reserves.
It is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
I-
Councillor Deakin?
If I may, I just had two that weren't in the report itself. The first was rural intersection safety, and I just want to say that it's an ongoing priority for me to see the report back that council requested with regard to a review of the rural intersections and exploring any improvements that could be made in our rural areas. So I'm not seeing that in the budget. And I'd like to rest assured that in 2026, if improvements do come through in any report to council, that they could still be actioned under an operational reserve or.
So that's been an ongoing struggle to get
Yeah.
the information, I think, from the OPP at the time. And I think it's part of the upcoming business plan to address, Monsieur Bourgon.
Yeah, that's correct. And if there's any minor improvement to be done, the operational budget from Public Works will be able to cover the improvements.
Just for Councillor Deakin's information, can you give us a timeline for that information, when it will come back with estimated actions, if there are actions to follow through on it?
In our business plan, we have winter 26 to come back
Okay,
to council.
because originally when the petitions came out, it was going to be the fall, and then it's got moved, and the reason for the delay, Monsieur Bourgon, just to confirm?
Well, it's to have the accurate numbers of accident per intersection and the type of accident. Because it's one thing to be flagged an accident, but as per our guidelines, it doesn't necessarily qualify as one, if that makes sense. Put it
So,
that way.
and that was contingent on the OPP providing that data?
And it's MTO, so
MTO.
Ministry of Transportation of Ontario.
And so we have that data now, it's being looked at? And
Yeah, we have access to the system now. Now we need to do requests intersection per intersection, and then we need to analyze the
So
information.
we will have it this winter.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Thank you. Councillor Deakin?
If I can speak from a personal perspective, I'm not known for my patience, but that one has been the hardest one to sit on this entire term. Just one other thing that I wanted to ask, and forgive me if this isn't Public Works or infrastructure, but there was a committee recommendation from the Environmental Advisory Committee about beautification in McDougall Park. And I'm wondering if there is budget for 2026 for that project, or where that project is at, just making sure that it can move forward in due time.
That would be under Madame Guittard.
Well, both departments been in discussion. The trees have been ordered. I think they've been received. So if they're not planted now, they will be shortly. So that's an item that's already been addressed.
Oh, that's great news.
Madame Guittard, anything to add?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and if I can add, we've just finished the cleaning of all the flower beds also. So there was an extensive cleanup done in the park this summer. And we've been working very closely with the Horticultural Society.
I'd just like to also highlight the appreciation for the work done around the flag, repainting the post. It was rusted out, and clearing out some of the brush there so that we can see the tree donated in memory of former Mayor J.P. St. Pierre. So thank you for all that work. Councillor Lauren, I had you up next.
Because Councillor Deakin had mentioned something about this. So for the Kin storage project, I think they have certain timelines that they're looking at building in 2026. Will this side road that you're talking about match with their their planned project so that we're not delaying the project.
It's my understanding that we're going to tender for that early in the new year with as soon as the thaw is there, we're able to start on that road, correct?
That's correct. We are in discussion with the King Club. We're not going to be able to meet their initial timeframe, which was March, I believe. So we're in discussion with them to explain our timeline for our construction of that
Yeah.
project.
And I think Kin has met with Monsieur Dagenet, Monsieur Bourgon, and I think they've reached out to us, and they just some understanding of how the process works and waiting for this budget to get the money for the road and so on, and which requires that timeline. But I think staff is aware of the time, abilities, and everything else, and I think that road will be done as soon as we can within due process. Anything else on this, members of council?
C'est tout pour moi. Apologize for council, I didn't make it in 5 minutes.
I think you need to work on that for next year. Eh? Thank you so much, Monsieur Bourgon. It was a very good presentation, a lot of good information, and I'll share my appreciation to see the list of roads, and again, we should really celebrate that when we're investing this much, when the community is investing this much on the roads, and also on the grants that we've received and the impacts those grants are having. So, thank you so much. All right. Madame Séguin, est-ce que tout le monde est bon? On continue? On va faire la bibliothèque, oui? La parole est à vous.
Bon après-midi tout le monde. Vous m'entendez bien?
Oui.
OK, parfait. Donc, la bibliothèque. Merci. La bibliothèque offre une expérience d'apprentissage riche et enrichissante pour tous les membres de la communauté. En tant qu'espace inclusif et accueillant, elle constitue un lieu de rassemblement essentiel qui favorise les liens sociaux, le développement personnel et un sentiment d'appartenance. Grâce à une diversité de programmes, de collections et de services, la bibliothèque soutient l'apprentissage tout au long de la vie et célèbre le plaisir de lire et d'écrire. En tant que pilier de la communauté, la bibliothèque joue un rôle clé dans la promotion d'un accès équitable à l'information, dans la réduction des inégalités numériques et dans le soutien à la littératie et à l'éducation pour tous les âges. Un investissement continu dans la bibliothèque permet de répondre aux besoins évolutifs de la population, en particulier ceux qui dépendent le plus de ces ressources. Le soutien budgétaire permet non seulement de maintenir les livres et les documents, mais aussi de financer les espaces, les technologies et les programmes qui enrichissent les vies, donnent du pouvoir aux individus et renforcent la résilience de notre communauté. I'll give you some data. We now know that based on calculation using the Valuing Ontario Library Toolkit, the VOLT, developed by the Ontario Library Service and the Nordic Institute, that here at the Russell Township, every dollar invested by the municipality in the library, that the Russell Township receives $6.14 of economic benefit. Just last September, I'm happy to report a record number in visit at the Russell branch. We reached 4,441 visits. That makes an average of 1,000 visits per week, only at the Russell branch. This library, this community hub space, is well used. We also see rising participation in our daily activities, and we have strong partnership with La Maison de la Famille and Centre On y Va. As you all know, our libraries are just not about books. We have audiobooks, Vox books that are read out loud book format for kids, movies, magazine, radon kits, museum passes, and online resources like Ancestry for genealogy. And our latest acquisition, LinkedIn learning for online courses. The library has a strong leadership and governance board with policies, procedure, motion, and monthly meetings. The fundraising subcommittee have now secured $120,000 for a capital project for the new Embrun branch. We have received the Valoris money, Desjardins funds, and another one to be announced hopefully shortly. Our overall operational costs are barely rising to meet the 2% increase. And a one-time fee for the Embrun library move will be needed when time B. Otherwise, we'll be in the La Croisée School until the new building is completed and ready for us. As for the financial strategy, we are in year 2 of the long-term 0.05% annual tax increase over a 17 years time period in order to ensure the long-term sustainability. The library board and the council agreement is being drafted and is anticipated to be completed in 2025. Should I proceed with the capital?
Questions at this point, members of council? Councillor Deakin?
Just a comment, congratulating the library administration on the record attendance or visits to the Russell branch in the month of September. My comment is just, you know, there's a lot of resources online. There are many library users, as I understand, who are mostly benefiting from library services from the comfort of their own home, accessing ebooks, audiobooks, etc. So just to say that I'm doubly impressed and glad to see that the in-person usage of the branch is also growing, and that there must be a transformation afoot as that digital aspect of the service also takes off.
Thank you, Councillor. And congratulations on the grants. I know that the board has worked on that and staff, and so that, you know, that certainly from this perspective is helpful to see that. It's not just coming for money, but also working towards those projects. I'll let you go ahead with the capital projects.
Merci, Monsieur le maire. Pour le côté des immobilisations, les frais s'élèvent à 102 500 $, donc soit pour les achats de livres et les imprimantes publiques. En ce moment, on a aussi la campagne Adopter un livre qui est en cours. Fait qu'on invite la communauté à adopter un livre, écrire leur nom dedans. Donc, on sait que le livre appartient à la bibliothèque, mais que c'est un beau souvenir de la population. Et on a aussi tous les projets reliés à la nouvelle succursale d'Embrun. Fait qu'on vise à l'achat d'une imprimante 3D, des accessoires de réalité virtuelle, une console de jeu, la création d'un mur de donateurs potentiels, un mur sensoriel pour les tout-petits, une table de jeu interactive, Playtable, un peu comme un gros iPad, là, comme celle qu'on a à Russell présentement, et aussi un frais qui est associé pour tout le nouveau lettrage identifiant les sections à la suite du projet de rebranding pour la succursale de Russell, pour faire en sorte que notre revitalisation de l'image de marque soit aussi reflétée, pas juste à Embrun, mais à Russell aussi.
Madame Séguin, j'aimerais ça te payer de ma poche pour le donor wall puis le sensory wall à 7 $. Je pense que c'est une bonne valeur.
Oui, on a noté la petite coquille pour la version finale.
Ah, c'est pas 7 $?
C'est vraiment 5 000.
OK, fait que je ne l'offre pas de ma poche.
Mais je prendrais le 7 000.
OK, je vais te donner 7 $. OK, questions, commentaires? Membre du conseil? Oui, conseillère Deakin.
Just referring to the move to the new Embrun branch being pushed back, do we have a good understanding in this year's budget about the implications of that? Added rent costs for La Croisée, potential savings from the co-op? And could you speak to that as it's pretty current, or could we get an update on that?
Madame Séguin, Monsieur Dagenet, au
Yeah.
niveau des économies, parce qu'on ne va pas prendre possession de la nouvelle succursale avant 2027, fin 2026, là.
Where I can speak for the portion of the rent in the school, it is in the budget. So we didn't remove
Just
anything.
left
to
it
be
for a full
safe.
year, yeah. Okay,
We also gave a notice to the school board that will be staying there till June 27. So we added an extra year, so gives us flexibility if ever there's other delays. But by talking with the co-op, they're optimistic that they'll get their site plan in December, and we'll be able to start construction next year.
formidable. Councillor Deacon?
On the co-op side, did the lease include a clause about the dates being
Delays.
pushed back and how that,
Yes, there was a clause, and they've sent us the notice. Everything has been
Yeah.
done the right way.
Councillor Armstrong?
Just a question. Library has a fundraising campaign as a charity, I believe. Is the library one of the Kin Club's Catch the Ace beneficiaries?
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Is it possible to get on their list?
No, according to the OLG criteria, one of them was that the public library couldn't, but the Friends or les Amis de la Bibliothèque could potentially go on there. So it could be like a,
An indirect.
Yeah.
thank you.
Merci. Councillor Deacon?
I can speak to that as I was encouraging exploration of that route through the Friends of the Library. The Kin Club Catch the Ace thrives thanks to so many volunteers across our community who are able to do direct sales and promotion of Catch the Ace as part of the wider lottery. And my understanding from the Friends of the Library on both sides was that they didn't quite have the capacity. So if more friends want to join the Friends of the Library, perhaps not for the 1.7 this round, but I would love to see that as an opportunity that's explored it. And, you know, the good that will come from that lottery is going to be spread across the community in so many ways, but it would be phenomenal to see the library included at some point through that route.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments relating to the library aspect? Ben, merci beaucoup, Madame Séguin. I think that's good, and thank you for all the great work that's being done there. I had a chance to go to the board meeting last week, and we have a very active board that seems to have to care deeply on the community and our library service. So it's great to see that. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you.
Alors, on continue. On prend une pause. Un petit 5 minutes? OK. Alors, on prend 5 minutes, on revient à 4 heures. 4 heures, c'est une bonne heure pour faire la récréation. Payé pour parler, fait que quand je commence, c'est bien dur. Je suis payé pour écouter aussi.
I'm putting my hand up now, just so you know.
Madame Guittard, la parole est à vous.
Oh, Mark's not.
Ah. Un petit instant, s'il vous plaît.
You want me to go look for him?
OK.
Probably just went to the restroom.
Summon. I've got some musicians for the Christmas concert.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, my 2 violin students, my violin and viola students, my son and the girl that I've been teaching.
Oh, that's awesome. Good.
I said, "Are you guys up for it? Because we don't do recitals." And they're like, "Yeah, for sure." I was like, "Okay, I'd be freaked out, but
Oh, that's awesome.
yeah,
Okay, you can start.
it'll be cute."
OK, on est bon pour commencer. Madame Guittard, la parole est à vous.
Merci, Monsieur le maire, chers membres du conseil. So Parks and Recreation Department is a mix of daycare centers, Russell Centennial Pool, the trail, the sports dome, bowling hall, arenas, and halls. Programs, and 27 parks and play structures, and also, don't forget, the future recreation complex. So we've pretty much summarized some tweaking that we wanted to do in some of our user fees for 2026. I don't think there's any major changes. For example, at the Sports Dome, we wanted to raise the membership rate from $60 to $65. We had not raised any costs since 2024. And then the room rental, where we usually host birthday parties, we would like to have now $40 to reflect more the real cost of cleaning up when the small party is over. We would like also to reintroduce a user fee for the public skating and also the stick and puck.
Did you want to just finish that thought, and then I'll give it to
Yeah,
Councilor Laure?
Yeah. In mentioning all this, we also did mention that we could also look into getting some sponsors to help us maybe attain these amount of money. This is also in preparation to go to the recreation complex. We've also made some calls to the surrounding neighbors, and I would say that all the calls that we have made, there is a fee now associated with public skating and shinny hockey in all the arenas. For the time allowed for public skating and shinny hockey, obviously shinny hockey would be still the same during the week, and we would keep an hour in each arena of public skating. Why also the cost is a little bit more expensive for the shinny hockey is obviously the number of participants, because we do see a much larger number of participants for public skating that we do see for the shinny hockey. Something else also that we have to mention, that we need now somebody to supervise those hours for insurance issues. So we have to have somebody there that we pay. We need an adult on premises to make sure that everything is going okay on the ice. So that's also some cost that we that both arenas have to overcome in the operations.
Madame Guittard, je vous arrête 2 secondes. J'ai conseiller Lauren qui voudrait dire de quoi.
Yeah, so I'll make my position very clear on this, and it's not going to come as a shock to you or anybody, but I am not in favor of adding in the cost. We reduced the cost to 0 for a reason. Back 10 years ago, we were seeing very low turnout. We were seeing people that were frustrated with the fact that they had to pay to go on the ice. Again, the cost would be $10 for a family of 4 to go skate for that hour. You know, kids, shinny, the stick and puck, or what we would call shinny hockey, I think has been a wonderful program for kids coming back from school, getting them off the street, having them do something. To have them now have to come up with an additional $5 to do that, to me, I don't like that aspect. We've went ahead and changed our cost structure for the walking path at the dome to make that free for health and recreation and exercise. I see no reason why we shouldn't continue our leadership on recreation and recreational programs for children, youth, and young adults, and even some adults will go out and skate. I'm not in favor of the two public skating and shinny puck being added back into the user fee. I would like to understand the optimizing prime hour ice availability. I'm assuming that goes hand in hand with the hours. You're going to remove some of the hours that are currently associated with the public skating and shinny. Is that what that is?
Madame Guittard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So what we would do is we would take out an hour during the weekends, not the shinny hockey, for public skating. So we would leave 1 hour in each arena. So let's say the Saturday, we would leave the hour in Russell. Sunday, we would leave the hour in Embrun. And those 2 hours would be given back to minor sports because there's such a high demand for some ice hours. The idea behind all this, we were asked this year to be maybe more creative in finding some extra revenues instead of trying to diminish the level of service and cutting some expenses. This is what we were working towards instead of trying to find extra revenues. So this is one way that we thought we could bring in more revenues. And like I've mentioned, definitely we could look into getting a sponsor, exactly the same that we did with the walking pass at the Sports Dome. We did take out the fees, but on the other side, we did get a subsidy from
counties,
Mr.
yeah.
Mayor's initiative with counties.
So that money is still coming
Yes.
to townships, so
That's
we're
right.
not giving that away.
That's right.
There is a value
Yeah.
that comes from counties
So
on
we
that.
didn't lose the 30,000. We're getting the money back
That's
from.
right. And the day that stops, council will have to decide if we
Yes.
want to continue
Yes.
something like that or not.
Yeah.
Just a quick clarification before I hand that back. In terms of the reduction of shinny hours, the assumption is once the rec complex is open, we'll be able to ramp up those hours and avail accessibility for our residents, right? Councillor?
Well, that was part of my question. So when are you, usually when we make changes like this, it's for August or after this current season? Is that the same thing, or are you looking at making a change in January?
Madame Guittard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. We would be looking to make the change in January, but if it's council's wish, we could wait for the new arena year, which would be next August, typically, because Embrun opens in August. And I want to make sure, I want to be clear that we're not cutting short the hours for shinny hockey. It's really public skating that we're changing.
Yeah, I'll just, go ahead, follow up.
So for me, I would be fine with the optimizing prime ice, so getting rid of one of the public skating hours from August to December of next year, 2026, if that is something that is absolutely a must, understanding that come January of 2027, we're going to have 3 rinks, and I'm sure we could have 2 hours of ice somewhere each weekend to compensate. Not in favor of the public skating cost, not in favor of the stick and puck cost.
Councillor Deacon?
I'm building on a lot of what Councillor Lorrain said very well in terms of the value that those free of cost services do for youth especially, but also low-income families in our community.
I would be remiss as the chair of the teen committee if I didn't also point to a recommendation from the Teen Advisory Committee, recommendation 2023-002 regarding critical hours youth programming, which points to a lot of the findings and the value of critical programming and the need for it to be as accessible as possible for youth to ensure that they are choosing active, healthy ways to spend their time after school and during the weekends. So if you'll permit me, that recommendation back from 2023 asks, from Council, directs the administration to explore partnership opportunities in support of an expansion of free of cost critical hours youth programming for the benefit of youth and the wider community. When I look at that recommendation, I think immediately to the uniqueness of the shinny and free skate with regard to critical hours programming and what is available for young people. I'm still hopeful that we'll see outcomes from that recommendation from the committee. If I had other outcomes from that recommendation in front of me now, I might be looking at this differently. I hope to see expanded options, diversity of options for youth in those critical hours. But for now, I can't support the user fees being added back in as chair of the committee because I believe that that's directly contrary to the recommendation that I'm meant to champion. Contrary to Councillor Lorrain, I do want to keep status quo this year on the public skate. If it is free of cost, I assume that that means there are more people coming out, and I don't want to see increased safety issues on the ice in terms of how many people are going on the ice, how many people perhaps are turned away because of how busy that ice may be. And I also strategically am just thinking forward. I like the idea of looking into sponsorship for everything related to the rec complex, and this strikes me as perhaps an offering that could be put into a rec complex sponsorships menu for local businesses to consider as that complex opens up.
So I think there is a sponsorship program being developed right now. There have been meetings already on that. The problem in removing the value of that stick and puck or public skate, if we remove the value, then there is no value in sponsoring it. So if we say that, say, I don't know, whatever association is sponsoring, Tim Hortons is sponsoring public skating this year, like we see in a lot of municipalities. So we can't do that if there is no value associated and we're offering it for free. So we're removing that as an option for ourselves if we're removing the cost of that. The other aspect that I just want to re-emphasize is that municipalities around us are charging a small fee for that as a cost recovery. Not every user or not every member of the community uses those facilities, and so as such, it does have some logic to it. But I'm more or less good either way. I have Councillor Armstrong that had his hand up, and then Councillor Lorrain.
Just quickly, I just to comment that I agree entirely with Councillor Deacon.
Thank you. Councillor Lorrain?
Yeah, just to give some retrospect too onto why we did it in the first place. It was very minimal costs that were coming back to, or revenues that were coming to us at the time. We had to have a person stand at the door for 20 minutes, maybe a half an hour, but then they had to go do other responsibilities, and it was a cash system. So were we really seeing the benefit of that? We were having 5 to 10 people on the ice at the time. Now we're seeing 30, 40, 50 people. So people are getting out. People are coming to the arenas during those public skates, the shinny hockey, all of that stuff. So the value to the community is there. I get that other municipalities are charging for it, but for me at this point in our community, I think we're showing leadership there to say we want you to be healthy. We want you to be to use this facility for this 1 hour a week or 2 hours a week, whatever it is, based on the fact that it's a very small amount, in my opinion.
Thank you, Councillor. Conseiller Lalonde?
Yeah, I'll try not to repeat what was said. I mean, I live 2 doors down from the Russell Arena, so I've been going into that thing for almost 40 years with my kids and then my grandkids. Leaving all that aside, what we did at the Dome was a wonderful thing this last year. I spent time in there on occasion, got a lot of compliments to staff and to administration, the township, for getting that to be a free use. A lot of seniors coming up to me to say that was a great thing you all did. And back to Russell Arena, or the arena that I know, but as far as the 2 arenas go, I'm looking at the ice time that's available for public skating now from what it was decades ago. We're down to about 5 hours a week each rink between stick and puck and public. I wouldn't want to see it reduced whatsoever, especially on the public skating side. We have seniors, young seniors, still skating in Russell that I meet at the rink when I'm there with my grandkids, who enjoy the heck out of skating around there at their pace. So taking some of their time away, we're talking 5 hours for each to add to stick and puck, I wouldn't agree with. And I guess it comes down to the idea of the cost versus the value of the thing. And I appreciate certainly that we give the signal to staff to try and find ways to save money or achieve efficiency and economy. But in this case, I think it's really to look at the value of the thing. And for $16,000 or $18,000 or $20,000 a year in savings, whatever it might be, I think the value that it offers to the community far outweighs the cost recovery that we're looking at here. So I wouldn't touch a thing. If anything, if there was a way to add an hour here or there to public and shinny or stick and puck, but I certainly wouldn't take not even a minute away from the public side. And I would keep it free. There are still some communities that are offering it for free. Most aren't, but there still are some that are. They're typically the smaller towns. The city of Ottawa has done its thing in its, outlying arenas like Metcalfe and Osgood, but there are still a few. I checked them out yesterday. So that's just my pitch. I don't want to see anything change there. I appreciate the effort by staff. I think this is one of those times where, in terms of the health and well-being of the community, like Councillor Lauren referred to, and the charm that we have in our community, that small town community feel, it all fits in with this. And I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Madame Guittard, if I'm judging the pulse of the council properly, I'm basically seeing that the optimized, the public skating and stick and puck should not be touched. And as such, reduction in revenue about 21.5. Council members, just confirming my understanding. All right, thank you. So that'll be an adjustment. And I will say thank you for the creativity. And I know that the aspect of the ice shortage, where we're trying to optimize to benefit the organized sport aspect, that is a reality, and hopefully very shortly with our 3 ice pads, we'll be able to address that year round. But for the time being, I guess we'll have to continue down the road we're at. So thank you for that.
Mr. Mayor, members of council.
Continue.
So just to confirm that we do have 5 hours on each side. So we have 3 hours of shinny hockey and 2 hours of public skating. So we'll keep that open. And hopefully, when we open the rec complex, we might be able to open up some more hours. So,
I see.
okay. And then for the camps, like I mentioned, there's like some few changes. We will bring back the mandatory weekly registration, because the day-to-day is very hard to manage. It needs a lot of administration just to make sure that we have the proper number of staff. And the registrations are in at time, so we want to just go back to the weekly mandatory. It's basically the same cost also. We were just trying to, be more flexible for parents, but it's not working.
Just operationally, it's
It's
challenging.
very, very hard.
There is enough demand to fill on weekly only, right?
No.
No, there is not?
well, there's enough demand, but
Yeah.
the thing is like you have, let's say, a week where you have
No, I
maybe
understand.
25 in the morning, 20 in the afternoon, like it's.
But
it's
just
very-
by going weeklies, we are able to
That's way-
fill, no
it's way
problem.
easier,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay.
And then we're introducing a cleaning and a late fee for her halls. And I just want to make sure that council understands that we're not asking people to clean their hall. This is not what we're asking. But lately, we've seen some bookings where the halls were left very, very dirty. So we will be maybe a little bit flexible at the beginning with some of those groups to explain that, you know, there's a certain standard of care that you should have with a hall. It does also mention that in our, when we give them all the instructions that goes with the booking. So I think it's just to make sure that everybody understands. Also, some people want to clean up after at the end of the evening. Sometimes the key agent has to go and close the door around 3:30 in the morning. Like, you know, it's a bit out of control. So we just want to bring it back, where it, where it should be. As for the daycares, obviously, we had a quick discussion at the last council meeting. So we thought that it was good to maybe just give you a few numbers here. So in each daycare, we've seen an increase in the registrations because we've opened up more spots for the daycare. And I'm also happy that 2 days ago, counties agreed to allow us some more funding for another group at Saint-Jean, because we did have enough kids to open up another group for 4 to 5 years old. So that's 26 more kids. So as soon as we can add it to our license and then find the staff, obviously, we'll be able to accept 26 more kids age 4 to 5 years old. So that was a really good news. So altogether, right now, we have 615 children registered through the 4 daycares. So that's a lot of children. Obviously, we're still working into expanding the before and after. Again, like I've mentioned before, it's the recruiting that is always challenging because it's split hours, it's before and after, so that's harder to find the right people. And then we have the Emblem Station, where we had the 20,000 allocation on a yearly basis for the project. We've just approved the tender for the work to be starting in a couple of weeks. So the work will be done over the winter. We had, when we did put the work out to tender, it was understood that it would start late fall and go through the winter. So that was doable. So, and we got a good tender. The price was reasonable, so we were very happy with the outcome of that. And then the recreation complex, well, we had the good news of the 10 million grant a couple of weeks ago, so that's good. And also, so Monsieur Dagenet had put a little note there that we were saving some money because of with the borrowing. And so he would like also to maybe have a little study done to seek if it would be to our advantage to maybe borrowing somewhere else than with the province. Mr. Dagenet, correct me if I'm wrong, was that okay? What I
Yeah,
just said?
that's correct. We've received an estimate from MNP. They're our accounting firm right now, and they have a department that specializes in getting financing for these types of loans. So, like I was presenting last meeting or the meeting before, even if we can save like a quarter point of a percentage, it represents about 3 million in savings. So I think that's a $10,000 well spent.
Merci, Monsieur Savoie, en passant. But that would be going outside of IO?
Yes, we have IO. They're ready as soon as, well, right now, they're financing the construction loan.
Yeah.
And we do have them on board when we'll have to switch this into more like a mortgage.
A mortgage, yeah.
But we can also look elsewhere, so.
The assumptions that were presented at the last council meeting in terms of the complex update with a reduction based on current rates, is that implying that we could possibly get a better rate? Or is that based on what we know currently with IO?
That's what we know with IO.
Okay, thank you. That's good to know.
Okay. So if there's no questions for the operational, we'll jump in the capital projects. So the first project is our biggest project for next year, which is the Phase 2 of Station Trail Park. I'm not sure if you, some of you members noticed that we're almost done with the parking. So next year is the biggest phase for the completion of the project, which is paving the parking lot, paving the pickleball courts, paving the tennis courts, paving the pathways, and then installing the play structure and installing the park amenities like benches and garbage receptacles and the splash pad. So that's a lot of work. So we're hopeful that everything falls at the right place at the right time. So that's, and we're hoping to be completing that park that has been, in the works for the last, I would say, 13 years.
Merci, Councillor Lauren.
Is all that work scheduled to begin in the spring so that we are looking to have the splash pad up and running and the play structures up and running as quickly as possible?
We were just waiting for the budget to be approved, and then we can tender the work.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Merci.
Thank you.
Councillor Deakin?
When I first looked at this report, it mentions the pickleball and the tennis court for 2026 budget. I'd like to receive some clarification then that the play structure is also
Yeah.
included in the 2026 budget.
Madame Guital?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members and council. Like I just mentioned, the play structure is there and the splash pad. It's in 2026.
Okay. It's critical to me that that be
Yep.
one of the first amenities to go in,
Yep.
to be centering children and young families.
We've identified all the costs for every component, and what we'll probably be doing also is a tender for the play structure and the splash pad will be done separate from the work, the paving work, because it's not linked together.
So that's all included in the 737.
That's right.
Merci.
Can I?
Follow up?
I just want to make one comment because I haven't done it yet, and it's worth noting how excited the young families are for the new structure at Yahoo Park. So I just wanted to pass along my kudos to the team there for getting that in this year. Those older structures were removed not that long ago, and to get that replacement in it was very exciting for many people, so thank you.
Yeah, it was great to see that in action. My kids lived at that park for many years.
And then we'll have some consultation design for two parks, one for the Brisson Park and the other one for the Big Melanie Park in Russell. So we want to have a design done for both of them. We're hopeful to get this done also next year. This is now the new way that we want to work as a department to make sure that whatever design we get, we don't forget anything and it's done properly. This is the way we want to do it from now. Then, unfortunately, we had to decommission the tennis courts at the school. We've received some instructions from the school board, so we do have to put back the land like it was, so with grass and everything. So it's going to be a little bit more costly, obviously. But that was part of the agreement when those tennis courts were built. So we're already working with the school board representatives to make sure that everything is done as per their purchasing policy. That's part of the deal.
Councillor Deakin?
Great to see that long-standing piece moving forward and closing that chapter. I'd like to see the conversation continue, though, to look at the youth center paving and around there as well. Is that part of the conversation with the school?
Madame Guittard?
I would think that the two could be quite complementary, tit for tat.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Because we're not going to be paving, they want the area where the tennis courts are, they want this to be put back with topsoil and grass. So obviously, we're not going to be paving. And that's their property. So we could talk with them. I'm not saying that they would agree, but definitely
We could put the ask forward.
Yeah.
I think it does line up well.
Just to see all of that taken care of at
Yeah,
once. And
at
I know
once,
that
yeah.
they're different projects, but
yeah.
while we're engaging in
sure.
that sense, that there
Yeah,
could be an
definitely.
exchange of investment.
I think that's a great idea. Conseiller Lalonde?
Yeah, so this is bittersweet for me. I mean, back in the day, helped champion the construction of those courts in the first place, but it is what it is, and they should come out. And we'll leave the rest of that story aside. I just want a couple things. One is when we built the courts, and I led the project with the paving company, and we came out and did all of that, and we're given the authority to do that by township through the Russell Recreation Association. There was no grass or, it was a field, just so you know that. And it was only a field. There was no grass. It was pretty rough because they'd been building the high school. So just for the record, there was no grass. The other thing is that with the help of my friends, we planted all those cedars ourselves. So they were supplied by the community through township indirectly. I don't know what you want to do with them. It'd be a shame just to yank them and toss them. They're very healthy. They're quite tall. They must be over 15, 16, 17 feet by now. But every one of them is very healthy. So just a shout out on that. But as far as returning it to the gravel, yeah, I would just say too, as opposed to paving, I know soccer club has tried for decades with the school board to get them to participate in the paving, and they never got to an agreement on doing that together or funding that. So I understand when they say they want it returned to the way it was. I'm just telling you the way it was dirt and gravel. There was no lawn or grass or anything else. But the right thing to do is just you've got about 50 very healthy cedars there that for consideration. Maybe Jonathan Bourgon can use that in streetscaping or I don't know what. Or
Merci, Conseiller Lalonde. Madame Guittard, anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Like I said, we're just in the midst of opening up more discussions with them to make sure that the decommissioning is started right in the new year so that we don't. And of course, they will want this work to be done during the summer holidays when there's no kids at the school. We always have to remember that they're partners with us. The youth center is on their property. We do take over their school in the summer for our summer camps, 2 summer camps. So, we try to, I'll use Monsieur Lalonde's, Councillor Lalonde's expression, we like to champion the partnership with them to keep the good relationship. So,
Councillor Lauren?
Yeah, just one thing that I was wondering about. We had a presentation at the Recreation Committee regarding the Laux project, and I think I talked to Mr. Godin about this, about can we get it into the budget unfinanced and just have it in the budget so that if and when they do get funding, that it can come back to council to move forward with it versus having to do it from a budgetary perspective.
Monsieur Godin?
Merci, Mr. Mayor. So yes, you did mention that to me, and it's not in the capital projects. I believe it's in the public requests document. So when we do get to that item, it's definitely something that we can consider, and if that's council's will, we can definitely move forward with that.
Councillor Armstrong?
Yeah, just on that issue, remember next year if something comes up, we may be a lame duck council, and we may be, if it's not in the budget, we're definitely not going to have it happen next year.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. Did you want to finish? I think we can read the rest of Marionville. On va laisser finir. Ouais.
And then we have some, a few things to be done at the dome, like buy a new a set of soccer nets, and then replacement of few equipment in a gym. And then the LED lighting at the Marionville Community Center, some solar shades, like blinds for the hall again. The LED upgrade interior lighting at the Russell Youth Center, and also the changes of the windows. We had tried for a grant this year with Trillium. We were not successful, but it doesn't mean that we will not try again, because the project is not done yet. So if there's something coming up again, we'll try again.
Merci. Question pour moi, ça serait juste de confirmer avec le conseil. We did have a presentation from the Marionville community group during budget requests, one pertaining to a new sign at the community center. So you'll see it's not here, but the intention of that sign, should everything work or align, is that we coordinate with Ottawa and North Dundas, and I would use funds from the counties. There's a certain amount of funds that are available each year, so that would cover Russell Township's portion of it, and that's why it's not in here. We're still waiting to make sure that the other parties are able to support that signage. It would be a very specific sign for them, given that the nature of Marionville. The other aspect that I did want to ask about, Madame Guitard, is we are in the middle of our master plan, rec master plan, and typically as we go through that, when is that master plan going to be finalized, and what possible impacts are we not seeing here for the budget?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So the draft master plan, at least the first draft, should be out in February, and probably the final version approved in March. So basically, master plan is mostly recommendations. So recommendations, there's no
Immediate.
thing to do. That's why we wanted to wait. There's some, like Councillor Lorraine, when you mentioned the request that we had from those two people for Laux Park. So we're gathering we did a lot of consultations, so I can't wait to see all the recommendations that comes back from that, and all the ideas that we will get from the public. Sorry, the consultation was really very different age groups, so that'll be really interesting to see what comes out from that. So, like I said, we should have a draft sometime in February.
And just to fully understand, one last piece is the courts in the dome for the pickleball. So the third and fourth court, when we do pickleball there, are problematic in terms of the ground. Is that something that we're able to fix down the road, or is it just a question of someday we'll not move the pickleball out of there and that won't be an issue?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. You must have a crystal ball, because we're having a meeting next week with another sports company to see what could be done, and if so, if there's something, how much it would cost, and I will bring it back to council at that time to see.
Okay. Because I know there's a lot of frustration, and I know we've talked about it.
There's a lot of frustration from the players, but there's also frustration from us. It's a ground issue. Again, we're built on clay, so I think it's the instability of all, maybe the underlay. So this is where we're looking into. And if we proceed to make some changes or des réparations, we have to make sure that it's done correctly.
Permanently, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I'm glad to see that we're moving that item forward. Thank you. Councillor Deakin?
I was going to echo that, if it's possible, if a solution is found that would be worthwhile, if that can be eked into this budget, I'd be very interested to see that, and at least the implication.
Thank you. Any other questions for Parks, Recreation aspect? No? Merci beaucoup, Madame Guitard. Super beau travail à toute l'équipe. Merci. We are growing this because of the rec complex, and so it'll be interesting to see the timing of the staffing positions along with the certainty of the rec complex opening. And I know some of them are regardless of the rec timing, because we have to prepare ahead of time, but it's a lot of work coming down the pike, so I appreciate all the planning that's going into it. Thank you so much. All right, moving to Public Safety and Enforcement Department. Madame Bourdeau, la parole est à vous.
Bonjour, good afternoon, members of council. The Public Safety Department 2026 plan focuses on strengthening community safety, engagement, and collaboration while ensuring fiscal responsibility and support new revenue opportunities. So the priorities would be to enhance proactive enforcement and patrols, so increase bike and foot patrols in parks and public space, expand surveillance and proactive enforcement to address issues before they become larger concerns, reintroduce the school emergency management program, so re-implement in our schools program as part of their official curriculum. This program builds preparedness and safety awareness among students and staff, supporting community resilience. The department will also oversee and manage a proposed Kin Club storage facility to ensure compliance, safety, and efficiency of use of the space. And the regional service expansion, so continue the initiative of offering our services to neighboring municipalities, which is reflected as a revenue in the 2025-26 budget. This strengthens partnership and reduces costs through shared resources. So in summary, the budget supports a proactive community-focused approach, improving safety engagements and collaboration while generating additional revenue for the municipality. For the presentation, initially I showed the responsibilities of the department. So for each responsibility, I don't think I need to go through each of those. I will jump to the highlights, unless I have any questions in relation to the previous comments.
Questions, comments, members of council? Councillor Deakin.
I'm sorry, it's late in the day, and the first comments I think were really critical around, you said increased foot patrol?
Yes, we do foot patrols in the parks.
Okay.
And we try to do them more often because we've seen an increase in people just making fires or making residents in our parks. So we've been trying to increase our patrols so we can see what is going on in our parks and on our trails and on our properties.
Okay, thank you.
Merci. Any other questions before we continue? On continue, Madame Bourdeau.
So for the first highlight, we're going to look at the OPP budget. So Sébastien, our financial guru, spoke with the OPP Financial Services Unit in reference to the upcoming year. Okay. So in 2024, the Township of Russell, like all other municipalities in Ontario served by the OPP, faced a significant increase in policing costs for 2025. To help municipalities absorb this sharp rise, the provincial government provided temporary financial assistance to offset a portion of the increase. Although the official 2026 billing statement has not yet been issued, the township has been advised that any increase will be capped at 11%. This represents a maximum threshold, not a confirmed rate, and the final increase may be lower. In 2025, an additional 279 properties were added to the township tax base. The current policy cost is $189.44 per property. If the full 11% increase were applied, the cost would rise to approximately $210 per property. For the Township of Russell, an 11% increase would represent $267,806 more than the 2025 cost of $2,434,607. On its own, the increase equals 1.3% of the taxation. So thanks to the provincial support received in 2025, the township was able to place $120,000 in reserve to help offset part of the expected increase for 2026. However, it is important to note the following. Even with an 11% increase in 2026, the policing bill will still not return to the 2025 pre-provincial aid level of $2,832,000. It is reasonable to expect additional annual increase of up to 11% for the next 2-3 years until costs fully return to the levels that were projected before provincial intervention. So managing this financial pressure remains a key consideration in the 2026 budget. The strategic use of the reserve will help soften the immediate tax impact, but it will not eliminate the challenge over the medium term.
Okay, so let's pause on that one for a second. So we last year, when we were given the sticker shock of the increases on the OPP, we were supported with a one-time grant, and we put part of that grant aside in reserves, $120,000. So we used part of it to soften it last year, and so this year, the maximum increase, we're being told, is 11%. And so based on those calculations and our increased in size, we have kind of a budget. So we have an option in the that was provided to use that reserve this year to soften that blow yet again. But again, that 11% is still happening. And therefore, if we take the 120 this year from reserves, it supports us for this year, but next year it'll just be that much more. Correct, Monsieur Dagenet?
Yes, because if we use the money in our reserve, we can cover the cost for 1 year. So the following, next year, we're back to square one.
So although it benefits us this year, it is just, there's going to be that additional sticker shock next year, technically speaking, 11 plus 11, right? Yeah. So I guess I just wanted to quickly touch base with council. I mean, that 120 is there and to be used. It's a reserve. But is this the best way to use it? So I just wouldn't mind having that discussion with council. Councilor Lauren?
I don't mind using half of it this year and being able to use the other half next year. So we soften that blow as we move
Just
forward.
keep softening it less and less year to year. That's a good, sound strategy. Any other comments on that? Councilor Deakin?
I realize that the police board has been up and operating now for 6 months or a year.
Over a year.
I just want to say that I'd like to understand more. Like, are the minutes from the police board coming to council? I feel like I'm out of touch with what is happening at the police board, and when this comes up, I want to get a really good understanding of what the police board is bringing forward as an arm of the OPP service. I think it's relevant to the conversation today.
Yeah, so
anyways, just to put
sure.
that question out
That's a
there
fair
as it
question.
comes to me now.
So the police board has little or no oversight on costs associated to running the OPP. And Madame Baudot, feel free to jump in. We have been running the police service board a little over a year. We've only been a full board now in the last 3-4 months because we were waiting for provincial appointees, which we have now completed. So we are now at a full board capacity. The budget that's presented there is a budget reflective of the needs of the board, and I believe it's very similar, or I think a very small increase from last year. In terms of the minutes from the Police Service Board meetings, I do believe that they should be presented to council. Is that a policy, or Madame Bordeaux, can you help me on that?
I think that we should bring them to council, yes.
Yeah. So I have no issue with that whatsoever. They are public meetings, they're open public meetings, and the minutes are public, and so they could be presented to council, and I'm happy to support that. There's no issue whatsoever. Councillor Deakin?
Thank you. I think that the procedural bylaw is open. I'm not sure if that would be included to add those minutes into the procedural, that those would come.
Mr.
Madam-
Mayor, yes, that could be with the committee minutes, even though it's not really a committee of council. It would fit into that.
OK.
Merci.
Madame Bordeaux, juste de prendre note avec ça, puis je pense qu'on peut actionner ça de notre côté. Madame, oui?
I think the reasoning why they weren't brought to council is because the committee wasn't totally formed.
Yeah. Yeah, so we are now moving. We've have full membership. Yeah, so definitely possible and great idea to do that, definitely. Certainly we'll do it on that side. We'll recommend it to the other communities that are served by the Police Service Board to do the same. Merci. So just going back to the question, so we have kind of an option here of softening the softened amount for 60 and 60. And just continuously maybe reducing that impact, and so that the 120 is being used for the OPP costs. I think the other aspect to this is going to be discussions even at the county level in terms of the OPP cost and being serviced at a county level, as opposed. So there's been some rumblings around that. And so that's ongoing right now. But that, and I think that, last year we started showing that amount as a separate amount in terms of the impact because we had no control over it. I think that's a good practice, and I think many municipalities are doing that, so to continue highlighting that in that case. Councillor Deakin?
I'd also be interested to know, because I know that there is conversation happening at the provincial and federal levels around recidivism and bail reform. When that billing does come, I'll be very curious to see if there's information on how many local OPP resources are being dedicated to repeat offenses, as I think that is a key. I mean, at least I'm hearing from FCM that that's a key driver of calls is the repeats. A small number.
Yeah, I'm not sure if billing will address that. When we get the billing, it's relatively... Well, they do list all the occurrence, so maybe that. But whether they assign resources or demonstrate where resources are assigned, I'm not sure. But that could also be addressed at the Police Service Board in terms of wanting that information. So just to take note of that, Madame Bordeaux. Councillor Armstrong?
I'm just wondering, is it possible for municipality or the counties to take on some of the services or activities that the OPP are conducting at the moment and do it on a more economic level than what the OPP are doing, or at least we won't get billed for it? And I don't know if that is. Maybe you can tell me if you know.
If I remember correctly, we did speak of this last year when the sticker shock came in. And I think there were comparators looked at. I'll have to go through my notes in terms of a cost per resident, and the OPP was still by far the most economical option. And so that I believe, and I would have to go back because I was not at the counties. Or was I at the counties already? But those discussions, and that's what initiated the discussion of having the costs centrally, at the county level as opposed to at each municipality. So those are ongoing discussions, but us running a police department at the county level, I don't know that that's viable. So I think, Monsieur Dagenet, are we okay with that 30-30 or the 60-60? Sorry. Yeah, okay, so that'll have an impact, obviously, but thank you. Madame Bourdeau?
Yes, I just want to add to answer Councillor Deacon's question in relation to the Police Services Board. Under the Community Safety and Policing Act, it's important to note that city police, their Police Services Board has a lot more say or oversight onto their
Yes.
police force. And for us, the OPP, we're very limited in our ability to comment
impact,
or-
yeah.
Yes.
So they're listening, they're listening, and, but it's mostly sharing information and, yeah.
Yes, and also under the Police Services Act, the Community Safety and Policing Act, they also instated the special constables, which to alleviate some of the costs that were done by the regular constables, now they have introduced special constables and cadets, so this will alleviate some of the costs in relation to, example, court duty or watching prisoners when they're at the hospital or
Mm.
such items where they don't need
Full constable.
constable to do so.
Yeah, and we've also noticed that in the community events, we get a lot of the cadets that are present as well, so. Okay, on continue.
So the next item is the highlights for public safety. A new FTE is proposed to be hired in the fourth quarter. So the actual impact to the 2026 budget would be 26,000 for a municipal law enforcement. And this position was identified in the 2023-2026 HR plan. So I know I was asked earlier to comment on why we need one more FTE. The Public Safety and Enforcement Department currently operates with 4 full-time officers, 1 supervisor and myself. Responsibilities are to responding to calls for service across the township and an analysis